Welcome to our viewers on 8 News Plus. My name is Kyle Payne, investigative reporter at KLAS Television here in Las Vegas, the site of the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Duane Davis on trial for orchestrating the murder of the rap legend in September of 1996 here in Las Vegas. We are looking live inside the courthouse this morning as we await the arrival of the defendant, Duane Davis, Keffe D, accused by prosecutors of putting the steps into motion for the shooting that night in Las Vegas at the intersection of Flamingo and Koval. It led to becoming a worldwide story, and today is day 2 of trial inside Carly Kearney's courtroom. The door you're looking at, when it opens, will likely contain the defendant himself, Duane Davis, who has admitted to committing the crime. Inside a book he wrote called Compton Legend, he details not only that he's the last living witness to the murder of Tupac Shakur, but that he provided the ammunition and the weapon that led to the shooting that night after a Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Casino and Resort. So you see a police presence. Duane Davis, a custody of the state, is there in the middle of your screen now in a dark suit and dark tie. Of course, the courthouse, when the jury is involved, never gets to see Duane Davis in his blue jumpsuit, as we're used to seeing him, and in handcuffs and shackles. So he is now at the defense table. You see there are marshals there in the courthouse. There's also a large amount of Metro police officers. This is common, especially in a trial of this magnitude. Behind Duane Davis, I think as the minutes progress, we will see every seat filled. The media is in there now. There is a lottery system to get into that courtroom, both for the public and the media. So it is standing room only, if you will, inside Judge Carly Kearney's courtroom. In day 1 of testimony, we heard opening statements from the prosecutors and the defense, and we saw a handful of witnesses, both police and layperson. And when we come back, we will get into that first day of testimony and more. Stay with us. Welcome back to 8 News Plus, our continuing coverage of the Tupac Shakur murder trial. The defendant is seated for day 2 as we await additional testimony. I'm sure a day full of witnesses. Yesterday, the jury, the prosecutors got right to it, introducing witnesses. But first, their opening statement, they let the jury know exactly what they believe their role, the role that Keffe D, Duane Davis, played in the shooting of Tupac Shakur.
From 1998 to 2023, Duane Davis has given a number of statements regarding this case. So, as early as 1998, Davis spoke to the FBI. He admitted he was in Las Vegas during Tupac's murder, but he denies being responsible. Then in 1999, Davis speaks to the FBI. Again, Tupac does come up, and Duane Davis admits to being in Las Vegas for Tupac Shakur's murder. Says he wasn't involved, but he was mad about the fact that Orlando Anderson was beaten, and that his plan was to handle it in Compton had Tupac survived.
The fact that Keffe D, Duane Davis, has admitted on multiple occasions to doing this, although his attorney saying that there's no corroboration. Michael Sanft, in his opening statement, telling the jury, "You can't believe what my client says." Number one.
Interesting calling your client full of crap, right? Not the norm.
Did I say full of crap?
You said
There you go. I think that's what it was. No, you know what it is? It's that, we all have a family member that's like that. So it's just one of those things.
Do you think that the age of this case, now 30 years old, is it going to help you or hurt you?
I think it hurt. I think it helps. I think it hurts. No, I think it helps.
What do you think
Why do you think it helps? Do you kind of explain?
Well, because people don't recall things from 30 years ago. So we'll see. I mean, once again, I can't really comment on anything outside of that. I don't want somebody to say that I'm trying to influence the jury, even though they've been instructed to not pay attention to this at all, to all of you.
That was 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy interviewing Michael Sanft with the rest of the media. Keffe D's lawyer, Duane Davis's attorney, handling the murder trial. I think the fourth attorney or so. He's had several attorneys, and now Michael Sanft is in it for the long haul handling this murder trial. It sounds like the courtroom is just seated after the jury's arrival, and we should be able to hear Judge Carly Kearney introducing the day in court.
We're going to finish that recording and then call a witness.
Okay, sounds good. You may proceed.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Okay, I'll go back and ask you a question again. While you were there in the parking structure and you heard the commotion of people running to be south on Fairfax or back in towards the parking area, did you recognize anybody that, my concern is that may have been further north on Fairfax on a sidewalk, may have seen the shooting or heard something? Anybody that you saw that?
I seen running.
Yeah.
They was standing there with me, Keyshawn Johnson, the football player,
Okay.
and Ricky Bell,
The
the singer.
And they were with you, or they were?
They was standing there with me. He was waiting on his.
Oh, they didn't run around the corner. They were with you anyway.
They was.
Oh, okay.
They was waiting on the green Benz. This green Benz to pull up. Then my car came out the hills, and we just drove out.
Okay. Yeah, but anybody, as far as coming around the corner, you didn't recognize anybody that you might know, singer or anything, actor? Okay. That's. Yeah, we saw Keyshawn and some of the pictures that were taken inside, and Ricky. And
Yeah, I was on those pictures with him. I had on the blue jumpsuit.
Now that I see you in person, because from my impression you were like 6'2".
Tall guy.
Yeah, right. And,
thought you were bigger.
Yeah, I did. Well, no, that's why I said, now that I'm looking at you, I think I do remember seeing you in those pictures.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to answer this or not, and I'll put it out. Did you see anybody would be stereotyped, considered a gangbanger, dressed down, anything like that in the party? Okay. What about outside in the parking lot where you're either parking your car and coming to or going back to your car in the parking store over there? Okay. I need to ask you.
I just wanted to verify something. Okay. In the parking structure, you see some people running
towards the, you know, coming in from Fairfax.
from Fairfax.
Holland, and
So, and you, from there, are you in your car this time, or are you outside?
I'm outside.
Are you near your car?
No, they was pulling up cars. Everybody's waiting on.
Oh, okay, you were waiting for valet to bring your car up,
Yeah.
correct?
Right.
Okay, when the car comes up, I mean, when was the first time you heard that Biggie had been shot? Was it there in the parking structure?
In the parking structure.
What people were saying, Biggie's been shot, or
Yeah.
any particular person tell you?
Yeah, they were just running. The crowd was saying it. The whole crowd. Biggie got shot. Biggie. Like, what?
Okay. Then you were directed by as you're leaving, directed by a police officer to turn right as you're coming out onto Fairfax.
He directed every car that came up out of there. A tall.
Okay. You left, you're going down, did you go all the way through Wilshire Boulevard?
No, I made it right.
You made a right turn on Wilshire? Okay, so you're northbound Fairfax you made a right turn? So it would be eastbound then, or westbound?
Eastbound.
Oh, okay, that's right. Eastbound. Eastbound Wilshire. Okay. Then, did you go all the way down Wilshire, or was there another turn that you made?
On the bridge.
Did you make a left or a right?
Right.
A right on La Brea? Then where did you go?
to the 10.
10?
Then went to the Marine.
Okay.
To the 10.
10, went to 10 freeway?
Yeah.
Okay, and you went directly to the marina to go eat? That's you, Wendell, and Wonder Mike. Jerry's Deli. Okay, you were at Jerry's Deli, about what time were you there?
We met before. Yeah, down at Compton Court. I had about,
What time did I get there?
Yeah.
No.
remember
It was,
I was on the, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
At the Southside Slayer in, West Jones was his attorney and.
Well, you and I were speaking with
That's
some
right,
defense
that's
attorneys,
over.
I think,
Yeah.
Mr. Fall, you were there.
Probably so.
Fred and I were talking about homicide
Yes,
investigation.
yeah.
I think you were there.
Yeah, I think so. Ragsdale.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just searching my mind.
And your son went to elementary school with my son when you lived in Phillips Ranch.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How
I remember seeing you there.
That's true,
yeah.
that's true.
You no longer live in Phillips Ranch now.
No. Yeah.
That was years ago. That
Yeah,
was what,
yeah.
91 or
That's
2
quite
or something
right.
like that.
I still have a house there, though.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You rented out, or?
Yeah, I didn't sell it. I have family members living.
Okay, just want, about what time do you think you got to, what time did you leave the parking structure approximately, do you recall?
Oh, I was watching the watch and
Okay, you said you arrived at the party about 11 or 11:30, you were inside the party for about an hour, and then,
About an hour, yeah.
okay, so that would either make it 12 or 12:30, and when you left the party, so, and, okay, driving time from there to Jerry's Deli, figure right around what, 1?
Just about 1.
About 1 o'clock, would you say?
Yeah.
1 a.m., okay.
I say about 1:30.
Okay, between 1 a.m. and 1:30?
Yeah, about 1:30.
Okay, and how long were you at Jerry's Deli?
You know, 10 hours.
Okay. About 1 hour, so that would make it at this point.
I got home about 2:30.
Okay, well, that means if you were at the deli about 1 hour, it would be 2 a.m. to 2:30.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you got to drive from the marina. Where you went?
I
straight
dropped
from
one
Jerry's?
mic off in the same area.
Okay, then you dropped off.
Wonder Mike.
Wonder Mike in Compton, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm assuming Wonder Mike and Wendell live
The
pretty
same
close.
area, yeah.
Okay. And Wendell in Compton. About what time would you estimate that to be? If you left Jerry's Deli?
I got home about 2:30.
Okay.
2:30.
02:30, arrived approximately 2:30.
Yeah, all these
I wasn't
times,
watching the watch though.
yeah,
when,
they're all approximate. All these times, from
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got home, was there anybody up, like your mom or brother or sister or girlfriend or her mom?
Her mom came over the door for me.
Okay. So Paula's mom opened the door.
Yeah,
Was she up already, or was she?
she
You had to knock on the door?
had to ring the doorbell. Yeah, I had on blue sweats and blue shorts.
Okay.
Solid
And then,
blue? All blue?
Blue and with the white, you know, the Michael Jordan jumpsuit we got, that blue one, you know what I'm
yeah.
talking about?
Okay, when she opened the door, did you talk with her?
Yeah. I didn't talk to her.
I mean, did
She,
did you tell her anything about the events that happened, like Biggie had been shot or anything?
She's 73 years old, you know.
Oh, so,
Yeah, she don't,
so
Not into rap music, huh?
no,
she was the only one up at that time?
Yeah,
Okay. Did you, then, would you go head straight to your bedroom and go to bed?
yeah.
Did you talk with anybody upon entering the house? Did you speak to anybody, either in person or on the phone at all when you?
When I talked to Paula, I told her that Biggie got killed.
Okay. You and Paula slept in the same room together?
Yeah.
Okay. So you told Paula?
Say Biggie got killed. I don't know whether he got killed or not, you know.
Uh-huh. So, did you talk to anybody else besides Paula?
Just us two.
Okay, Wonder Mike and Wendell.
Yeah, we was like, dang, that's messed up, you know.
Okay, from the time you were at the, was about ready to leave the party to the time you arrived home, the only people you talked to were Wonder Mike, Wendell, Paula's mom. You may not have said anything to Paula's mom, okay, and then you talked to Paula.
Right.
Was there anybody else that you talked to?
But before we left, Keyshawn said he was going to some other party, and I'm going home.
Okay, which party was that?
I don't know, you know.
You don't know what party that was? Did Keyshawn ask you to go to that, or?
No, he just said he was going to the party, and I was
Which party was that? Was this another
Another
after party?
Yeah, another after party.
Okay, do you know who held that party? Was it a star that had the party, or?
I don't know. It's at some mansion or something. I don't know.
At a mansion?
Yeah.
And where at?
And up there where the matches be. In Beverly.
In Beverly
Yeah,
Hills?
or Hollywood, wherever. I don't know. He just said he's going to a party.
Okay, and you had no idea where that party was? No.
No, I don't mean to rush, but you know, I do have another appointment downtown at 6.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
if
if you
we
need
wanna
to
talk to Keith in
just
the
call me.
picture,
Call me.
we'll call you?
Sure. And also,
Yes, sir.
I have a kid's sister-in-law. Her name is Gina Davis. She said that police have been going to her house, knocking at her door, looking for her, and she has nothing to do with this thing. And she expressed
Yes.
she expressed concern about, you know, work getting around that she's wanted for. So if I told her I'm
Where
gonna
does she
check with
live?
you.
Let me ask you a question.
I said it in Norwalk. I think.
Norwalk.
No.
So I said
Yeah,
I was gonna check with you guys. If
No.
you guys wanna
Hey,
talk to her,
Cooper
let me
came
know.
over here.
If not,
Oh, Cooper's over there?
Yeah, he's been over windows, he's been everywhere.
yeah. So
Oh, Norwalk?
yeah, it's in Norwalk.
Long Beach or
I
Norwalk.
think that's Norwalk.
Have you talked to Detective Cooper? You know?
Yeah, I talked to him on the phone, he said,
Okay.
man, we know you ain't did it, but we think you can clear up the air or something. I said, man, I can't get you know it.
When was that? When did you speak with Detective Cooper?
That was, the day that you and them were over our house.
Pardon me, the day?
You were there when, you remember y'all
Oh, yeah,
were there?
yeah. Oh, you talked to him?
I called him that day.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, now the point with Gina Davis is that I told her I'll check with you guys. If Detective Cooper goes there looking for her, she's not going to talk to Detective Cooper. I want Cooper to know that. If someone wants to talk to her, just call me.
Okay.
I'll make her available. But if someone goes there without, you know, being cleared, she's not going to talk to her anymore.
Okay. I said, we have
Okay.
15 people working on this with us, and I...
Yeah, but I was up on the parking garage, man.
Yeah.
I didn't see nothing or nothing. All I did was her
Okay.
ears.
First, real quick, and we'll get it, it's good. Okay, this is, let's put some notes down up here. This is the museum right here. This way. And this is the parking structure. This is Fairfax going north. This is the street. You said you were going south on Fairfax, then you pulled into the parking lot when you first got there?
Legal turn, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Give me a ticket, but I'm going to take it right now.
Just said that he's not a traffic cop. So
I'm ready to do it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you turned in here,
Yeah.
and you said, was it valet park?
Yeah, it was,
Okay, you
the
pulled
valet
out-
pulled up in here and the man was waiting right here with the valet.
Right. Okay, so you got out here, then you went out
There.
to the party.
There's a lot of people there,
Right.
got a pass, went on in there,
Okay. Now, when you came out the same way?
same way.
Okay, down this door?
Now, it was the stairs with the rails,
Right.
we were standing right here.
Okay. When you came out, was Big E down here already?
Yeah, Biggie and them was in front, they was getting in their car.
Okay, they were parked here in front?
Yes,
Okay.
both of them was suburbans.
Right, okay, both Suburbans. And you know which one Biggie got into?
He got in the front one, and, the boy got in the back one. Then, the man, the Prima and them was behind him too.
Who was? Go ahead.
Jermaine the Prima, the little guy,
Oh,
you know,
Damien?
his little crew, yeah, they
Right,
were.
Damien, okay, yeah. In a different car, right?
Yeah, I know some of them dudes there, I was hollering at them, whoop, whoop, and they left out. Me and Keyshawn was standing over here, by the cars here, you know, waiting on the man to come. Everybody ran in here, I didn't even hear no shots. I just see the crowd running, I was like, man,
Okay, had you received your car yet?
no,
Okay, so you were still going
waiting
around?
on the car, yeah.
Did you see them leave the area? Biggie and his entourage? You see him pull out and...
Not really, I just seen a lot of cars just leaving.
Okay, so you saw them there and you just continued over
Over
your
there,
business?
in my car, yeah.
Okay, and then approximately how long do you think it was when you saw them take off, that you saw these people come cattle rustling back in there?
Between the 5 and 10 minutes. It was quick.
Okay, and then that's when it comes running around here. Okay, so
Yeah.
were you in your
Running
car
out.
here or you still waiting for
I'm
it?
still waiting.
Okay, how long did it take them to get your car? I'm talking about either side of the crowd and from the time it took you to egress and egress out of there.
They pulled over Keyshawn's first, then they pulled over mine.
Okay.
We, you know, like came together really.
Okay, so you're inside here, and when you leave, did you go out this way, or did you?
coming out this way.
Okay,
And the man was
exactly.
standing right here, this way he was standing, waving people out.
Okay,
He was making sure they go right though,
okay.
you know, because that is an illegal turn if you turn it up. You know.
I'm gonna Okay, you said this individual was a police officer?
Yeah, he was tall, about 6'4", blonde hair, real tall, yeah. And he just waved the cars out. He waved about 50 cars up out of there. You know, like, yeah.
Did you see any policemen there in the parking lot, say, as you were leaving the museum, had the shooting already gone down, or was it until you actually walked a little ways inside the parking structure?
Yeah, when I was coming down the stairs,
Okay.
boom, I was there, seen Biggie now.
Okay.
Later, you know, they got on. Then I was over here, we was talking about football, you know, Keyshawn.
Oh, he's, okay, Keyshawn talking, that's right
Yeah.
here, waiting for your cars?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then, boom, the crowd came around. I was about,
How long were you standing there? When you exited that museum, how long time span? From the time you...
about 10 minutes.
10 minutes when
About
you
10.
saw people rushing in?
Yeah, it was about 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you see any policemen anywhere around, any LAPD?
Uniformed officers.
Uniformed officers when you came out?
Just trying to set up a time for you to...
That's all I've seen was, that's what I seen right here, the tall guy. And there was more, they was pulling up, it was coming real wet, you know, coming in, a whole lot of cops was coming. Yeah.
Okay, people were rushing. Okay, 10 minutes between the time you exited and the time that people were running into the parking structure. Then how long from that time did it take you to finally get into your car and start pulling out?
I'll say about 6 to 7 minutes, 6 to 7.
6 to 10 minutes?
About 6 to 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay. And then how long did it take for you to exit the structure? Is that...
It was like bumper, you know, bumper.
Okay, so you're finally in your car.
Yeah, then we leave.
I mean, did you have to wait for a long period of time because of the...
No, not really,
He was pushing through pretty
he was
fast.
waving them through, yeah.
So after the crowd started moving in, the policemen were there within, what, 6?
About 6
minutes?
minutes, yeah. He was running in, Biggie got killed. I'm like, Lord have mercy, you know. Yeah. I had been at one of them before, and over there in Inglewood, and they made everybody spend the night at that hotel and interviewed everybody that was there.
Which hotel?
This was at by the farm.
What, that shooting you're talking about?
It was a shooting in. I was, you know, that was kind of strange for him to be waving people out, so, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, okay, and feel free, again, if you need to talk to him, because I'll tell you, when I first got word that you were interested in talking to him, my advice naturally was, don't talk to the police. I told him, I won't hide it. I said, don't. But he insisted that he wants to
Get this over
and
with.
talk to you. So he's doing this on his own.
No, I
He said he
understand.
wants to talk to you.
That's why
Yeah.
we had no
Yeah.
problem with you coming down with him, but
Yeah.
it was just all...
Yeah, he insisted.
I will check on that, everything, I don't know who...
Yeah,
When you talk to...
Yes,
Sean Holmes.
Holmes.
Talk to Sean Holmes. What did you talk about?
He said the FBI is all over me, man. I don't want you guys catching my heat. Stay away from me.
Who said this?
Sean.
Oh, shit.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you, this little C, did you talk to him?
For a few minutes.
I mean, what did you...
That's the person that slid the invitations. Sent me the invitation.
Oh, okay, you got the invitation from Little C?
Yeah, him and a manager.
A manager?
Him and a manager.
Okay.
He got
So he
a lot of braids. You see him?
Oh, yeah,
And with that stocking cap.
Right.
Yeah.
said, Combs said FBI is all over me?
Yes.
That was
So with Little C was just hi and...
Yeah. He gave me the invitation. Him and
This
the
is before you went in?
Before I went in. Then I went upstairs, they was drinking, gave me a bottle, I started
Did
drinking.
you talk to Little C inside?
Huh?
Did you talk to Little C
Yeah, I talked to
inside?
him.
What did you guys talk about? I mean, you met before, right?
He just said, how you doing? Yeah, you know, what you been doing?
How long had you known Sean and Little C before this event?
Maybe about a year.
A year? Where'd you
Couple
meet
of
him?
years. He had gave an after party at, the Soul Train Award.
In what year?
That was,
96?
one night the guy get killed at the El Rey, what year was that? They got beat up.
That's where, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, what year was that?
That was 94?
That was the year I met. Yeah.
Okay, so that's 3 years ago.
Yeah.
You make the phone call?
No, yeah, okay, I'll make a phone call on my way out.
Okay.
Come in, thanks.
I appreciate it, Keith. I appreciate, because I'd like to talk to you again, and we'll call your attorney, and you have no problem?
I ain't got no problem.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, I just go to con Calvin and run and let it go. Sure.
Thanks, buddy. Call. No call. Good, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, hello? Okay, hi.
You want sober too?
You want another soda?
Oh, okay.
Fine, how are you? Did you talk to Oli?
Okay.
She talked to me and, you know, I'm in the death penalty case. So I have no time whatsoever. Friday, today, we're asked as far as that.
Which one?
But, I told you, I can't say that one, medical.
No.
Is the only difference that you have. Otherwise, you just forget it one and go. Otherwise, you just discriminate over. But I'll talk to you later. Yes, I'm at the police department, so yeah, I will. I'll get back to you.
Well, that's not what it's got.
Throw away your table, huh?
All right, who's your next witness?
Thomas Kern.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Thomas, Thomas. Last name is Kern, Kern.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how are you currently employed?
I work for Customs and Border Protection at the Chicago Laboratory as a latent fingerprint examiner.
I'm going to take you back 30 years ago.
Okay.
30 years ago, what were you doing for a living?
I had just started here as a crime scene analyst. I was in my first year.
What does a crime scene analyst for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department do?
Basically, it's a response to like crime scenes to recover evidence that was potentially left behind during the incident. Things like burglaries, we would go look for fingerprint evidence, maybe sometimes broken glass, those sort of things, and we would collect that from the scene and bring it back to the lab for potential use later.
Did you have a field training officer on September 7th or September 13th, I guess it is, of 1996?
I did.
And who was that?
David Lemaster. That's Lemaster.
Do crime scene analysts respond to the coroner's office for autopsies to document the body and collect any evidence that the doctor pulls out during the course of an autopsy?
Yes.
And were you present at the autopsy with Dave Lemaster for the autopsy of Tupac Shakur?
I was.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to start with state proposed exhibits 44 to, looks like 56 there. Just want you to flip through those. So, I can't remember what my first number was. 44 through 54, are those all depictions of Mr. Shakur, well, his body bag, as well as Mr. Shakur during the course of the autopsy, documenting both tattoos and injuries to Mr. Shakur?
Yes, sir.
And then 55 and 56, it is two sides, I'll say, of what looks like a bullet and a fragment that was removed from his body at time of autopsy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Proposed Exhibit number 128. From looking at that, does that appear to be an impound done by Dave Lemaster from the autopsy of Mr. Shakur in September of 1996?
It is.
And flip it over here. Why don't you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury how evidence is collected?
So this is a typical evidence collection bag, and on the front there's information that you would complete and fill out that would be relevant to the investigation you're working on. So I know that this is David's paperwork. We are assigned a personnel number when we start the job, and David's personnel number was 4243 as his first initial, last initial, and that's about here in the center of this information. When we collect the evidence, we're supposed to put a seal in the reverse, and the seal has to remain intact throughout the investigation. So that also has David's initial and personnel number and the date that was collected.
And so it appears that nobody's opened this since David impounded it 30 years ago.
That's correct.
Judge, I offer 44 through 56 and 128.
Any
No
objection?
objection, Your Honor.
They will be admitted.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Okay. Cross-examination, Mr. Sampt.
Your Honor, I have no cross.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much. Have a good day. You are excused, Mr. Quinn. State, who's your next witness?
Dr. Lisa Gavin.
Okay.
Lisa Gavin.
you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Lisa Gavin, Lisa Gavin.
Thank you, Dr. Gavin. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Doctor, how are you employed?
I am a forensic pathologist, medical examiner here in Clark County.
What does that mean you do for a living?
We determine the cause of death and the manner of death and sudden unexpected deaths.
And in order to hold the position that you do with the coroner's office, do you have certain education, training, and background?
Yes.
And explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I went to medical school at the University of Connecticut School of Medicine. I did a pathology residency at Hartford Hospital in Connecticut. I did a surgical pathology fellowship at Hartford Hospital in Connecticut. I did a forensic pathology fellowship in the Office of the Medical Investigator in New Mexico, and then I came here to Clark County. I have a medical license to practice here in the state of Nevada, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
How long overall have you been a forensic pathologist?
This September it'll be about 17 years practicing here.
So I'm going to guess that 30 years ago you were not at the autopsy of Tupac Shakur.
No, I was in medical school.
Have you in the past had to come in and testify to your opinions as to cause and manner of death in cases where you weren't the actual examiner at the table?
Yes.
Explain why that would happen.
We have people that have retired. We have doctors that have died. We have doctors that have gone to other locations in the country.
So when you are asked to review, what is it that you get to review in order to form your opinions and conclusions?
Most often it would be the investigation report from our office. It would be the autopsy report from the forensic pathologist that did the case. It could be photographs associated with the case. Could be medical records associated with the case. Could be any consultations or the like associated with the case.
In this particular case, do you know who the examiner was?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was Dr. Jordan.
And Dr. Jordan is no longer with us, correct?
Correct. Dr. Jordan has passed away.
In addition to what the medical examiner's office had, did you also get a copy of the photographs taken by crime scene analysts during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
And did you utilize those as well to render your opinions?
Yes.
I'm going to start with what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 44. Now, as long as you don't click that mouse, there should be a nice little arrow that comes up and you can point to it. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 44?
In the background is a green body bag, and the way that we sealed the body bag to preserve the body as evidence is we put this little blue tag through the eyelets of the zippers as they come together to demonstrate that the body was received, placed into that sealed body bag, and then received in the office with that seal intact at that time. Similarly, we also attached onto that area what will become the toe tag, the identifying marker for that particular body, that particular individual.
And if I zoom in on that, we're able to see that the name was Lassane Crooks, aka Tupac Shakur, date of death 9/13/96 at approximately 1600 or 4 p.m.
That's correct.
$45. What are we looking at, Doctor?
This is just opening up of the body bag, and then one of the first photos that was taken at the time that the body bag was opened, demonstrating the decedent and the condition that he was received in and the body bag.
And from reviewing the medical records that were part of the coroner's office file,
did it appear that Mr. Shakur had survived his wounds for some period of time?
Yes.
And a lot of what we see on these photographs are evidence of medical intervention?
That's correct.
046. This is a facial shot. I know there's a ruler in the way, but this is a facial shot of Mr. Shakur.
Oh, that's correct.
And then we're not going to display all of his tattoos, but there were photographs taken. This is 47 to identify his various tattoos.
Correct.
So you can see on his right stomach there that says thug. And then if we go to 48, on the other side, it says life. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now I want to get to his injuries. And I'm going to start with, well, I'll start with 49. What are we looking at here?
This is the right side of the body up by the chest area. You can see the right axilla or armpit in that region. And then you could see some of the sutures of what they call a thoracotomy incision, where they've cut into the side of the chest. And then just below that, this is an entrance gunshot wound.
And then just below that thoracotomy chest, there appears to be a stitched up area. I can move my mouse too, right there. What is that?
That's a sutured chest tube site.
So he had a tube there to help drain some of what was going on in his body.
Correct, and in the previous one that had all the medical intervention, you could see from the left side there was a similar chest tube on that left side.
From your review, were you able to determine sort of the path of this particular bullet?
Yes.
And what was that?
It entered here in the right lateral aspect of the chest, just below the axilla, the armpit, and then went across the right chest space, went across the right lung, and then ended up coming to rest in what we call the sternal notch. The sternal notch is a location just between where your collarbones kind of meet up towards the center of your chest. So just beneath that, the projectile was recovered.
The nature of that type of wound, what did it physically do to him, his ability to breathe and those types of things?
The injury to the lung would have collapsed the lung and also caused the lung to bleed. And so it was documented within the medical records that he had about 2 liters of blood in his chest cavity when they put in the chest tube to try to save him. And similarly, they ended up removing that lung to try to save him and kind of clamp off the bleeding. And then it already had multiple episodes of not becoming responsive, so he wasn't able to breathe. He was bleeding out in that area from that injury.
Additionally, I guess I should have asked this when I was back on some of the prior pictures. We're going to see a lot of pictures, or we have seen some pictures of Mr. Shakur while he's alive. We're going to see some video of him alive. He certainly looks a lot skinnier in those pictures than he does in these pictures. Is there a reason why he's so bloated in these photographs?
After they've been on the life support system, you end up not being able to circulate the fluid in the body that they're trying to give you, and so it kind of seeps into the tissues, and it makes your tissues look kind of bloated and literally bloated.
I'm going to move on to his next wound, State's Exhibit number 51. What are we looking at here?
This is the right lateral aspect of his body, so his right flank and his lateral aspect of his right thigh. And then his back side of his right hand is also within this picture.
The ruler, though, is identifying what?
The ruler is around the right lateral aspect of his thigh, so the right thigh on the lateral side.
And what is that?
And that's an entrance gunshot wound.
And can you tell me the path that bullet took?
Yes.
And go ahead.
That bullet entered in the lateral aspect of the right thigh and then went upwards into the abdomen and damaged his intestines. They ended up operating there and removed a portion of his intestines, and then during that surgery they recovered another projectile.
State's exhibit number 52, and you can see it in 51, but now the ruler is on, oops, try that again. Now the ruler is on that lower mark. Describe that for us.
This is like the lateral aspect of his body, or his right flank. And this wound does not penetrate into the body, but it kind of causes this deeper abrasion in this area. So this could be from like a spent projectile that might have hit something else and then hit his body, so it lost its momentum to be able to penetrate into his body further. So it kind of hit this area and created this wound on the side of his body.
Were there evidence within the medical records that Mr. Shakur had received bullet wounds sometime prior to the injuries that caused his death?
He had some scars in other areas of his body that were suggestive of that.
State's exhibit number 53. What are we looking at?
This is the back of his right hand, and on the ring finger he has an entrance gunshot wound. This path goes through the hand and goes through that finger and then fractures that bone right by the ring finger area.
And then 54, 054. What are we looking at?
This is the exit aspect of that wound that we saw the entrance to on the back of the hand, and it kind of exits out the underside and partly in the webbing between those fingers.
Now you mentioned that during the surgery, UMC would have recovered one bullet, and then autopsy, another bullet was recovered?
That's correct.
And so, as it relates to the autopsy, showing you State's exhibit number 55. What are we looking at here?
This is the projectile that was recovered during the autopsy. This was the one underneath the sternal notch to which I referred earlier.
And just so the jury understands these when they get the back room, that's the same bullet, it's just taken from the opposite side.
Yes, we take multiple angles of those projectiles, photos of multiple angles.
Your Honor, just for the record, what exhibit number is this one?
Mr. Distracto?
56.
Okay.
Now, Doctor, in addition to not only the photographs, were there other records identifying Mr. Shakur within the coroner's office records?
We have both some medical records and some photographs, as well as the autopsy report, the investigation report, and the toxicology report as well.
Did you also have an affidavit from Mr. Shakur's mother indicating that's her son and he's dead?
Yes.
And were there also postmortem fingerprints taken to confirm that information?
Yes.
After reviewing all of those records, do you have an opinion as to the cause of death of Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
And what is that?
He died of gunshot wounds of chest and abdomen.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
Homicide.
When a medical examiner uses the term homicide, what does that mean?
The simplest form is death at the hands of another.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sant.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Dr. Gavel, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Just a couple questions. Your testimony here today revolves really around your review of the record that was laid out 30 years ago.
Yes, that's correct.
And so, fair to say, of course, that keeping records would be very important in your line of work.
Yes.
In the event that in the future, something that you do while you're on vacation somewhere in the Bahamas could be testified to by another doctor.
That's correct.
Now, with regards to the records that you saw here, is it Dr.
Jordan.
Jordan. Was there anything missing in your review of those records in terms of record keeping or anything like that?
No, but we only took a few photos at the time of autopsy. At that time, they used Polaroids or they used film and cameras. And so we had few photos of the body itself. And so consequently, the crime scene analyst photos were helpful for being able to come to determination in addition to the reports.
Right, so the way we're able to explain it to the jury today is that you reviewed the record as well as any photographs that were taken at the time of the autopsy.
That's correct.
Okay. And once again, going back again to my original question though, is that, was there anything at all in review of Dr. Jordan's records or record keeping that would have indicated to you something that should have been done differently with regard to Dr. Jordan's work?
No, nothing that I could see in my review.
Okay, and fair enough to say though that you're not really there to critique his work as much as it is to relay what you read in the record to a jury like the people that we have here today.
That's fair.
And once again, a critical review of someone's record is a little bit different compared to just reading what was done and then relaying that to a jury.
Yes.
Okay. What is the difference?
I think the scrutiny that you can utilize in those kind of details may be something that becomes relevant for a particular case.
Right, so for instance, if there was some issue, some dispute over whether or not he was given adequate medical treatment, that would be something for another day, for another topic, and another type of review, right?
That would be for somebody that actually does treatment of bodies. I'm a forensic pathologist, so I'm a medical examiner, so I review people after they've died. So that would be treatment related to whomever does that type of treatment.
Now, would you have been able to do this type of review if Dr. Jordan had not kept an adequate record of his efforts?
It depends on what you have available for review.
Say, for instance, there's no record at all. He doesn't do a record, he does some work, but you don't have anything other than maybe the pictures in this case. Would that be enough of a review for you?
Photographs can be very helpful in terms of determining what happened to the body, and then in terms of where the locations of injuries are, based on my knowledge of anatomy in the body, I can definitely generate opinions based on that.
Sure, but with regards to, say, his work in general, outside of the fact that you could point out location of where there's entry and exit wounds, for instance, from a bullet, outside of that, would you be able to tell this jury exactly what Dr. Jordan had done with regards to his autopsy?
What he did for his exact procedures, no.
Okay. And in the event that you don't even have that, say for instance, you're coming in here today and the question is, well, did Tupac Shakur die of bullet wounds? Would that be something that you could just tell a jury like this without even looking at a record or photographs?
We would need some kind of record in order for me to be able to generate an opinion, or some kind of photographs for me to be able to generate an opinion.
And fair to say then, once again, that in your line of work, record keeping, record writing is critical to maintain the integrity of what you do as a coroner.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. DeGiacomo?
Man, Mr. Sam suggested, I just want to make it clear, you're not regurgitating Dr. Jordan's opinions. You formulated your own opinions as the cause and manner of death.
That is correct.
Thank you.
One final question based on Mr. DeGiacomo's. And fair to say though, in order for you to do that, you have to rely on Dr. Jordan's documentation of what he did.
I relied on his documentation as well as the other documentation that I talked about, which was medical records as well as photographs.
Thank you. No further questions, John.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We have one more that we're waiting for. May I have the parties approach? All right, Dr. Gavin, we have a few questions from our jurors. Were there any wounds to the head that you or Dr. Jordan observed or noted?
No, there were not.
And then, were all the bullets found of the same caliber?
I don't know what the caliber of the other bullet was, the one recovered at surgery.
Okay, state any follow-up based on those questions.
Do you even know what the caliber of the bullet was that was covered at autopsy?
No, I don't know this caliber.
Is that something that is not in your realm of determination?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Sam?
Doctor, I'm assuming you're probably going to say I don't know, but are you aware that if any Metropolitan Police officer or expert came forward to take a look at those fragments that we're looking at now, or any other fragments that were recovered from the body?
No, I don't know.
You don't know that?
I don't know whether or not somebody did that.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you for being with us, Dr. Gavin. You are excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next witness.
Judge, before we call the next witness, I have in my hand State's Proposed Exhibit number 59, which is a certified copy of Marion Show Knight's medical records from UMC that night.
Any objection to the admission of those records, Mr. Sam?
No, Your Honor.
All right, those will be admitted.
I apologize, I don't know his name, but he is the custodian of records for MGM surveillance.
Okay.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Michael Ingram, Michael Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Mr. Giacomo, whenever you're ready.
Sir, how are you employed?
I work as an investigator for MGM Resorts.
What area at MGM Resorts do you have a certain job responsibility?
I have responsibility over surveillance and security surveillance and investigations.
Were you requested to come here to authenticate some video that was collected well back in 1996 from the MGM?
Yes, I was.
And have you had a chance to see any of that surveillance?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did MGM keep a copy as well?
Yes, they have.
Okay, so you reviewed that?
Yes.
Judge, I have in my hand State's Proposed Exhibit number 115, which is that video I'd offer.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be admitted.
So I have 3 different camera views, three different files, I'll call it, that we're going to talk about. But back in 1996, can you describe the type of surveillance system we're looking at? Like, how is it, what medium was it originally recorded on?
At that time, it was recorded on VHS.
And did MGM reuse tapes every so often?
Yes.
And so when you reuse tape, did you lose quality each time you kind of reused it over and over again?
Yes, the quality deteriorated.
So unlike today that's digital, some of these views that we're going to watch, it's going to be pretty hard to facially identify anybody. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I want to start with, actually, I have this marked next to the order.
I need to switch it over.
I know, I just remember if it's at the top or the bottom. There's 2 blues. Oh, this one? She has to switch it over. There you go.
It doesn't work that way, later wired.
Alright. I'm going to show you the State's Proposed Exhibit number 144. You recognize what that is?
Yes, that's the MGM grant.
Is that currently the way the MGM grant looks?
The general layout of the the casino or the hotel, yes, it's the names have changed and stuff, but
Okay.
the property is the same.
So we don't know if this is from 1996 or if it's from 2002, 2010, when in the last 30 years, but generally the layout's been the same.
Correct.
Put this up, ladies and gentlemen, the jury.
Your Honor, if I could,
Oh, I moved to bit 144.
before we move to admit, can I just ask a couple more questions of this witness with regards to this particular?
You'd like to voir dire on this issue? You may.
Sir, with regards to the photograph that's been marked as proposed State Exhibit 144, can you tell me if you can read the locations that are on that particular map?
I can read most of them. There's one that's a little fuzzy to me.
Sure. And in terms of your review of the surveillance video from the MGM, fair to say that what we're about to see would indicate where the camera location was, including the name of the area that would correlate with what you have out there on the map?
As a general rule, yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll have no further questions.
Any objection then to
No
the
objection.
admission of it?
No.
It'll be admitted. State, you may proceed.
There's actually two areas on this I want to talk to you about before we show the video. Maybe more than that. Generally speaking, events like the Tyson-Selden fight, where would that have occurred at?
The MGM Grand Garden, which is located at the top of the screen.
Up here, okay. We have an elevator view that we're going to see. Where is that located on this?
There's, in the middle of the screen, there's 3 small boxes. Those,
right here?
Yes, those are the elevator core for the MGM Grand.
And then if there's a camera that's going to say food court, that's kind of that's looking down a long hallway. Which hallway are we looking at?
The white box, yeah, you're going to be following that basically to the Grand Garden Arena.
So when you come out of this box, you can either come down here or across the casino, essentially.
Correct.
So now I'm going to start with, if we can go back to me. I'll pause it here for just a second. This says food court promenade. So I'm just going to hold it up for the jury. Do you know anywhere where we are along this white corridor? Or could it be anywhere on that white corridor?
Specifically, I couldn't tell you exactly where along that corridor you are, but you're along that corridor.
Okay. And I'm going to stop it. Oh, maybe a little farther. This person right here, we're going to see in some of our other videos, wearing a Dan Marino Miami Dolphins jersey. You probably know that, but for ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's the person that we're trying to follow. Is that accurate? Or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. Now we have another camera view of this long hallway. From this, can you tell generally where in that hallway it is, or once again, we're just somewhere on that white hallway?
Somewhere along that white hallway.
And, well, he just flashed.
That.
So let me stop it here. On these VHS tapes, cameras would flash between different hallways.
That technology was in effect during that time frame.
Called multiplex back in those days.
Correct.
So sometimes we jump from camera view to camera view, trying to capture what we're trying to capture.
Correct.
We can see the 13 on this jersey right here, with the gentleman walking behind him. Now I'm going to take you to 115B. I don't know why it did that. All right, we're going to use a different program so we don't watch it sideways. And I'll turn my volume off because there's no volume. Now this is that elevator core that we saw. Please switch over to me for a second.
Over to you? You mean the dot cam?
Yeah. So as opposed to those other views that were somewhere in here, now we're down in the middle of these four and there's a tree in the middle of these four.
Correct.
Is that tree still there?
No.
And unlike the other camera, this one is a movable camera that goes back and forth.
Correct.
Go back to you.
Yeah. So this one starts at 2043 or so, and I'm going to jump forward to about 2047. This is just people walking through that elevator area, correct?
Correct.
Close enough. We'll start at 2046-33. Stop it just here for a second to orient everybody. So the camera, is it being operated manually by a cameraman so he can stop it on something that he's looking at?
He can stop it at a location, but that movement that you saw was just the camera in rotation, just scanning the area.
But if it now stops and focuses on someone, there's someone in the control room that is able to stop and go, hey, something's going on. And
Yes.
okay. The gentleman in white shirts, are they security guards, and the gentleman in tan shirts, Metro Police?
Yes, sir.
Pause it there for just a second. Once again, it appears that the victim of the beating was wearing that 13 merino shirt.
Yes, sir.
final view, this may seem somewhat obvious, but I'm gonna give you this when you watch the cameras. After we're done, I'm gonna ask you generally where those people that we see leaving the area of the elevator after the fight, where they go. So this is 115C. So is that the main casino floor outside the elevators?
Correct.
Doors that they appear to be exiting, can you generally tell me where that leads out to?
The lion entrance? Right.
Is that anywhere near the ballet?
That's the, I'm sorry, I was confused. Out to the hotel registration area and then out to the Porta Cachere.
And do you know whether or not back in '96 there was a ballet there or not?
Yeah, no, I don't know if there was an exact ballet or what it was called at the time.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
Mr. Sim, cross-examination.
Thank you, Honor. Sir, you are an investigator with the MGM, correct?
MGM Resorts, the whole company.
So it would be MGM as well as the other properties that are on the ship?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm assuming you're more than just yourself doing the investigations?
Correct.
Okay. May I have that document? May I approach on?
Yeah.
I'm going to publish this again for the jury. State's Exhibit number 44. All right. A couple questions. As the investigator, or a investigator, how long have you been doing that line of work for?
14 years.
Did you have any previous law enforcement experience before you became an investigator for MGM?
No.
And then with regards to your training as an investigator for the MGM, are you trained in how to do an investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be something that would be not necessarily law enforcement, but it would just be to protect the properties that MGM owns.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with regards to the training that you have, is one of the things that you do in terms of training, learning how to write proper reports?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us why that's important?
Documentation for future reference. You're time stamping an event in that moment that you are investigating it.
And fair to say that with regards to report writing, it helps you later refresh your recollection if you're ever unlucky enough to be sitting in this chair facing towards these people, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In this case, you were asked to retrieve this video that was what we've all seen right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to write a report for that?
No.
No, you had shared with us earlier that you had reviewed the videos. Anything about the review of the videos that would have required you to put it into a report?
No.
Okay. And you were going to, I must have cut you off. You were going to say something. Did you want to finish?
I did not, like you said that I provided this video.
Yes.
I did not provide this video.
Okay, so, and once again, we want to make sure that we're accurate, right? So what is your role in this whole thing and what you did here?
The video that we all reviewed, to be able to say that it's MGM Grand's video, that's MGM Grand's location, and whatever you guys want to talk about inside of the video.
Right. So in terms of you verifying it, was it just you looking at the video and saying, yes, that's the casino floor of the MGM?
Yes.
In terms of the date and time, for instance, you're just relying on what's date stamped and timed on the actual video that you watched, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have any other way of verifying any of the time and date in this case outside of what's time stamped on the video, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's not a trick question. I just want to make sure we're clear. Yeah, you're good. But in terms of the case itself, was there an internal number that was assigned by the MGM property specifically as to this event in September of 2000 or 1996?
I don't know that answer.
So when you were asked to review the videos, do you know if there were any reports that were written by MGM Security or MGM investigators like yourself on September 7th, 1996 with regard to this event?
I don't know that answer.
Now, in addition to that, you were asked to look through the video. Were you ever asked to locate anyone based upon the video that you saw in this case?
No.
All right. And the way the surveillance worked back then, right? I'm assuming you weren't, that was 14 years ago, so that would have been, you were there in 2012.
Technically, I got hired in 2010.
2010, all right. So this is another, take a step back, another 14 years prior to you working there. We heard testimony that the recording system was all VHS based.
Yes.
If you could describe for the jury, right? So you have a control room, I'm assuming, with all these monitors that are on there.
Yes, sir.
And there's multiple people that are probably looking at different quadrants or areas of the casino.
They're looking at different monitors, yes, sir.
Okay, and some of them are concerned with, like, say, cheating on the tables and that kind of thing, right?
That is a different team altogether.
I see.
You have your security team and you have your gaming surveillance team.
I see. So as a security team, you're just tasked with safety on the premises.
Correct.
Okay. And so in this case, when those cameras are going around, they're going around automatically until such time as somebody in the control room looks and says, oh, there's something going on right here, and then manually focuses the camera over there.
Some of the cameras, yes.
Okay. And even if the person in the room is not seeing it, sometimes they'll get a call from security saying, hey, we've got a situation over by the elevator banks, and then that would draw someone's attention to that monitor and move the camera over to that area.
Yes, sir.
Now, is the person that's operating the camera at that point in direct contact with the security team that is down below, like in this case, in the elevator area?
Yes, sir.
So they would be communicating back and forth about whatever it is that would be going on that would be helpful for everybody to know?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you have obviously a lot of people on the property.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you're too young for this, but I mean, this was fight night, right? Mike Tyson against Bruce Seldon.
Yes, sir.
Is that typical? Like, is that a typical amount of people on the MGM property?
In my experience, yes, that's a typical of fight night that you would have.
Right. So nowadays it's UFC or some type of championship thing with somebody, I don't know. But once again, championship level sort of thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Not an everyday.
Not an everyday thing.
All right. And obviously there's a ton of people that are there. We see at some point the group that attacked the individual run.
Yes,
and
sir.
they run out of the area. And I want to make sure the jury understands. So going back here again here to State's Exhibit number 144, the area where the attack happens is right here. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this is right next to it. It just says elevator core, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we talked a little bit about where they exited, and you had mentioned somewhere, but I just want to make sure I'm clear as to where that would have been. Can you tell the jury where they exited?
From what I observed, it.
Sir, just to let you know, you could actually take that mouse that's right there and just move it around.
Can't when he's on the dock cam.
They
Right,
changed
Donna
it.
pointed out.
Usually they can, but
All right. Just go ahead and just describe it, and I'll just point it out.
He appears to have traveled initially after the altercation. He appears to travel north up into the casino area, around that area, and then from the description, it looks like he comes back south and then turns to the
Approach that screen and point.
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, please. Could you just?
Just talk louder while you're over there.
yeah, you can get up and just point it out on that big screen if you want.
Sorry about that. I should have done that.
The altercation occurs in the elevator core. It appears that he travels up through this location on the casino floor, and then turns here and then comes back down. And it appears that he goes. I would have to watch it again. I'm a little confused on the exact route. There's only two routes. You either went out the Port of Ricochet or went out the Lion entrance, but I'd have to watch it one more time to be able to confirm it.
If we could ask the state to be so kind as to replay that particular video back for the witness.
She needs to put it back on me.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And once again, this would be 115C as in Charlie. Did that help?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Let's show this to the jury then. Put this back up if you want to go on.
Yes, sir.
The banner away from me for a second. Showing you again States Exhibit 44. Can you explain to the jury the path that was taken?
Initially, it starts in the elevator core. They exit the elevator core. They enter the casino floor. They come down. They pass the cage. They pass the Emerald City, and then they're out the line entrance.
All right, and for the record, the line entrance is on the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, with regards to how we're able to determine this, obviously it's, we're looking at this particular map here, and there's names of certain parts on here. Did that help you in terms of seeing where the camera locations were?
Yes.
As well as just looking and seeing that there was a casino cage and there was, you know, you were able to determine just based upon that where everything was?
Correct.
Okay. Now, looking at the map again as well, can you point out for us the number of cafes that's located on the property? Would reading the actual thing help you? 'Cause the resolution-
Yes, I think it would have. You want the number of cafes, sir?
Yeah, just tell me how many cafes are on the map.
One, two, three. Three?
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry, I may approach.
Oh, of course. You may move freely.
Thank you. Showing you again for the jury 144. If you can just get up and point to the map in terms of where the cafes are on property in 1996 for us, please.
You have the Coyote Cafe, the studio, I'm not sure, the coffee shop, and I believe this is also a gourmet coffee stand.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, in terms of the number of people moving through the casino, obviously very excited in terms of who they think is going through the casino. Would that have been something that would have been unnoticed by anyone?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Seems like a weird question, right? But the idea behind it is that there are so many people moving through that casino. Is MGM built in such a way where you wouldn't notice that, the noise or the bustle or anything like that?
Yes.
It is
You
built that
wouldn't-
way?
No, you wouldn't notice it.
And in terms of the number of people that are going through there at that particular time, you have camera angles, right? And they're showing us where these people are going, right?
Yes.
So outside of the casino, going back down here to the bottom of 144, were there any camera angles out here in the line entrance to help us see where the individuals left and what direction they went to?
Not that I'm aware of.
And fair enough that there is actually cameras that are outside the property as well to protect the MGM property, right?
Generally, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was at this time.
Sure, and I'm not trying to pin you down, but the idea behind it would be, even now, for instance, there would be surveillance cameras to help protect the property.
Correct.
Now, directing your attention over here to, you had mentioned this before, what is this called here? I don't.
The Porta Cashier?
Okay, what is that?
It's a drop-off, pickup, a taxi line, limo service. It's basically everything for the guests arriving to the property.
Arrive and leaving at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And fair enough, once again, there should have been or would have been cameras as far as you would believe, in the hotel registration area as well as this Porter, sure.
Porter, yes, sir.
Thank you, sure. There would have been cameras there, at least now there are.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you know what MGM's policy is with regards to events that occur on property where police officers request video surveillance to be captured?
Yes, I know the policy.
Okay, what is the policy?
The policy when police request video is they submit a, what we call an admin subpoena, with the date, time, and kind of information that they're requesting. And then a member of either security surveillance or gaming surveillance will put that video onto a portable drive of some sort and provide it to the police.
Right. And with regards to that video surveillance, is it the entire property?
No.
Okay. What typically is requested of the police officers, and what's typically protected or is saved by MGM?
Situations dictate, but whatever they're initially requesting, if they're looking for a physical altercation, that's what they're going to get, is the physical altercation. We don't provide, a 24-hour movement of the persons. It depends on what they're requesting.
Right. So in this particular regard, you have an individual dressed in a Dan Marino jersey that at some point leaves the elevator area. Recall that?
Yes.
Now, do you know if there was ever a request to follow that individual through the casino and maybe off the casino premises just because he had been involved in an altercation with some other people?
I'm not aware of any request.
You don't have no further questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Redirect, Mr. Duffel.
Just briefly. You mentioned one, you didn't know if this was 1996 or not, correct?
Correct.
You also said you weren't sure whether or not there was a report written by security.
Correct.
Let me show you. Does that document generally look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that indicates the accuracy of the times on the, generally speaking, on the video that we have.
Yes, sir.
And I want to read that description to yourself. And there's more, but
yes, sir.
Based upon reading that, are you comfortable that the Coyote Cafe was present in 1996?
Yes.
And the report, does it indicate that Orlando Anderson was trying to, this person in the 13 was attempting to push past security into this cafe when he was attacked?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Any recross based on that, Mr. Sandwich?
And I'm sorry, sir, I forgot your last name.
Ingram.
Ingram. Mr. Ingram, the report that you just read, did you author that report?
No.
Now, in terms of the report, fair to say the report is basically reflecting what's found on the videos that's been provided by the state.
I'm sorry, I lost track. What?
The videos that we watched earlier, is that what's in the report?
Yes.
So in essence, the jury can see the report for them, or see the videos for themselves to determine what was happening in terms of actions and what people were doing, right?
I don't know if that's completely accurate. There are things that are in report that are written by like eyewitness that you can't see on video.
Sure. Now, the report itself, do you know who wrote it?
I do not.
Do you know if that person had the same training and experience that you have here today talking to this jury?
I do not.
And in terms of the report itself, is it a standard report that would have been drafted back in those days?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there would have been somebody who would have supervised that report, I would assume, and reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who it is in this document?
Who the supervisor?
The supervisor is.
I don't know who the manager at the time was. No.
All right. Once again, not you. You were 12, right? Okay.
Young, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just briefly. Mr. Sam said that only what was seen on the video is in this report, but there's actually a description of what Mr. what the person in number 13 was doing before we could see it in video, if you read the first.
Yes, he. Yes, sir.
This is a document that appears to be authored by somebody who was present and confronting Mr. Anderson from security as he was trying to get into the Coyote Cafe when he was attacked, and then we see on video kind of the remnants of that attack, but not the beginning of it, correct?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm just going to object to that question.
Well, he opened the door with that question by
Leading?
saying,
What's your response on leading?
oh, as the leading? Oh, okay. Read the first 4 lines of the report. I'll rephrase my
Okay,
question.
so it's sustained, you may rephrase.
Read the beginning of the report.
On Sunday, August 7th, 1996, at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past the officers.
Your Honor, at this particular point, I'm going to object as this is hearsay, and there's no exception to this particular statement being brought in.
Okay, your response on that one?
2 things. 1, he opened the door by claiming this report only says it's that. 2, it's a report generated at the time by the person who witnessed it, and it is a record of the MGM, from MGM in 1996, all of which would qualify for admissibility.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. All right, overruled, this the statement is not being offered for its truth. Instead, it's being offered to rebut the idea that the only thing that the report contains is viewable on the video. And the jury is to consider it for such.
If you could just, I guess, start over. Start at the beginning there and stop at the point you get to this person in the jersey getting attacked.
On Sunday, August 7th of 1996, at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past the officers. I can't read the first name, Muniz Roberts, at the North Key checkpoint by Coyote Cafe. The unidentified BMA was questioned by myself and Officer. Your screen went black.
Oh, sorry. I love technology.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, maybe approach again while Mr. Giacomo is working on technology.
With Mr. Claw? Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead, I think you were at officers whose name you couldn't quite figure out.
The unidentified BNL was questioned by myself and Officer Gamba on the side of Coyote Cafe. The BMA was very uncooperative on answering our questions. While questioning the BMA, he continually kept looking over his shoulder towards the North Key checkpoint. It was seconds thereafter when I noticed a large group of BMAs force their way through the North Key checkpoint. The large group of BMAs, approximately 20, were running right in our directions. As they got close to, close to the BMA that was being questioned, started to run south towards the elevator core. Around 5 or 6 BMAs from the group caught up with the single BMA, grabbed him, punched him, and knocked him to the.
That's probably far enough.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I have no more questions.
Okay, Mr. Sam, anything else based on that? I guess that'd be recross.
No, Your Honor, but with regards to my discussions with the state, I'm going to move for the admission of that particular page that was read into the record.
Any objection by the state?
I don't. There's a second page. You want to read it all first and then make a decision as the first page or both pages?
Is it bad, the second page?
At least page 1 will be admitted. Page 2 is still up in the air. But would that be next in line for the state, or do you want it as defense exhibit, Mr. Sampson?
This will be defense exhibit B, Your Honor.
Okay, so that'll be admitted as defense exhibit B. We'll hold tight to see if you want 1 or 2 pages. How many pages?
Potentially 2, but right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let my clerk know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So nothing further?
Nothing further there.
Any questions from the jury for Mr. Ingram? We do have at least 1. Okay, can I have the parties approach? All right, a question from one of our jurors. Do you know where the person or officer who wrote the report at MGM from the security team witnessed the person in the jersey by Coyote Cafe?
Can you restate that for me one more time?
I can try, or I can read it again.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is the officer or person who wrote the report at MGM from the security team witnessing the person in the jersey by Coyote Cafe?
Oh, on the map, it's located, the entrance, the specific entrance, whether it's,
You think maybe you should stand up and do it on the big ones?
Yes,
so we can
ma'am.
understand that.
So from what I could read, the entrance into the cafe is located here. Into the Coyote Cafe, so this would be where the initial stop and talk by the security personnel would have occurred at.
And do you know where the person who wrote the report was seeing that person in the jersey from?
From that specific location, so he or she, I'm not sure the exact person, but the security describes that they're at the position and someone tries to push past, in which case they approach and stop and talk at the entrance of the cafe itself.
Okay, and then as to the second part of that question, I'm not going to ask because that's not something that he would know why that decision was made. State, did you want any follow-up based on that question?
You didn't recognize the name of the author of that particular report, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea what happened to that person in the last 30 years in their lives, whether they're alive, dead, locatable, anything like that?
No knowledge.
Thank you.
Mr. Sam?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple more quick ones. So I want to be sure I'm clear. Did the MGM during that time period have those booths set up where you couldn't go to the elevators unless you had a room key or something? Is that what we're talking about in terms of a checkpoint?
The checkpoint is, it's not a physical location as much as it's a security position where they would check room keys to get into an area.
So if the report is saying someone was trying to push through, they're trying to go past that area into the elevator area? I mean, where are they going?
That's the direction that he travels. The security report states he tries to get into the cafe, and then when he's approached by the large group of males, he runs towards that checkpoint. So he's trying to get out or through the elevator core down into or wherever he decides he's trying to go. But that's the checkpoint. That little looks like a telephone next. Correct. That's where he's trying to get.
All right, so, but the report's kind of weird, right? Because it's not saying that he's trying to go into the Coyote Cafe, he's actually trying to go through a checkpoint or an area. I think that's what you read, right?
I would have to reread it again, but I believe he tried to get into Coyote Cafe first.
Okay, so he's going, there's a ton of people, they're all leaving the fight, and for some reason, him going into the Coyote Cafe causes security to go after him?
If it's closed or if it's blocked for a private party, I'm not exactly sure, honestly, why they would do it.
I see. So, I mean, but outside of that, your idea as to why the Coyote Cafe would not be open to this particular individual in the Merino jersey would have been because it's closed for a private function or closed completely?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, John.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ingram, you are excused at this time.
Sorry, Judge, can I have one follow-up to that?
Oh, okay.
Or the cafe's overcrowded and they're stopping people from going in.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, now you're free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute restroom break. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 11:15. Please rise for the jury.
the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Definitely a lot to unpack here, and it isn't even 11:30, Kyle.
Oh, good call. It feels like 2 p.m. already.
Right?
There was a
know.
lot there, videos and some gruesome photos of the rap legend Tupac Shakur. We have a lot to cover in the next 10 minutes before court resumes from recess, and we'll see you after this break.
Welcome back here. Day 2 of the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Duane Keffe D. Davis, of course, accused of orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur. So we had 2 witnesses so far today, Kyle. One, the medical examiner talking about his injuries, Tupac Shakur's injuries, his cause of death. Then we had a former security member at MGM referring to the fight between Orlando Anderson and Tupac Shakur ahead of that shooting.
Right. And we began the day the way we ended it, with that very hard to listen to taped testimony or taped interview with that Keffe D. Duane Davis did with the police way back when Biggie Smalls was killed.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, I think in the comments after court yesterday, defense attorney Michael Samt even admitted that that was a boring way to end the day. Well, it was a boring way to start the day. And then after that, we saw those two. And a very dramatic testimony. Our Vanessa Murphy is inside the courtroom, and she reported that Tupac Shakur's family that's in attendance in the courtroom in the gallery, in the very full invitation-only lottery gallery in the courtroom, walked out.
Yes.
And then that testimony ensued. The jury saw some gruesome photos of Shakur's corpse and some of the bullet holes and wounds. And the medical examiner went into great detail explaining how some of those wounds affected Tupac's dying that night in 1996 here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, so they also talked about the medical intervention because, of course, as we've reported, he died several days later after, I believe, a couple surgeries. They discussed that, talking about how his actual cause of death, though, bullets to the chest and the abdomen. Like you said, it was very graphic. They talked about different tubes that were coming out of his body. We, of course, did not see those photos. Yes, but she went into great detail about that, saying that the manner of death was homicide, which is what we also knew as well.
Right. And they talked about how there were scars on Tupac Shakur's body that were indicative of previous gunshot wounds, which I think is well known at this point, that he had been shot previously. But I think you'll all want to hear what the medical examiner had to say in great detail this morning in day 2 of the Tupac Shakur murder trial.
Did it appear that Mr. Shakur had survived his wounds for some period of time?
Yes.
And a lot of what we see on these photographs are evidence of medical intervention.
That's correct.
So now I want to get to his injuries, and I'm going to start with, I'll start with 49. What are we looking at here?
This is the right side of the body up by the chest area. You can see the right axilla or armpit in that region. And then you could see some of the sutures of what they call a thoracotomy incision, where they've cut into the side of the chest. And then just below that, this is an entrance gunshot wound.
And then just below that thoracotomy chest, there appears to be a stitched up area. I can move my mouse too, right there. What is that?
That's a sutured chest tube site.
So he had a tube there to help drain some of what was going on in his body.
Correct. And in the previous one that had all the medical intervention, you could see from the left side, there was a similar chest tube on that left side.
From your review, were you able to determine sort of the path of this particular bullet?
Yes.
And what was that?
It entered here in the right lateral aspect of the chest, just below the axilla, the armpit, and then went across the right chest space, went across the right lung, and then ended up coming to rest in what we call the sternal notch. The sternal notch is a location just between where your collarbones kind of meet up towards the center of your chest. So just beneath that, the projectile was recovered.
The nature of that type of wound, what did it physically do to him, his ability to breathe and those types of things?
So the injury to the lung would have collapsed the lung and also caused the lung to bleed. And so it was documented within the medical records that he had about 2 liters of blood in his chest cavity when they put in the chest tube to try to save him. And similarly, they ended up removing that lung to try to save him and kind of clamp off the bleeding. And then it already had multiple episodes of not becoming responsive, so he wasn't able to breathe. He was bleeding out in that area from that injury.
We're going to see a lot of pictures, or we have seen some pictures of Mr. Shakur while he's alive. We're going to see some video of him alive. He certainly looks a lot skinnier in those pictures than he does in these pictures. Is there a reason why he's so bloated in these photographs?
After they've been on the life support system, you end up not being able to circulate the fluid in the body that they're trying to give you, and so it kind of seeps into the tissues, and it makes your tissues look kind of bloated and literally bloated.
She was saying there they removed his lung in order to try to save him. There was so much blood in his chest cavity that they were trying to drain out. Some very graphic gruesome details there.
And it went on for a while.
It
That was a
did.
nice long clip, but that still went on for a good amount of time. And that's where it happened. We heard testimony yesterday about those bullet holes on the right side of the car. Keffe D, Duane Davis, accused of basically providing the weapon to whoever the gunman was. And inside that testimony, the lengthy testimony of the medical examiner, we heard the gory details, so to speak, of what happened to Tupac that night and the aftermath. And there he is in the last photo taken of him with Suge Knight, the founder of Death Row Records, driving. But one of the things that the defense attorney, Michael Sanft, is sort of harping on, it seems, is this was 30 years ago. How are your records? This woman obviously did not do the autopsy. She's reviewed the report. And the prosecution was able to get her in to testify. Perhaps the other medical examiner, for whatever reason, is retired or not, otherwise not available. And this is how they went in. They went about it by the current medical examiner reviewing the records from 30 years ago. And so that is what a defense attorney will make hay of, and that's exactly what happened today when the defense attorney that got his chance to cross-examine the medical examiner.
Now, would you have been able to do this type of review if Dr. Jordan had not kept an adequate record of his efforts?
It depends on what you have available for review.
Say, for instance, there's no record at all. He doesn't do a record, he does some work, but you don't have anything other than maybe the pictures in this case. Would that be enough of a review for you?
Photographs can be very helpful in terms of determining what happened to the body, and then in terms of where the locations of injuries are, based on my knowledge of anatomy in the body, I can definitely generate opinions based on that.
Sure, but with regards to, say, his work in general, outside of the fact that you could point out location of where there's entry and exit wounds, for instance, from a bullet, outside of that, would you be able to tell this jury exactly what Dr. Jordan had done with regards to his autopsy?
What he did for his exact procedures, no.
Okay. And in the event that you don't even have that, say, for instance, you're coming in here today, and the question is, well, did the Tupac Shakur die of bullet wounds? Would that be something that you could just tell a jury like this without even looking at a record or photographs?
We would need some kind of record in order for me to be able to generate an opinion, or some kind of photographs for me to be able to generate an opinion.
And fair to say then, once again, that in your line of work, record keeping, record writing is critical to maintain the integrity of what you do as a coroner.
Yes.
So is it real or is it Memorex defense? Yes, you have photos. Yes, you can say what you saw in those photos and make some determinations, but you weren't there, and you can't necessarily say that. And one is better than the other, I think is his argument there. The jury is apparently back in the courtroom. Judge Carly Kearney presiding, standing as she watches them take their seats. There are 16 of them, 6 men and 10 women, 12 of whom will deliberate, 4 will be alternates. And we are, I would say, probably ready to hear our 8th witness in day 2 of testimony in the trial of Tupac Shakur's murder.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. And sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Kenneth Rios, Kenneth Rios.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I was employed as I retired as a Las Vegas sergeant for Las Vegas Metro Police.
And how long were you with Metro?
28 years.
And when did you start?
April 17th, 1990.
You direct your attention to September 7th of 1996 at about 9 p.m.-ish in that area. Where were you working?
I was working as uniform patrol at the MGM Hotel.
at that time, did you learn of a situation that occurred in the elevator section of the MGM?
Yes, I did.
And did you respond over to that location?
Yes, I did.
And did you have contact with an individual wearing a Dan Marino number 13 jersey?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to play a little video for you. Can we go back, Tommy? And this is 115B. And, I got to play it with the other program. I don't know why. I'm going to back up just a little bit here. When you come in. Start it right about here. You let us know when you see yourself.
I see myself.
All right. And which of the three officers we have on scene there are you?
One with the dark hair. My back, well, it was dark back then. My back is towards the camera facing the gentleman that has the Merino jersey on.
Eventually, if we watch this video, you have a conversation with this individual, correct?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, did you ask him to identify himself?
Yes, I did.
How did he identify himself?
He identified himself through a California driver's license, which security had in their possession and gave to me.
Back then, this is just a fight call and he's the victim, correct?
We thought he was a victim, yes.
And so, did you talk to him about whether or not he wished to press charges or be involved? Describe that for us.
Yes, I asked him first if he needed medical assistance and he refused. He said he was fine. I then asked him what happened and he told me basically that a couple of guys that he didn't know jumped him. And once again, I asked him if he needed medical. He said no. I asked if he wanted to file a report and he said no.
At that point, was he released and free to go on his way?
Yes, he was.
Later on that evening, did you learn about a shooting involving Tupac Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then were you asked to then draft a report as to what your interaction was with Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, what name did you remember for Mr. Anderson?
It was Orlando. I remember his first name.
Is it anything unusual that when a victim gets attacked and doesn't want to press charges or write a report, for you not to have written a report that night?
No, it's not. Basically, if you don't have a victim, you don't have a crime, as we put it, which isn't necessarily true. You always have a crime. But if you don't have a victim, the chances of prosecution, you won't get any information, and so we don't take a report if the victim refuses.
It's only afterwards, the incident that occurs a couple hours later, you then go back from memory and write down what you recall from this incident.
Yes, I did.
And you were able to remember his first name as Orlando.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Cross, Mr. Sift.
Mr. Rios.
Yes, sir.
Did you review anything in your preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, I did.
What did you review?
I reviewed my officer's report. I reviewed my memory. I reviewed also the last statement that I gave, I believe, was to the grand jury a few years ago.
Okay. And I would assume that prior to your testimony at the grand jury, you reviewed your officer's report back then even?
Yes, yes I did.
Prior to testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Make sure we're clear here. You wrote that report, that's in the normal course of your duties as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
No exception to in terms of you conducting your business as a police officer that you don't ever write a report?
No, there's some instances where I may not write a report.
Sure, can you tell us what those instances are?
Not offhand, because it's been so long. There's just, you don't write a report for everything that you do. Everything's recorded in some way through the computer or through dispatch, I'm sure. But to sit down and write a formalized report on all my actions, no.
So in terms of all your actions, are you saying, like, for instance, if you get up out of your cubicle and you go into your sergeant's office to talk about fantasy football, oh, no, that wouldn't have been back then, talk about the game between the Bears and the, Chargers, we're not talking about that kind of documentation, right?
Right, I would never talk about the Bears, but yes.
Okay. And there we go. And in terms of the way, though, you would handle, like, for instance, if you're doing an investigation, or in this case, you're part of an incident that occurs, a report would be drafted for something like this.
Yes and no. It would just depend. It would depend, it would depend on some factors. In this case, there was no victim. He refused any kind of help. But it was worth noting because of his involvement.
Yeah, and so the state had asked you a question specifically as to when you wrote your report. You wrote it after you got off of this particular shift. Is that when you wrote your report?
I don't recall when I wrote it, but I'm sure that my officer's report would reflect that time. But I know I didn't write it immediately after.
All right, and in terms of your knowledge that Tupac Shakur had just been shot, your testimony to the jury is that you had understood at that point that potentially a person by the name of Orlando may have been something to do with that particular case.
I don't recall if that was the reason why I wrote the report, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, because I'm a little curious. Like, how do you, there's a shooting of Tupac Shakur. How do you, is it because you heard that there's a shooting up at Tupac Shakur that you go, wait a minute, there was an incident that occurred with Tupac on property? Is that how we get to this point?
Back then, I don't recall if that was the process that I went through to make the report. I don't believe so. I believe that there was some other officers that probably told me and suggested that I write a report because of his possible involvement.
Right. So news goes out throughout the valley, Tupac has been shot, and then you're advised, hey, there was something happening with Tupac, just capture whatever it is that you remember, right?
I don't recall that happening that way, but for most intents purposes.
Right. Now, in terms of your report and you writing it, you're still on property when you hear that this incident had occurred with Tupac Shakur.
I don't recall where I was at the time.
Okay. Would you have ever called back to the MG and say, hey, capture more video of this particular incident and the guy with the Merino jersey, the night of the shooting, to help them with whatever investigation could be out there? Did you do that?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you know of anyone else among the 3 officers that were there, or any other officers would have done something like that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Maybe they're all Bears fans, and that's the reason why they didn't do that.
It could be.
Yep. Let me ask you this, though. In terms of your this particular night, extra officers show up as overtime. They work overtime. Is that what this is?
Yes, sir.
All right. And they're doing it for a special event, right?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, this special event was the Tyson fight.
Yes, sir.
All right. In terms of the amount of people in Las Vegas, I would imagine there would have been a lot.
A lot of people?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
We see video showing, obviously, a lot of people at the MGM.
Yes, sir.
And would it just be the MGM where the fight was taking place, or would that be throughout the Strip?
No, there'd be officers on other properties.
Yeah. And once again, these officers are on there because of the anticipated flow of people coming into Las Vegas for this special event.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We have at least one. Can I have the parties All right, a question from one of our jurors. After an incident like that, is it customary to not follow the people who did the assault? Is it common for everyone to stay with who you thought was the victim?
My position at that time, yes, it would be to stay with the victim because we had already radioed 2 other officers that were on scene.
Okay.
And as well as the MGM security had radioed to their officers up front. So it would have been my responsibility to stay with the victim to make sure that he wasn't in dire need of medical assistance or still wanted to file a report.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Mr. Sanft?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. With that, you are free to go, Mr. Rios.
Thank you.
All right. State, who's your next witness?
William Hedemeyer?
William Hedemeyer.
William.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. May I have a seat?
Thank you.
And sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
It's William Heidmeyer, William William, and Heidmeyer, Heidmeyer.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, state, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, back in 1996, were you working here in Las Vegas?
Yes, I was a security officer at the Maxim Hotel and Casino.
And the Maxim these days is now the Westin on the corner of Koval and Flamingo?
Correct.
And it's on the northwest corner?
Yes, northwest corner.
Actually, sometime prior to 11:17 p.m., were you engaged in an investigation with some Metro officers?
Yes, I had 2 Metro officers with me, and we were looking for stolen vehicles. There were 5 or 6 Dodge Caravans that were stolen out of our parking garage that night.
And where were you located when something unusual did happen?
Well, I was on the ramp of the 3rd floor of the parking garage on the southeast side of the property.
And while you were there, describe what you hear.
Well, the 2 officers, another security officer and I were standing around one Dodge Caravan, and we just suddenly heard a lot of gunfire. And we ran to the barrier wall that was overlooking Koval Boulevard, not Koval, Flamingo Boulevard, and that's when I witnessed what I saw.
So you hear a bunch of shots. Do you have any idea how many you heard?
It sounded like a lot.
1 volley, 2 volleys?
3 volleys.
3 volleys.
Yes.
You heard. And when you say a lot, I mean, to some people, can you put any sort of number on it?
I had 3 to 4, maybe even 5 each volley. It was a series of pops.
Somewhere between 9 and 15 shots in a series.
Something like that.
You said after the shots fired, you guys ran to the retaining wall.
Yes.
I assume you ducked for cover at first.
No, because I was armed, so I was leaning over the retaining wall to see what I could see.
And when you look over the wall, what do you see?
I see a line of vehicles in the left straight lane on Flamingo heading east, and there's several vehicles. There was a white Dodge Stratus at the front, a black BMW behind it, another dark car, and I believe another car, and then there was a white Chevy Suburban behind that, and several more cars.
Do you see anybody outside of those vehicles?
Yeah, there were a number of people standing outside of the vehicles in the traffic lanes.
And do you see any of them armed?
One gentleman was armed, one black male adult, very young, well-dressed. He was wearing a very bright white 3/4 sleeve shirt, black pants, and a black dress vest.
And at the time that you see him, Is he firing his weapon?
No, he's not, but he does have the weapon in his hand. It was an automatic weapon, automatic pistol.
Semi-automatic pistol?
Yes.
And is he holding it down? Is he pointing it in a direction?
He wasn't pointing it in any direction. It was kind of just off to his side.
What do you see this caravan of cars do?
Well, I looked back because the Metro officers jumped in their cars to pursue. And then when I turned around, everyone was back in their cars again. And they made a U-turn heading west on Flamingo towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
All of the cars in the caravan?
Yes.
And so you see them make a U-turn at Koval and head back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
And those vehicles, you saw the two Metro officers you were with jump in their vehicle to give chase to that caravan.
Correct.
At the time that you're out there and you see somebody with a gun, you've just heard shots fired, is it the conclusion you originally drew that that person was your suspect?
Yes, yeah, that's what I deduced at the time.
And based upon the officers following that caravan, that's a reasonable assumption that they deduced that as well.
Right. They asked me what direction they were going. They rolled down their windows and were asking me what direction everybody went, and so I pointed to make a right and head towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
And those officers then went after the caravan.
Correct.
Objection as to speculation.
What's your response?
Well, he watched them do it.
He didn't
Okay.
testify.
Didn't he testify that? Did you watch
Lay
the
some more
officers?
foundation.
Did you watch the officers go after that caravan?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I passed the witness.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Stamp?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Heidmeyer, I'm going to show you it's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number
1?
1? No. Yes.
One, you want two?
Let me both. Thank you.
Closer to 96, more modern. You were right.
All right. I'll show you State's Exhibit number 1 here. You recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Just to get to the point, this is Las Vegas.
Yes.
All right, and I'm just more concerned right now about the actual streets themselves. Can you just show us? Actually, you know what? If you could step down out of the witness chair and just go to that screen, I'm going to have you point out for the jury where everything's at. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Can you point and show us where the Maxim Hotel is?
The Maxim Hotel, this is Koval and that's Flamingo, would be right about here.
Let me help you out.
Yeah, right about here.
Okay, and just for the record, it looks like you're pointing in this area right here.
Well, this would be the hotel and this would be where the parking garage was, and there was parking in front of the parking garage as well.
All right, and just for the record, I'm pointing to the north part of, this would be Flamingo that I'm pointing at, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's on the north side of Flamingo, in between, what's the main streets that are in between where the property sits?
It sits on Koval and Flamingo. The entrance to the parking garage was over here.
All right, and so that area is where the Maxim Hotel was located?
Right, but adjacent to the parking garage.
Right, and the parking garage, once again, for my edification, is where exactly, if you could just point that out for us?
Right here.
All right, so that would be on the north side of the property?
Yes.
So would that be behind where the hotel is?
No, it's beside the hotel.
Beside the hotel, okay. And that's where you were located with the 2 police officers?
Correct.
Now, you were investigating at that particular time stolen vehicles out of that garage. Did you write a report on your own with regards to what you were doing that night with the stolen vehicles? And
Actually, no, I turned that report over to my other co-officers at the security because I was tied up with this incident.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in a little bit better for you here, sir, if I could. Going back again. That's hopefully more helpful. All right, so when you said that you looked over and you saw, can you explain for us again sort of where the vehicles were that you saw?
Well, the vehicles were on Flamingo heading east, and they were you have a left turn lane, 2 forward lanes, and a right turn lane, and the vehicles were in the farthest left center lane.
Farthest left center lane.
Correct.
Meaning that they were intending on going forward.
Correct.
They're not making that left.
No, but they ended up making a U-turn.
Sure, and once again, for our edification, this is 30 years ago, right? So you've got 3 lanes going directly east, and, is that a yes?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
And then you have, is it 2 lanes that are actually turn lanes to turn onto Como, or is it just
Actually,
one?
I believe it was 2 lanes, so it would be from the facing east, it would have been the 3rd lane that they were in. There's 2 turn lanes, 2 straight lanes, and then a right turn lane.
All right, and then with regards to the vehicles themselves, your testimony was that there was a white van of some sort, or maybe vehicle in front of the black BMW.
Yeah, it was a white Dodge Stratus.
I see. Is that a van? No, that's a
No,
car.
it's a 2-door sedan.
Okay. And then behind it is the BMW,
Yes.
and then behind it are multiple cars leading back.
Yes.
And your testimony was that you had identified a is it a Lexus behind it?
I think it was a Lexus, I believe so.
And then another vehicle, and then a white Chevy, and then it just kept going all the way down.
Correct.
So even though we're identifying these vehicles, you don't know how many vehicles were in the procession or the?
It was several. I didn't count them at the time, but it was a good 10 vehicles.
Okay. And all those vehicles are now making a U-turn and heading back towards Las Vegas Boulevard?
Correct.
You don't see the actual shots being, someone actually pointing a gun at something and shooting something?
No, I did not.
You just heard it?
Yes.
The individual that you had identified as the person with the gun,
Yes.
did you see that individual shoot his weapon?
No.
All right, but you saw him dressed up in a relatively nice-looking sort of presentation, black
Yes.
pants?
Yes, he was well dressed.
Okay, vest and a white shirt. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can go back up there, yeah.
Sit down.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
No worries. State, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Heidemeyer. You are free to go.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. State, you have one more, right? Before
Yes,
lunch?
Judge.
Okay, who's that gonna be?
Dino Kelly.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. And if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
It's Dean O'Kelly, and it's DEAN O''K-E-L-L-E-Y.
Thank you, Mr. O'Kelly. You may proceed, Mr. DeJarno.
Sir, how are you currently employed?
I'm a deputy marshal in district court with Judge Erica Mendoza.
Prior to become a deputy marshal, well, I guess you've had multiple hats. At some point, were you a Metro police officer?
Yes, I was for 20-plus years.
And approximately what year did you start?
September of 1991.
And then, when did you retire as a Metro officer?
July 12th of 2012.
And after July 12th of 2012, did you do something else with Metro?
I did for about almost 8.5 years. I was a cold case homicide investigator.
Now, well, let me ask you this, when did you first go to homicide?
In 2003, on July.
So on September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective in the gang unit on one of the enforcement teams.
What does that mean you did for Metro? What's an enforcement team?
So the enforcement teams are dressed in greens, and we usually have 5 or 6 detectives together, and we would patrol known gang areas and come in contact with gatherings that involved gang members. And then after enforcement, I did 2 years in investigation where I investigated gang-related crimes.
Before I get to your actions on this particular evening, I want to ask you a little bit about how the process of report writing has changed at Metro over the years. You have handled your own cases since the early 2000s, but you also were a cold case investigator, which I assume that means you also have experience with years and years and years before you ever even became a police officer.
Certainly.
Was there a particular way that cases were documented up until the early to mid 2000s?
I mean, I think there's been some changes over time just because of the digital age. And, you know, when I first went to homicide, we were still using typewriters that had the little spinning ball on there and actually typing in triplicate, those types of things. Keeping our notes, you know, handwritten in our notebook. And then it kind of changed over time. Everything went digital and we started keeping things on the computer.
And so when we're talking 96, there was multiple reports written by officers as they did things because there wasn't the same computerized systems we have today.
That's correct.
Modern day, is there something called a main case report or a main officer's report related to homicides?
Yes, there is.
Explain that to ladies and gentlemen.
So what we normally do, and it kind of depends on the detective themselves. I mean, you probably worked with people that have Post-its all over their desk and it's a total wreck and you have no idea what you're looking at, but they know where everything is and they know how it's organized. We had detectives that were like that. Me personally, I would keep everything on what's called a case management form. So from the very beginning, from the very start of when we got a call and we're keeping notes in a notebook, all that information go into a case management form. So I wouldn't be initially concerned with an officer's report getting started at any point because I was using that management form each and every time we did something investigatively. If we took a phone call from, you know, a witness, then I would document that on that form. And at some point, especially if you had somebody that was in custody, you would transfer all that information over into an organized officer's report, which would then have the title at the top. It would have the date and time and location of when the incident occurred, who's involved, who are the suspects, who are the victims, who are the witnesses, and it would be in a chronological order in an investigation. But initially, everything's kept just basically in the management form. Eventually, you want to get to the point where you put together all that information into an officer's report. And there will come a point in time where the individual detective would make the decision that the officer's report's final, right? You would get it signed off. It'd be signed off by your sergeant. It'd go into the case file. And then from that point, you would just basically be filing addendums as new information came in. You might write that information down on that management form and then do an additional officer's report. That's definitely something that I saw when I went to cold case. Some of the cases that were, 20 years old, every single step that detective did was a completely separate officer's report. So you get 15 officers' report in the case file. It definitely made a lot more sense to finally get to one point where we had just one officer's report covering the case.
And in your experience, is it unusual for an officer's report to be the very last thing that's generated by the detective assigned to the particular case?
No, that's not unusual at all.
I want to direct your attention back to September of 1997, and I'm going to put up really two aerials for you first of all, but I'm going to start with State's Exhibit number 1. Can we go back to me? That appears to be an aerial of Las Vegas Valley.
Yes.
Okay. And it's clearly more modern than 1996 because you can see T-Mobile over here and some other things. Is that correct?
Quite a bit different today. Yes, that's true.
And then I'm going to go back and show State's Exhibit number 2. This is a much earlier rendition of the Las Vegas Valley because T-Mobile's not there. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And identified on State's Exhibit number 2 is where the, I can move the mouse away. Where it says Monte Carlo, that's generally where the Park MGM is today.
That's correct.
And at the time, back in 1996, there was a club called the 662 Club on Flamingo, is that correct?
Yes, very familiar with it.
And is that referenced in State's Exhibit number 2 as well?
It is.
And is that generally in the location where it's at?
Correct.
So now I want to jump back to 1. At about 11:17 p.m. On September 7th of 1996, where were you?
We were conducting enforcement activity kind of northeast of the location of Koval and Flamingo.
And did something catch your attention?
Yes. As we were out with a couple, 2-3 gang members, we heard over the radio an officer rather excited, certainly under a stressful situation, reporting shots being fired and requesting a code red on the radio. We weren't very far away, so we cut the guys loose that we were with, got in our vehicles, and with lights and siren, we went over to respond to the area of the Maxim Hotel.
When an officer calls out code red, what does that mean? What is he trying to do?
The code red is so that no other radio traffic is coming across except for what those officers are going through. So it's trying to keep the radio traffic to a minimum. So we didn't even announce that we were en route. That's not important for dispatch or really anybody else to know that we were on our way, because we're waiting for updates from that officer or from the officers involved. So we stay off the radio. It's a sacred thing. You don't break the code red unless you really have to get on the radio.
And where do you respond to?
We responded to the intersection of Koval and Flamingo right there at the Maxim Hotel. Now it's called the Westin. But we went into the parking lot on the south side of the Maxim, and where we saw a patrol unit.
At some point, do you walk out onto Flamingo? Well, let me ask you this. When you first arrive, is there traffic still driving eastbound on Flamingo?
Yes, I mean, nothing's changed so far as traffic at that point, because whatever had happened was several minutes before that. So now people are still just driving by. We got to the parking lot. My Sergeant Cindy West, had inquired as to where the shots had come from, and we were able to look out into the street there on Flamingo, just west of Koval, and I saw in the headlights just little glints of light and recognized that. I spent plenty of time on a firing range, and I know what brass looks like on the ground. So we were able to determine where several cartridge cases were located in the street west of Koval on Flamingo.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Proposed Exhibit 34 to 41. As you look through those, I'm going to grab something from the clerk. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
When we spotted the cartridge cases in the street, at the time my enforcement vehicle was in a Chevy van, and we had a whole bunch of cones. So as we located the cartridge cases there on the roadway, we took a bunch of cones out of my vehicle and actually placed them, in the photographs you'll see it a little bit different, but we placed the cones on top of or over the cartridge cases, so the cones protected where they were located, because you could even see there was at least, I know one for sure, maybe more, that had already been run over by traffic, so it was a little bit mangled. so we protected the crime scene. And we also popped a couple of flares on the north side of the number 3 travel lane where the cartridge cases are located.
And this fairly, States Exhibits 34 through 41 fairly and accurately represent that situation.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admit it?
So I'm gonna put up 34. And can you just describe for us what we're looking at?
So you can see the cartridge cases are kind of straddling the 2
Can I
lanes.
stop you for a second, Mr. O'Kelly?
Yes.
There's a mouse sitting right there. Don't click it. Just, it'll freeze
No
up the whole
problem.
system, but you can use it as a pointer.
Exactly. So these 2 cones that we set up here were more or less to protect where the cartridge cases were located. These other cones are covering the actual cartridge cases in the roadway. The one that's closest to us in this picture is a bullet fragment. It was the furthest away from Koval. And then the other cones are all spent cartridge cases, Winchester, Smith & Wesson 40 caliber cartridge cases.
Do you know a person by the name of Dan Ford?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Dan?
Dan Ford is a senior crime scene analyst that I worked with quite a bit. We started on the department right around the same time and ran into him several times on cases that I worked with in the gang unit investigations. We also utilized him on the RICO task force that I was on for a couple years. And then he responded countless homicide investigations during my career.
Eventually, does Mr. Ford leave the crime scene that was at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard and come, and is he the person that takes these pictures and winds up collecting these items?
Yes, he is. Fortunately, Dan was already dispatched to the area of the Maxim for the patrol units that had called out on the radio the shots that were fired. They were taking report for damaged vehicles that were there, and Dan had already been dispatched to that. So he wasn't far away when the shots rang out, and he was requested to come to that scene.
Sitting there in front of you is State's proposed exhibit 129. Looking at State's proposed exhibit number 129, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do. I've seen and reviewed the handwritten evidence inventory that was authored by Dan Ford. I can see that that's his handwriting. It's also his initials and P number that are on the package for the Winchester cartridge cases.
And then there's a red seal on the back of here. That would have been placed on by Mr. Ford, correct?
The red seal is not, so it's, oh, it is marked up here at the top for his P number. This doesn't look, I don't know, oh, that he wrote the date on that, so 9/7 of 96. So he initialed it in the top corner and then put the date down in the bottom corner, yes.
And all these blue seals are the times that the forensic lab has opened this package in order to look at these items and potentially do some testing.
That's correct, but I do remember from the evidence inventory that that Dan had indicated that these cartridge cases were checked for fingerprints at the time with negative results.
So I'm gonna have, well, I guess I'll move to admit 129, Judge.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so admit it.
I'm gonna have you cut this not along a seal if there's a place left to
Is
do
there a
it.
place?
I think if we cut right along there, we can pull those items out.
Oh yeah, down here at the bottom I can. I don't think we have to go too far. Just do that.
And we just pull those items out. And these, well, they will eventually be marked 129 G,
A through G, but I'm gonna show you, this one, which has a 14 on the top of it. And you said you remember at least one of them was mangled.
This one's flattened on the opening, opposite of the head stamp. It's flattened, so it's been run over.
And there appears to be at least one more of these that has some damage to it. Several of them have damage to them, is that correct?
They're definitely misshapen. A couple of them are. This is actually the closest that I've seen them, because when we came out, we just put the cones right over the top of them, didn't mess with them at all. So I'm able to now look at even the primer impacts, which is significant.
Why is that significant?
Because a Glock pistol has a rectangular opening for the firing pin. It's vertically oriented on the front of the bolt face for a Glock pistol, and you can tell by looking at the primer impact that that's roughly the shape of the impact on the primer.
So that suggests to you that the weapon was a Glock 40.
That's correct.
Now, Detective, or I guess it's Mr. O'Kelly now.
Detective retired. I don't know. Deputy Marshal.
Yeah, Deputy Marshal, there you go. While you're at the scene, are you getting updates on the radio as to potential suspect vehicles that you should be looking for?
Periodically, again, that code red is in effect for quite a while, so there's not a lot of radio traffic that was going on. The call came in initiating the code red at 11:17. We were short distance away, and we went code. Well, we ran code, so we did lights and siren. It didn't take us very long to get there. I know that Sergeant West waited until there was a complete lull in the radio traffic and announced that we were en route and arrived at the same time, and I believe that was at 11:26. We had been there before that, so we were there before 11:20. We were already there at the scene. So at about a little bit past 11:30, we got an update on the rough description of a light-colored Cadillac. I know at some point on the CAD report it said late 90s. It had to be late 80s, right? This is 96. And there was also some indication that it was in good condition, which would say that it was an older vehicle than late 90s, right? So we were looking for a light-colored, possibly white Cadillac with two black male occupants. And there was a report that it was northbound on Audrey, which now Audrey Lane is the Link, right? It's the Link lane. So it's on the west side of the Maxim going north. There was some report that possibly that's where the suspect vehicle had gone.
So initial reports is light color Cadillac, last seen northbound on Audrey.
Right, with two black males at that point.
Do you wind up getting updates throughout the evening as to the vehicle you're looking for?
We did. I'd say it was about an hour or so, about 1:45 maybe, right around that time, that we got an update that we were looking for that same white Cadillac in good condition, but potentially occupied now by four black males, and was southbound on Koval. That later made a little bit more sense to us, especially that we were out on the eastbound lanes of Koval, right just short of the intersection, and that the Cadillac had to have been to the south of the BMW, and it made more sense that they would have made a right turn. So that definitely clicked when we were told they were southbound on Koval.
Does there come a point in time when you do what's known as an ATL or attempt to locate that particular vehicle?
Yes. Thankfully, because Dan Ford was not too far away, we were able to get relieved from our protection of the crime scene where the cartridge cases were located. And I think we cleared exactly an hour after the initial code red was called. And that was the first thing that we did was we went south on Koval, we checked areas that we frequented in the gang unit, looking for potentially really any light-colored Cadillac. I mean, you know the kind of the yellowish lights that we have in town, the street lights that they use for low, so it's not too much light in town. Those can kind of throw you off on color, so we were looking for any light-colored Cadillac.
We'll put back up State's Exhibit 1. During all this time period that you and your partner ATL'd for this white Cadillac, did you ever drive into the parking lot of the carriage house?
No, I can say that in my 35 years, I've never been in the carriage house.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Sampson.
Sorry, sir, what's your last name again?
O'Kelly, O''K-E-L-L-E-Y.
Mr. Kelly, thank you for being here today. Your testimony, obviously, I would imagine before you were here, you probably reviewed your reports, whatever it is you wrote during that time period.
I didn't write any, certainly. Even after I went to homicide, I wasn't involved in the investigation for this case. I did review the CAD report, the computer-aided dispatch report, noting those times. I don't have that great a memory, so I'm going to have to tell you that. And that handwritten evidence inventory by Dan Ford. I have both copies right here in my notebook.
I see. So at the time you retired as a homicide detective?
I did.
And then at that point, you came back to work as in the cold case unit as an investigator?
I did, yes.
All right. Now, a couple things. First of all, when you retired as a detective with homicide, were there any outstanding reports that you had not drafted when you left?
I can tell you that and people love me, so they got a limousine and we had a big party. So as there was a limousine out in front of headquarters at 400 Martin Luther King, I was typing the last officer's report that I needed to personally finish. I was leaving a partner behind, whose name is also Dean, so he was able to, tie up any of the cases that we had at that point. But I would say there were, but the ones that I knew I needed to get done before I left, I got done.
And the reason why you prioritized those ones is because I would imagine they're still open investigations and you're handing it off to the next person to continue with your work.
That's correct. It makes it easier for them if it's tied up as best we can.
Right. Did you take any of those cases with you when you went over to the cold case unit?
When I came back to cold case, that was the original reason that I even agreed to do cold case homicide investigation was because of unsolved cases that I personally had investigated, one in particular. So as soon as I came back to cold case homicide, the very first thing I did was go and pull Jamie Sheldon's case and bring it over to my desk. That's the first case that went there. And we were able to work, I was honored to be able to work on cases like that and others that I had been a part of when I was a detective, yes.
So in terms of, just explain to the jury what a cold case is. Can you explain that?
Certainly. So a cold case is officially cold when the detectives who are originally signed to it are no longer there, whether they transferred out or they retired. If there isn't an original detective assigned to the case, it's considered cold. Right? No one's assigned to it. Those cases can be handed off to other detectives that are still in the unit. I remember, when Marty Wildman left the department, he came over to me personally and said, hey, I'm handing Teresa Insana to you. Can you take this case on and continue to follow it up? It's considered cold because he's gone, right? As soon as he left, it's officially a cold case. But if there's a detective who was originally assigned to the case, it's their case until they're done, right? You're not going to go stepping on toes and just pulling cases and start working on other people's stuff unless they asked you to do it.
And with regard to the cold case unit, I'm assuming there's probably two detectives who are the official detectives for the unit, then you have investigators, retired homicide detectives that help with the investigation?
That's correct. Initially, when Sergeant Hefner, sergeant in homicide, but then came back with me at the same time. So the two of us came back, and we were on our own. Like, we had a sergeant that was assigned to us, but basically they were a signature block. We could pull any case that we wanted and work on those. The department saw, thankfully, a lot to do with the work that we were getting accomplished, where we solved 20, 25-year-old cases, and the department's able to go to the media and say, look, we're not giving up after all these years. We're going to continue to follow these cases and solve them. Because of that success level, then the department dedicated 2 full-time detectives that were still in homicide to the cold case unit. And then we had, I want to say 3, 4 more cold case investigators that were assigned to us. So I think we had a total of 5 or 6 at one point, plus the 2 detectives and a dedicated sergeant to the cold case unit.
So in terms of your work in the cold case as an investigator, you're not a detective, right?
No.
So there is a difference in terms of your responsibilities versus the responsibilities of a detective.
Correct.
Because the detective would be the law enforcement officer.
Certainly.
And you are a person helping the law enforcement officer.
Essentially, I mean, we can still steer the investigation where we want it to go. We're doing interviews, we're doing those things, but say authoring a search warrant. So we run into a situation where we need a search warrant done. It's going to be, it may get written by one of us, but it's going to be sworn to as an affidavit by a detective on the department who's a sworn police officer.
Have you ever drafted a report, I don't know, 8 years after you started an investigation?
Well, because of cold case, yes, certainly.
But
yeah.
just as a police officer or a detective, have you ever waited, say, years to draft an actual report on something?
I don't know what would be my record-breaking delay in authoring a report, but I'd say, if you're dealing with a case where there's nobody in custody, like you haven't arrested anybody, I mean, it probably pushing 2 years before I finally said, and even reluctantly said, all right, I'm gonna close this officer's report. It's signed off because we've run out of investigative leads. We're to that point. There's really nothing else coming in, and now that's officially done. Then there could be maybe somebody calling up, or we could have somebody that gets in a jam, right, where they're now looking at serious time. This has happened to us in cold case, where now that person says, hey, I have information on a murder. So now it's completely open. Now the case is back up and running, and there would be a new officer's report started at that point in time to complete that investigation. I know where the gun is, I know who did the shooting, and now we've got a solved case after 15, 20 years.
Now, have you ever delayed writing an officer's report after going to the grand jury and presenting evidence on that same case?
Yeah, I would say that I've gone to grand jury before officers' reports are done. I would say that I've gone to grand jury before I've started an officer's report. Again, because for me personally, and for a lot of the guys that I work with, I'm not completely OCD, but I mean, certainly there's things that I need to get done, or I'm not gonna be able to sleep, that kind of thing. You may feel that way. But I always get the case management form started and maintained up to date. It's going to be up to date. If you make a phone call to me, I'm going to document a date, time, phone call, right? That may not go into the ultimate officer's report because it's superfluous information, didn't mean anything, but I'm going to keep that record in the CMF. I might not even start the officer's report for months, and grand jury may have already happened. Now, I feel now some pressure to get that done, right? Because if I'm going to grand jury, more than likely we have somebody in custody, and I want the district attorney's office to have the benefit of a completed officer's report, although it's not necessary.
Right, and so if you had submitted it to the grand jury or done your grand jury, you're telling us at some point you could delay finalizing your officer's report?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you delay that officer's report until after you retire?
Well, because I still have a partner that hasn't retired, I can have confidence in doing that. You know, we definitely did have that happen. I recall specifically a double murder that was not, the officer's report wasn't done when I left. Because I knew Dean was going to be, Detective Rates was going to be continuing on with it.
Right, so you knew that the other detective would still be the detective handling the case through because you are now retired.
No question.
But what if you didn't have that detective there, that your partner? Would you have delayed after you retired to draft your officer's report?
I would not.
How about?
I mean, I wouldn't be able to do it, right? I mean, I just know that I wouldn't be able to do it. That's why when, you know, the limo's out in front of headquarters, I'm typing an officer's report. I literally I got the officer's report done and then went downstairs. I was done. I was retired.
Now, can you explain to us, I'm sorry for interrupting, but can you explain for us a little bit about why reports are so important to you in your line of work as a homicide detective?
Reports document everything, right? I mean, you need to document your observations, you need to document evidence, and for us, in homicide or even in the gang unit before that, we did that with officers' reports. Officers' reports don't become evidence, right? Officers' reports are so anybody picking up that case file can walk through the investigation from beginning to the last part of an officer's report is conclusion, right? So it may be a conclusion as to what you believe happened and you don't have somebody in custody. It can be a completed officer's report where the case isn't solved. It's still open, right? But it's at that point when you're doing the conclusion, it's more or less your opinion. This is what we believe based on everything else that precedes it in the officer's report.
Okay. And that would, of course, help you later if you ever recalled to testify in front of a jury to recall what happened.
Oh, absolutely. That's the go-to document for somebody who's preparing for trial is that officer's report. I mean, it can be lengthy. I've written officer's reports that are 70 pages long.
And with regard to those reports and being 70 pages long, fair to say that details are super important when you're doing this kind of investigation.
They are.
And that would be helpful for you to remember details in the future, right, to write a good report.
Right, the more extensive and the more detailed your report, the better off you're going to be, the more prepared you're going to be. But in addition to that, you could be documenting things that you observed or that you knew at the time you were doing the investigation that you don't realize were important, right? So I could document something in a crime scene that seems like it's innocuous, you know, something that's just doesn't seem like it's that important. And then later on, when maybe a suspect's in custody or, you know, the investigation's further, then you find out, oh, that one item that you made a note of now becomes important because the suspect touched it or that was the murder weapon that was cleaned up and stuck over there and nobody realized it.
Now, let's shift gears a little bit here. So you're no longer a detective, you're now working with a cold case. Have you taken on any cold cases that weren't yours to begin with?
Certainly.
And what is typically the standard operating procedure when you are starting your investigation as a cold case investigator?
So you're pulling the case file, right? And it can be extensive, depending on the murder, depending on the case that you're looking at, can be rather extensive. Some of the cases that we were pulling had pouches in them with VHS tapes, right? There were separate boxes that had VHS tapes in them. We probably made you know what a VHS tape. So, and we had cassette tapes, right? Actual physical cassette tapes. So we had to maintain a VHS player in homicide to be able to review those things. So we had some of the archaic methods to review evidence. We would go through the entire case file, and that would give us a starting point. As you might imagine, what we're looking for in cold case, because of the advances in technology, is do we have any trace evidence that wasn't analyzed? Do we have any fingerprints that weren't analyzed? Do we have any DNA that maybe, you know, this precedes DNA? We looked at some cases that were before I was born. Okay, it's my 65th lap around the sun. We were looking at cases before I was even on this planet. So You go through the entire thing and you try and make his heads or tails of where the detective took that investigation to that point. Sometimes that could be difficult, especially if you're dealing with one of those Post-it people, right? You're dealing with one of the ones that were writing notes on cocktail napkins and stuff and keeping them in the case file. We'd pull little notes that were like, I have no clue how this relates to the investigation at all. Don't know if they talked to this person, didn't talk to this person. Was this a witness? Was this a secondary victim? We didn't know. So we'd have to try and track those down. And some of the cases were so old that, people that we were dealing with are deceased.
Did you have any success with what you did on the cold case unit?
Oh, certainly, yeah. We had closed quite a few.
So when you say closed, meaning that you were able to find out basically the information you needed, the suspect or whatever the case was?
Yes, absolutely. All the way through to an arrest and prosecution and conviction, yes.
And with regards to the success you had on the cold case, did any of those cases not involve some type of technological thing like either a trace, DNA, or fingerprints?
I think, I'd say there was none come to my mind that we didn't have something that was redone and reviewed and then came to a conclusion or pointed to a specific person that we were then able to go and interview. We had one where we flew to Toledo and we got a confession on a murder that happened here in Las Vegas because that person was already doing life without there for another murder that he had committed. I don't recall that we had any physical evidence in there that we needed. He confessed to it basically. What do I have to lose? I'm already doing life without.
So he basically was in custody ready for a murder in another state and basically
Columbus,
confessed and said, hey, I'm confessing this murder in Nevada.
Correct.
So it wasn't like you found,
We did. I mean, you look at some of these case files and they're definitely pointing towards a specific person, right? Every indication is that this is who you're dealing with.
Right.
And that it just didn't, you couldn't get it across the finish line, right? And like Jamie Sheldon, I brought up earlier, I know who did that murder, but it's whether or not there's enough to get across the finish line with that piece of evidence that's going to be where the district attorneys are willing to take that case to trial. And you're waiting for that one more thing, right? So it just stays there waiting for that one more piece of evidence to come in. And that happened with some of the cold cases where it's like, hey, we knew who this person was. I remember one specifically where we had a guy where we knew in the gang unit who we were looking for. And then I got to homicide and then looked up case files and saw that person had never been charged. I'm like, how did he never get charged? We knew who it was. And we were able to then put enough together to arrest him and get a conviction.
And the arrest was because of either DNA or fingerprints or something along those lines?
On that one, no. We had video surveillance that existed at the time on a VHS tape from a 7-Eleven. Back when they were recording over them every 7 days, and so it was grainy, and you're like trying to get a clear enough picture. But we were able to, and we had physical evidence at the time that existed at the time connecting him to other cases, and we were able to get a conviction on that particular case with nothing new.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. So that was video surveillance with some other physical evidence that helped you solve that particular
Cartridge cases, yes.
Okay. All right, and then in terms of your work, the night of what happened here, now if I could just ask the clerk to switch over to Are you, does this help a little bit here about just zoning into what's, zooming into where this thing happened?
Right, that the red triangle or the red rectangle there is where the cartridge cases are located. Near the intersection, I think the closest piece of evidence was 60 feet away from Koval, and they were out in the travel lane, probably 14, 15 feet away from the south curb
Okay, so my question's to you, very specific. You mentioned a little bit ago about what potentially would be a white Cadillac traveling north on Audrey or Aubrey. Can you just, you could step out, Dean, if you want, and just actually point with you can just point at the screen from over there so Jerry can see.
So this is Cobalt. And this is now the Weston, right? Used to be an accident. And this is the Audrey Lane going north. And then down in here is Audrey Street that cuts over, it actually cuts south and then goes all the way over to the boulevard. But the initial report was that we had this light colored Cadillac occupied by two BMAs that went north on Audrey. So they would have to, with the entourage that everybody had U-turned and gone this direction, they would have to have followed and then turn right to go up on Audrey. There's really no way for you to get from eastbound Flamingo at Cobalt to northbound Audrey without making a U-turn.
Okay, and just, if you could stay there for a second. Dean. The other part here is that I'm just pointing again with my pen, and that would be the area where you found and located the bullets, the cartridge cases?
Cartridge cases, yeah, they're in the eastbound lane, I think the number 3 travel lane, primarily, kind of straddling the lane there a little bit, right here before you get to Cobalt.
Now, if you can describe for us the street. So on that street right there, and I'm just pointing to the part of Flamingo that's, I guess, west of Cobalt, and then before or between Aubrey and Cobalt, this area here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a concrete divider that's in that area?
There was not a concrete divider, no. And I think now it's like those yellow plastic cones that are every 2 feet. Now separating it when you come up, because on eastbound Flamingo, there's two left turn lanes to go north on Cobalt, 3 travel lanes, and then a right turn lane to go south on Cobalt.
So, for instance, if cars are going to make a U-turn and turn around and follow, like say, for instance, the black BMW, right? The other cars could just basically just make a left-hand turn and go right back. They don't have to go in procession around and keep going. Fair?
Yeah, well, now they would be hitting all those yellow cones. So, I don't know. I don't think back then, I think you could probably just right there, I mean, it's a violation of the law.
It is.
Yes, you could certainly make a U-turn there.
Because my understanding is those cones that you're talking about would be actually on Cobalt to prevent people, I guess it's like to stop traffic from merging or having too much lanes or traffic in that area. Do you recall that?
I know all the yellow cones, because I took a fellow marshal to the airport yesterday, and the lady in the box actually took me north on Cobalt to pass that intersection, so I was able to see all the yellow plastic. They're permanent cones that are there on the road right now, dividing the north or east and westbound traffic.
Right, but at the time, your recollection back in 1996, you don't know if there were cones up at that
I
point.
don't know, there wasn't.
Yeah.
I know there wasn't, and there wasn't a New Jersey wall, so I think, you could just make the turn.
Just
There
make
might have been a curb, there might have been a cement curb, but I don't see that in the photo, and I don't have an independent recollection of it.
Gotcha. So those cars are, if we're trying to envision the BMW getting shot at, and at some point it's making a U-turn, there's some discussion about rims on the vehicle being messed up because of.
Yeah, it's possible.
And then as it's going down, the other cars would have just either just turned around and made a immediate left.
Possible. I know, because we never went to Harmon and the Boulevard, never saw the entourage, the other vehicles that had gone down there.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Giacomo?
Briefly. I don't know if you retired on a Friday, but if you knew when you retired on Friday that on Monday you were going to be right back there as a cold case investigator, you wouldn't feel, or would you have felt, the need to finish that Friday before you got in the limousine?
I think I would have been okay to let it go. Yeah, that'd have been all right, and skip that part.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, has there been at least one case with you and I, in fact, where there was never an officer's report that was able to be completed?
No, Debbie Flores Narvaez.
And, is there any requirement that there be an officer's report created?
No, again, officer's report's not evidence. right? It's just kind of a guideline to go through the case file itself. There was, in the case that we're talking about, a case management form that went all the way through the investigation, so it really wasn't necessary to get, to put it on a trial and get a successful conviction.
You mentioned as well that old case files, you've looked at, you said case files from before you were even born.
Yes.
You don't know if all of the reports that were ever generated were in that file or not in that file when you get the case, correct?
I could say that there were some case files that we pulled that they weren't even in 3-ring binders anymore. They were in accordion files, and there were definitely things missing, right, over time. The frustrating part of cold cases, going to pull evidence and seeing that it had long been destroyed, wasn't even available anymore, which shouldn't happen, but it sometimes does. And so, you're trying to piece together the case even without some pieces of evidence that you think is crucial.
So despite not having maybe everything that the original detectives have, you don't just give up, you still try and solve the crime.
Exactly. Well, you go redo it, right? I mean, if there's indication, like again, if you got a cocktail napkin with a name and a date of birth on there, but you don't know how that was involved, then if that person's still around, you go interview them. And, we ended up doing it in cold case. We ended up doing a bunch of traveling to where we would go do those interviews and sit down with people, and, they have, being a witness to or being involved or even connecting remotely to a violent incident like that or a murder, that's called a significant emotional event, right? You're going to remember very specific details. I'm sure in your own life you've had that, where something really significant hits and you can remember what you were wearing, you can remember the smell, you can remember where people are standing. So we're able to just go back and redo that interview and then put that into the case file, even though it was missing.
And you sort of said this, but in a lot of those case files, law enforcement knows what they believe to be the story. They just don't have the witnesses to present in a courtroom to establish the crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
No question. I would say, especially during my 2 years in investigation in the gang unit, also the 2 years on the RICO task force that we were involved in, we were dealing with gang-related crimes, and there were many cases where we had something happen with, we knew 50 people around, right? There were 50 people there, and you start talking to witnesses, and everybody has the same statement. I heard shots, I ran, and the police stopped me for no reason, right? So you don't get that level of cooperation because people are afraid, right? People maybe think because they think gangs might be involved, they don't want to say anything, they keep it to themselves, and they live with the fact that they didn't help, right? But then with cold case, we were able to come back to some of these older cases where now that young gang member that might have had 7% body fat back then and was, in his prime and was scary is now an older toothless, bulldog, that's resting in the shade. So people are not afraid to now come forward and say, yeah, I was there, I saw it, I know exactly who did it, and I can prove it. So we were able to solve some cases like that, which was good.
And you even mentioned a situation where you read through the file, you're like, I know who did it. You flew to Toledo and he confessed.
Correct.
And that can happen in cold cases as well.
Yes, it does, thankfully.
Nothing further.
Mr. DiGiacomo, are you moving to admit exhibits 129A through G?
I was going to have her mark them first before I offer them.
Okay. Was there an objection to the admission of them?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, they will be admitted, and you may mark them. Jessica. And Mr. Stan, further questions? Okay.
Sorry, I thought I was done with you before.
No worries.
So with regards to the this incident, I want to make sure I'm clear here. You thought you had a suspect. What did you do? Send him a letter and say you need to confess to this crime? I mean, how did that work out with the thing that happened in Toledo?
Oh, in Toledo?
Yeah.
We had put together enough of the case to know, with every bit of confidence that it was him, even to the point where we were able to author an arrest warrant for him. And then we were in contact with the correctional facility that he was in custody and let them know that we wanted to come out. They actually approached him to let him know the detectives from Las Vegas want to come out and speak with you. And he agreed, right? I mean, he's sitting in custody for, serving life without for actually killing two people, a child and the child's father. And so, I think probably just for entertainment value alone, he agreed to talk to us, and we were able to come out there, sit down with him. They pulled him out of his cell, obviously, and away from the rest of the inmates. And we talked to him for a couple hours before lunch, and then we broke for lunch, and then after lunch, he told us he did it.
So you put together information here in Las Vegas that was all corroborated, right? I mean, you had information, you had evidence that you were putting together, right?
Correct.
And all that evidence pointed towards this particular person.
It did.
And then at some point you said, we just don't have enough, we would want to hear from this guy himself. And that's when you went out to Toledo to confront him on it?
I think that we would have been able to get a conviction without him telling us that he did it, but why not? I mean, if we went there and he said, "Pound Sam, I'm not going to tell you." Like, you flew all the way out here and now I'm not going to tell you that I did it. I mean, we still would have gone forward, but it certainly, bolsters the case to have him say, "Yes, I did it, and this is what I did before and after," which is what he was able to do.
Right, so in the case you were developing, you had corroborating evidence here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
And this was just the final, cherry on top to actually hear him say the words that, "Yeah, I did it."
Agreed.
Now, the corroborating evidence you had here, though, was your investigation. I would assume that it had some physical evidence, witnesses, that kind of thing to it?
It did.
Okay. And your testimony here right now is literally, you don't necessarily even need his confession. You could have just done it without it.
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, obviously, if you didn't have those things, you suspected somebody, but you don't have DNA, you don't have fingerprints, you don't have an eyewitness, you don't have surveillance video, you don't have anything at all that would tie that person to whatever the crime you believe has occurred, that would mean at that particular point you don't have it, right?
I would agree with that.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony here is, and I want to make sure I'm clear, you were a gang person before, and those filled interview cards would be helpful if you were looking into a potential crime where someone is accused of the crime. Like, look at those field interview cards, right?
Field interview cards are very valuable. I worked bike patrol before the gang unit, and we filled out probably more FI cards, field interview cards, than a lot of the gang detectives did. That got me voluntold to test for gangs, and so field interview cards are very, very valuable piece of information because you're contacting somebody in a non-threatening, non-arrest, non-custodial environment, and they're telling you, they're giving you information that you're able to document.
And if you can explain to the jury a little bit what a field interview card is.
So that, like I was talking about that stop that we were on before the code red was called. So we were talking to some gang members that were gathered out in a neighborhood that we were familiar with gang members that we were familiar with. And so each time they're contacted, we would do a field interview card, little small, 3x5 card. This is a rights card, but it's about just like this. It's white, and it has all of their pertinent information, name, date of birth, all height, weight, eye color, all those things, where you're contacting them, and there's a narrative portion on the back. And most of the gang members in that type of environment would say, "Yeah, hey, I'm 18th Street. I'm like whatever, for life. I'm 18th Street for life." So you document that. That's 18th Street for life, because that's maintained in what you've heard, the gang file, for a period of time until that person says, "No, I'm not. I don't affiliate with them. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm away from it." And then, if that stays consistent for a certain amount of time, then that person's no longer in the gang file.
And is it every time that person comes in contact with law enforcement that a new card is generated because it's a physical thing?
A new card is I always did. It documented my stop, it documented my activity, it documented our work, it documented, plus it starts the time clock every time, right? So every time that person admits, every time that person's in the company of other known gang members, and then it starts that time clock so that they stay in the gang file until that time expires. So you want the clock to continue to start over.
Okay, and just one last question, and I hate hammering the heck out of this report stuff, but in terms of the example that was given you by the state, they said, well, if you retire and then you go into cold case, you can continue on with the investigation if it's a cold case, right?
I would, yeah, definitely.
How about the district attorney's office? You're an investigator at the district attorney's office. Does the district attorney's office have a cold case team?
We didn't have anybody assigned to us. At the time, because I left in January of 23, at the time we didn't have anybody that was catching our cold cases specifically, so I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
Right, so you are testifying that Metro has a cold case unit, to which if you're a detective with homicide and you want to take a case with you, you could have done that, right?
Certainly.
But with regards to taking your case as a homicide detective and now working for the district attorney's office, that's not how that typically works, right?
I wouldn't know how they function with it, because I know, we put a case file together and we submit that case, it gets approved by the DA's office, and that the district attorney may recognize certain things that need to be cleaned up or need to be followed up on that maybe wouldn't come back to the detective in homicide. Because keep in mind, if we're working a big case, we're still catching new cases. You don't catch a big case and then all of a sudden, time out, and I get to do this, work this case. You're still catching new cases. We worked one weekend in 2003 where we had 6 murders in one weekend. So you're up going into the weekend and up on rotation coming out of the weekend. Because all the teams caught a case.
And so, just for the jury so they understand, Metro is the police department, they do investigations.
Correct.
Once you're done with the investigation, you develop a suspect, you then submit that request to the DA's office and the district attorney's office for prosecution.
Correct.
The district attorney's office, on the other hand, do not have investigators that initiate cases to be charged, right?
I don't know how the DA's investigators run their, I know I had contact with them multiple times over the years, because now we've involved the DA's office in what we've produced, because we seek the truth, DA's office seeks justice, right? So but I know there may be some incidental things that come up that an investigator will handle rather than taking it back to the homicide detective for follow-up.
In your experience throughout law enforcement, even up to currently, have you ever seen an investigator or the Clark County District Attorney's Office be the primary officer on a case?
No.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo? No. Any questions from the jury? We do have at least once. Can I have the parties approach? Looks like we only have one. All right, question from our jurors. There are 8 cones, but only 7 glass bottles in evidence. Was there another bullet not accounted for in the envelopes, or are there only 7 cases located were there only 7 cases located on the scene?
Good question. So the cone that was closest in the picture if you remember, I said that was a bullet fragment. So underneath that cone was just a piece of a bullet, mostly just the lead. And so the bullet fragment plus the 7 cases.
Any follow-up questions based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Detective, you opened the 7 casings, correct?
Yes.
All right. Showing you with the marked estates proposed exhibit number 130. These appear to be all the bullets and fragments that were collected by Dan Ford.
That's correct. They were also listed on the evidence inventory that I've seen a copy of. I recognize the handwriting and initial and P number for Dan Ford.
As, once again, there's also a blue stripe on here. I'm not going to open this one. There's also a blue stripe on here indicating that they were forensically tested as well.
Yes.
Judge, I'll move to admit 130.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other questions that you have?
No.
Mr. Stampt, questions on this question, essentially?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. All right, you are free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time we are going to take our lunch break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll be in recess until 1:45. Please rise for the jury. Until 1:45, guys.
You are looking live at the 12th floor of the Regional Justice Center in downtown Las Vegas, the epicenter of the legal world today, as Judge Carly Kearney tells the courtroom, "We will see you in an hour." It was a packed morning full of witnesses. Kyle Payne and Sasha Loftus joining you back from our 8 News Plus studios. Sasha, we heard from a handful of witnesses. The last witness there, Dean O'Kelly, was a cold case detective.
Yes.
And he spoke at length about that night and the aftermath of what has essentially been a 30-year investigation. We learned a lot about cold cases. And we also learned a lot about what happened to Tupac Shakur's body when he was shot and the medical things behind that. So we have a lot to get to in the lunch hour here. Looking forward to having you join us, and we will see you back here for all of it right after this break.
Day 2 of the Tupac Shakur murder trial. We are at lunch right now from court. We are here, Sasha Loftus and Kyle Payne, to break down everything from that morning session here. A lot to talk about, Kyle.
I'd be good if we were at lunch.
Yeah,
but
I know.
we
Not
will,
lunch for us.
We will keep you abreast of everything that happened during the, let's see, about 3 hours and 10 minutes, maybe 3.5 hours of testimony today. They didn't take any, but they took a 10-minute break earlier in the morning, about halfway through, after some pretty serious testimony from the medical examiner, who obviously we have some people here who were not present in 1996. That was a long time ago. But they are still being asked to testify about what they can testify to. So the medical examiner spoke this morning under questioning from both prosecutors and the defense attorney. She said in no uncertain terms that those bullets killed the rapper Tupac Shakur. In fact, you pointed out, the very specific nature of some of those injuries.
Homicide, and to his chest and to his abdomen, where she said the bullets that killed him. She went into a few more gruesome details about how they attempted to save him. Doctors attempted to save him in those 5 or 6 days between when he was shot and when he died. He had surgeries. They actually removed his lung, according to the medical examiner, because there was so much blood pooling in his chest area from those gunshot wounds. Also talked about previous gunshot wounds that were scars on his body.
Of bullet wounds. And we know from testimony of a police officer yesterday that during the ambulance ride from the scene of the shooting to UMC, which is here in Las Vegas, which has a trauma center, that Tupac would not say who did it. He said, we're going to handle our business, essentially. And the medical examiner also, during her testimony, prosecutors showed on the big screen, which we did not air on our stream here, gruesome photos of the corpse of the rap legend Tupac Shakur. And our Vanessa Murphy, who's been in the courtroom doing an excellent job reporting from the field, saying that most of Tupac Shakur's family walked out before that witness even testified, knowing that there was some gruesome. So let's listen to exactly what one of those bullets did to the body of Tupac Shakur.
Did it appear that Mr. Shakur had survived his wounds for some period of time?
Yes.
And a lot of what we see on these photographs are evidence of medical intervention.
That's correct.
So now I want to get to his injuries, and I'm going to start with, I'll start with 49. What are we looking at here?
This is the right side of the body up by the chest area. You can see the right axilla or armpit in that region. And then you could see some of the sutures of what they call a thoracotomy incision, where they've cut into the side of the chest. And then just below that, this is an entrance gunshot wound.
And then just below that thoracotomy chest, there appears to be a stitched up area. I can move my mouse too, right there. What is that?
That's a sutured chest tube site.
So he had a tube there to help drain some of what was going on in his body.
Correct. And in the previous one that had all the medical intervention, you could see from the left side there was a similar chest tube on that left side.
From your review, were you able to determine sort of the path of this particular bullet?
Yes.
And what was that?
It entered here in the right lateral aspect of the chest, just below the axilla, the armpit, and then went across the right chest space, went across the right lung, and then ended up coming to rest in what we call the sternal notch. The sternal notch is a location just between where your collarbones kind of meet up towards the center of your chest. So just beneath that, the projectile was recovered.
The nature of that type of wound, what did it physically do to him, his ability to breathe and those types of things?
The injury to the lung would have collapsed the lung and also caused the lung to bleed. And so it was documented within the medical records that he had about 2 liters of blood in his chest cavity when they put in the chest tube to try to save him. And similarly, they ended up removing that lung to try to save him and kind of clamp off the bleeding. And then it already had already had multiple episodes of not becoming responsive, so he wasn't able to breathe. He was bleeding out in that area from that injury.
We're gonna see a lot of pictures, or we have seen some pictures of Mr. Shakur while he's alive. We're gonna see some video of him alive. He certainly looks a lot skinnier in those pictures than he does in these pictures. Is there a reason why he's so bloated in these photographs?
After they've been on the life support system, you end up not being able to circulate the fluid in the body that they're trying to give you, and so it kind of seeps into the tissues, and it makes your tissues look kind of bloated and literally bloated.
So Dr. Lisa Gavin there talking about kind of the gruesome details of Tupac Shakur's body after he died. She reviewed those autopsy photos, the autopsy report in 1996, saying that she was actually in medical school at the time, but she's giving her expert opinion in court today, talking specifically about how he died, as we said, gunshot wounds to the abdomen and to the chest, talking about the tubes that were inserted into his body to try to drain the blood that had pooled there. Again, pretty gruesome details.
Gruesome details, which I believe was only about one bullet. I've listened to that a couple times now. I don't think she was talking about injuries from all the bullets. That was just one factor, because his body was hit in multiple places. And of course, as she's talking about that, during the duration of her testimony, the jury is seeing graphic photos of Tupac Shakur's body, which included medical intervention evidence, the tubes that you mentioned. There was a facial pic, another of his body. They pointed out they weren't going to show all his tattoos, but there was one that said "Thug Life," and we know that what the photo said because our Vanessa Murphy was live tweeting in the courtroom, as she will do. He did sustain a gunshot wound to the right side of his chest. The bullet entered the right side of his chest, went across the right lung. They recovered that projectile, the woman testified. But that collapsed the lung, and as you said, had to be taken out. I mean, that's dire.
Yes.
I would call that dire. They removed the lung trying to save him. He bled out from the injury, but not immediately because he was alive in the hospital at the trauma center for quite some time. He had an entrance wound in one of his thighs. That went into his abdomen. She talked to Dr. Gavin at length about what that did to his intestine. And, look, we don't need to dwell on it. It's terrible, but the jury has to hear it if they need to know, how someone died and why.
And I think we've pointed out the jury saw these photos, but the public did not. We did not see these photos. That was not on the actual stream.
Right.
It was shown in court, but not.
Vanessa was tweeting for our benefit, essentially, because everybody in the courtroom saw it, and that's why she reported that Tupac Shakur's family, before the witness, Dr. Gavin, took the stand, walked out. So, look, there isn't much you can do when you're a defense attorney to those photos are those photos, and they're going to stick with the jury. And in fact, during jury selection, both sides, I think, wanted to make sure that the potential jurors, of which there are 16 now seated, 12 people will deliberate, 4 will be alternates. It's 6 men and 10 women. That they would not be inflamed by that kind of evidence. That they would be able to sit there and watch and see a dead body and see gruesome and vulgar things. And they all essentially, I would say, the majority of the jurors got asked questions related to that. Can you sit there and tolerate this kind of thing? And some people said they couldn't. And I believe one woman said, "I'll just gag."
Yeah.
And I think they let her go. So the defense attorney can't undo that damage. But he tries to say, look, you weren't there 30 years ago, were you? You're relying on pictures, and this is what he did to try and take the sting out of that testimony.
Now, would you have been able to do this type of review if Dr. Jordan had not kept an adequate record of his efforts?
It depends on what you have available for review.
Say, for instance, there's no record at all. He doesn't do a record, he does some work, but you don't have anything other than maybe the pictures in this case. Would that be enough of a review for you?
Photographs can be very helpful in terms of determining what happened to the body, and then in terms of where the locations of injuries are, based on my knowledge of anatomy in the body, I can definitely generate opinions based on that.
Sure, but with regards to, say, his work in general, outside of the fact that you could point out location of where there's entry and exit wounds, for instance, from a bullet, outside of that, would you be able to tell this jury exactly what Dr. Jordan had done with regard to his autopsy?
What he did for his exact procedures, no.
And in the event that you don't even have that, say for instance, you're coming in here today and the question is, well, did Tupac Shakur die of bullet wounds? Would that be something that you could just tell a jury like this without even looking at a record or photographs?
We would need some kind of record in order for me to be able to generate an opinion, or some kind of photographs for me to be able to generate an opinion.
And fair to say then, once again, that in your line of work, record keeping, record writing is critical to maintain the integrity of what you do as a coroner.
Yes.
Again, defense attorney Michael Samft kind of digging into, like we were saying, the whole reporting, the whole documentation of this case, pointing to the fact that, hey, maybe this wasn't as documented as it should have been over the course of 30 years, over the course of that investigation. I think partly because it was 1996.
Right, and because it's been 30 years, and it was a cold case for so long, and where is your case that you've been building for any period of time against Duane Davis? Where is any evidence that he's the one that did it beyond the book and the admission to authorities?
His own words.
Right. So, okay. Michael Sam said yesterday to the assembled media after the court date, that the length in time since 1996 was going to help him. Memories are not as good. And if you don't have everything written meticulously, they don't have the cloud.
Yeah.
And so they're looking at files that maybe a report disappeared, maybe it never existed, and maybe the police work, while I'm sure it was excellent back in 1996, didn't have the same closing of loops that it would have because of the advancements in technology.
Yeah, technology is a big player in any investigation. I mean, we talked about this so much yesterday that, hey, there's no body cam video, there's no cell phone footage, the CCTV is not as high quality as it would be today. Kind of going to that, though, that was the next witness that was a security guard at MGM, correct?
Yes, so we had a security guard at MGM who talked at length about the fight that preceded the shooting. So we're take for a fact that a shooting happened.
Yes.
Whether Keffe D did it or not. And we're also going to take for a fact, based on video evidence that we saw, that Orlando Anderson, and we're going to see this video, Orlando Anderson, Baby Lane, Keffe D's nephew, was attacked by Tupac Shakur and the people that he was with. And so this is that footage from MGM. And it went on. There's all different angles, and the security guard, you can see, I believe that's Tupac doing some of the kicking, and Suge Knight is in there, the founder of Death Row Records. And this went on for quite a while, the testimony, because they had to establish, this is MGM. This is what MGM looked like 30 years ago. This is what's changed. Hey, they were near the food court. Was that near the coffee shop? Who are all these people? Where are they coming from? Which direction are they going? So the prosecutors, because evidence gets added in little stages, had to get through all of this to say that there was a beating. Thing is, we already know what the motive was. We know the motive for Tupac's killing, in the theory the prosecutors have, was Keffe D was mad that his nephew, Baby Lane, got jumped like this, and that they were going to go. And in fact, Keffe D in his book says they left the MGM and went looking for Tupac at 662 the Carriage House, right?
Yes, and waited for him in the car. That according to the book, he went and got a gun from somebody else, and they waited for him, and then said, "Hey, he's not coming. Let's just go out and party." Then, as they were driving on Flamingo, they saw Suge Knight and Tupac drive by, made a U-turn, and then that's when the drive-by shooting happened. Again, according to Keffe D's book.
Right. And we heard from a witness yesterday who was behind that car, who said that they heard guns. Well, today, another witness who testified was a security guard at another casino, which is now the Westin, if you're familiar with Las Vegas, not too far from downtown, right?
Yes.
And
not too far. It's off Flamingo. So, not too far from where the shooting happened.
More near where we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of near the Strip. Yeah.
Okay. So, in my world, it's in its comparison where downtown is.
Yeah.
Because I live there. But I was wrong. And so we heard that testimony from the witness who took cover. And today we heard from a security guard who also heard that gunfire and his very interesting chain of events remembered today.
The two officers, another security officer and I were standing around one Dodge Caravan, and we just suddenly heard a lot of gunfire. And we ran to the barrier wall that was overlooking Koval Boulevard, not Koval, Flamingo Boulevard. And that's when I witnessed what I saw.
So you hear a bunch of shots. Do you have any idea how many you heard?
It sounded like a lot.
One volley, two volleys?
Three volleys.
Three volleys.
Yes.
Heard. And when you say a lot, I mean, to some people, can you put any sort of number on it?
I had 3 to 4, maybe even 5 each volley. It was a series of pops.
Somewhere between 9 and 15 shots in a series.
Something like that.
You said after the shots fired, you guys ran to the retaining wall.
Yes.
I assume you ducked for cover at first.
No, because I was I was armed, so I was leaning over the retaining wall to see what I could see.
And when you look over the wall, what do you see?
I see a line of vehicles in the left straight lane on Flamingo heading east, and there's several vehicles. There was a white Dodge Stratus at the front, a black BMW behind it, another dark car, and I believe another car, and then there was a white Chevy Suburban behind that, and several more cars.
Do you see anybody outside of those vehicles?
Yeah, there were a number of people standing outside of the vehicles in the traffic lanes.
And do you see any of them armed?
One gentleman was armed, one black male adult, very young, well-dressed. He was wearing a very bright white 3/4 sleeve shirt, black pants, and a black dress vest.
And at the time that you see him, is he firing his weapon?
No, he's not, but he does have the weapon in his hand. It was an automatic weapon, automatic pistol.
Semi-automatic pistol?
Yes.
And is he holding it down? Is he pointing it in a direction?
He wasn't pointing it in any direction. It was kind of just off to his side.
What do you see this caravan of cars do?
Well, I looked back because the Metro officers jumped in their cars to pursue. And then when I turned around, everyone was back in their cars again. And they made a U-turn heading west on Flamingo towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
So you heard him there. I think it's important to note that these eyewitnesses that they've had so far heard the gunshots. They haven't had anyone yet that has seen the gunshots, which I think is, or seen the shooting happened.
I think he might have said that he saw a white Suburban, and that's interesting because the car in question, according to prosecutors, seems to be a white Cadillac.
Yeah.
So, we're getting there. Yesterday, the witness who we heard from, who was with her friends, wanted to go to the fight and made it down to the MGM for that argument we just saw, where Baby Lane, Keffe D's nephew, was being assaulted. But she said she saw a white four-door.
Yeah.
So now we have a white Suburban. We're inching ever closer to a white Escalade.
Yeah, white is
but
the theme here, I guess. with the
apparently,
color.
there are no eyewitnesses.
Yeah.
Because I think they would have started with that.
Okay, so let's go off that a little bit.
Okay.
So talking about kind of how they stack the evidence up, the prosecution. So in your opinion, do they usually start with the most intense testimony, or do they build up to that, or is it just kind of depend on the trial?
It depends on the trial. I think in the murder trials that I've watched mostly, it's either the victim's family or loved ones take the stand first and say, this was who we're talking about here, and they set the stage of, so I did a story about someone who was killed. It was a brutal murder of someone who had killed the man who had slept with his wife while he was in prison. It was terrible. And he was, they were seeking the death penalty. They ended up convicting him, sending him in prison for life. Even though the guy, wasn't like a pillar of society that died, he had some struggles. They started with his family. They said, tell us about Caesar. Tell us what you know.
Okay.
And he was, this is what it was like in childhood. He was my brother. This was our relationship as adults. This is the last time I saw him. This is when I began to get suspicious. This is when I couldn't reach him anymore on his cell phone. This is when I called police. This is when I knew something was wrong. And so now you've got a victim, and the jury knows who we're talking about here. Well, in this case, we know that Tupac Shakur, we know who that guy is.
Who he is, yes.
And we're going to hear from his family, I'm almost positive. However, in this case, they started with a first responder. So some cases, maybe if you remember the worldwide phenomenon of the Karen Reed trial, the prosecutor started that with so many first responders, firefighters, ambulance, the first police to arrive, the first sergeant to arrive. So everybody to be able to say, we found a body in the snow, and these are all the things we did, and then finally the person dies, and then you get to say this was who that guy was. So in this case, we heard yesterday from there. I think they're doing chronologically.
Okay.
It sounds, at least that's how it started.
Chronologically, okay, that makes sense.
And then, now we're at the point where we know he's dead, and we're getting we're taking a slight back step in time to say, okay, I heard this, leading up to testimony that we are going to hear as we continue our hour-long lunch break to talk about a cold case detective who was able to catalog where the bullets were, what they were, and what happened with them. And I'm not sure where they're going, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But when we talk about building the evidence, you can't just there isn't one witness who saw everything.
Of course.
Who knows everything. There's
Or
not
heard
one
everything.
document. Right. There's not one operative document that says, okay, this has got everything in it, that one person, every little piece. We heard gunshots from over here. We saw this car. We heard this statement. We saw this guy. We did this police interview.
It's a puzzle.
It's a puzzle, and you have to get them. You have to get it in order. And if you don't have your case. So that's what's going on now. It's what we're going to do for 4 weeks of this. I'm not exactly sure.
At the minimum,
because I don't think that there's anybody who has firsthand knowledge that's going to say Duane Davis is the guy.
Yeah. And that's, I'm sure,
we'll
what
get
the
close
defense
to that.
is
Yes.
going to push off of
Right.
is, I mean, I think Vanessa said yesterday when we were talking to her in our wrap-up show yesterday, by the way, we'll do that again at 7 o'clock
hope
tonight
so.
here on 8 News Plus. But she was talking about how for the defense, it's kind of an uphill battle because Keffe D admitted to this so many times. But on the other side of that coin, you've got the defense saying, hey, but what other evidence is there besides his own words? Like you were saying, there isn't someone that specifically saw him do it, as far as we know so far. And there isn't any photo, any video, anything that puts him in that particular spot at that time.
No DNA.
Yeah.
Obviously, no cell phone evidence because of the time. No smoking gun. And Michael Sanft said yesterday in his opening statements, no law enforcement who is able to corroborate all of the things that Keffe D says when he essentially brags about being the last living witness to the murder of Tupac Shakur. So, no, it's interesting. And Vanessa rightfully said it's an uphill battle. But, okay, I guess, sure. Take out the confessions, which are huge. I give you that. But take them out, and what else do you have? And that's what I'm watching this trial for. And I think that's also why it took 30 years to get here.
Yeah.
Because it's not a perfect case. He wrote the book. He spoke to law enforcement. And what prosecutors are trying to do is make the evidence conform to the confession as best they can. If Duane Davis said he was here, they want to be able to show that he was there. If Duane Davis seemed to be riding a certain car, they want to say that's the car. If Duane Davis is saying they beat up my nephew, Baby Lane, well, we're getting a lot on beating up of the nephew, Baby Lane. I mean, a lot of it. Thing is, Robert Draskevich, the criminal attorney here in Las Vegas, came as our legal analyst yesterday. He's right. Motive is not required. You need to be able to show the facts to the jury that this happened. However, a jury loves to know why. It's not a requirement that anybody prove why, but we know why. According to Keffe D's own words, if we're to believe him, the why, the motive is these guys were bickering, arguing back and forth, assaulting each other in different places. There was according to Keffe D's book, there was a big argument at the mall leading up to this day in Las Vegas. I think the mall was in California. The investigation eventually went to California. Once the mall assault happened, where Keffe D, as a nephew, Baby Lane, was a factor in that argument in the mall. Well, then when Tupac and his friends saw him at the MGM, that's when you're led to believe that's when the attack on him took place. and you could see Keffe D and Suge Knight involved in the fracas.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, and I was going to say, we talked about this a bit yesterday. If you're a juror, all you need is, we heard a lot even in the movies, reasonable doubt, right? So that's the defense's job, is to plant that seed of reasonable doubt. There's a chance that this didn't happen. So, or, we're not sure if it was actually him. So, we knew what happened, but you know what I mean?
Well,
that
of course.
he wasn't involved.
Yes. Or that he's bragging
Yeah.
For the 150 grand he says he got for the book.
And the claims that the ghostwriter embellished on his behalf because he did have a ghostwriter for his book that, again, came out in 2019.
He says he told, in fact, if we have the soundbite where he told Vanessa Murphy that that Keffe D only spoke to that guy for a moment.
Where he talks about the ghostwriter?
Number 2.
Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I wasn't even in the battle. I wasn't in the battle, period.
Do you regret the book and the interview?
Yeah, I was just after the money, and they said I was covered. I did it for the money. You know what I'm saying? And,
But did anyone tell you maybe it's not a good idea to do that because they might arrest you after they hear you say that or read it in your book? Like, did anyone close to you say, not a good idea?
That was the ghostwriters. Did. I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about no Winston Churchill, Frank Sinatra. Just read the book. You know I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? And the Vlad thing, the lady, she gave me $150,000.
You heard him say, I wasn't even in Nevada. So
Love
his
that.
claim, his claim, and what did he say? I don't know Winston Churchill. I
Frank
don't know
Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra. Essentially saying, this wasn't him. This was the ghostwriter that embellished. So one thing I think that Michael Samt, Duane Davis's defense attorney, kind of played off of is there's a line in his book where he talks about they had been waiting for him at Club 662 to try to see if he'd come there to retaliate after the fight with Baby Lane, Orlando Anderson. And then they said, okay, you know what? We're over this. We're going to go out and party. They drive away. Then they see Tupac and Suge Knight in that black BMW. And the line specifically is, the death row caravan hit the corner, Tupac hanging out of the window of a black luxury BMW waving to his fans. We love you, Tupac. Tupac, to people screaming. So then the witness yesterday who heard the gunshots, who was in town with her friend that I think knew Suge Knight,
All right.
they asked her specifically, I believe it was it Michael Samt that asked her this?
Yes.
Yes, where he said, was Tupac hanging out the door? This is, of course, the last photo seen of him. Was he hanging out the car window? And she said no.
Right. And so I guess if you're going to live by the book, you're going to die by it.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because I think it helps the defense to say some of that is true.
Yeah.
And it helps everybody to say some of it's not true.
Mhm.
So it's just a matter of you pick your facts.
Yep.
What fits into your theory of the case, and that's where we are today.
Yeah.
We have so much more to get to, Sasha. We have additional witnesses to talk about.
Yep.
We have legal experts who are weighing in from across the country, and we'll get back to all of that on the other side of this break. Please stay with us.
Welcome back. We are a day and a half into the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Kyle, let's go ahead and start from the beginning, kind of go over the timeline again of what we've seen so far in this day and a half.
Let's. So at the end of the day yesterday, Michael Sanf, the defense attorney, talked with our Vanessa Murphy, who's at the courthouse, and all the assembled media, and said that he felt like the prosecution left the jury for the day bored out of their minds. I'm paraphrasing, but I think he said bored. And it was
tedious.
It was tedious. It was ponderous. And there's Judge Carly Kearney, who's presiding over this as we look at prosecutors and the entire courtroom. So LAPD wanted to talk with Keffe D, Duane Davis, who's charged with orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur. That's why we're all here. Keffe D spoke with these detectives at length about the murder of Biggie Smalls.
Which happened, 6 months or a year after Tupac's murder?
Shortly after. And I think you could make an argument was in some way related to the Bloods and the Crips and East Coast and West Coast and this whole thing with Death Row Records.
Complicated web of different gangs in California.
And 2 unsolved murders.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So we had to hear this testimony. And I'm not, it wasn't testimony. It was recorded, I imagine, on a tape like from when we were kids, an actual audio cassette. And they had a transcript, who was at this party. Anyway, it went on forever. And today they began with another long tape of that. So that detective from the LAPD, Frank Miller, who interviewed Duane Davis at Duane Davis's attorney office, was the first one to go on. And like I said, some of these witnesses just have one little tiny thing to put together the puzzle. And the next guy was a crime scene analyst for 30 years, and he knew, he was the nexus to get from the crime scene to the autopsy. And that's when we heard from Dr. Lisa Gavin, who gave painstaking, tough to watch and listen to testimony of how those bullets tore through the body of Tupac Shakur.
Yes.
And as we said, the courtroom, the jury saw those gruesome photos. We did not. Our Vanessa Murphy tweeted out that at the beginning of that testimony of Dr. Lisa Gavin, who was just reviewing the autopsy report from 30 years ago. As you said, she was in medical school. So she was giving her expert opinion. She spoke. She was given, she gave her whole testimony of what happened to Tupac's body. The prosecutors got their chance to talk to him. And then we got to the part about the fight. And that was the guy who was showing an old map of MGM, trying to show how all those people, where they were coming from, where they were going, where the fight happened, who went which way. This guy went that way, and these people went the other way. And then another Las Vegas Metro detective, Kenneth Rios, discussed the fight. We finally get to another person who spoke about hearing shots. We just heard from that guy. Again, another person who heard shots, quite a few of them.
But did not see anything.
So you can't.
He did see a caravan of cars. He did see, I believe, the black BMW that Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were in. And he saw a few other, he described, again, a white car, not a white Cadillac.
Right, a white Suburban.
A white SUV. So that brings us to a person who is now a deputy.
Oh, right. So interestingly, I think this gentleman was a detective for quite some time
at the time
at Metro. Yes. In 1991, so he started, lower in the ranks, and by the time we got to present day, he was a cold case detective, and he retired and made the interesting step to become a marshal inside the courthouse. So you can see him if you attend the courthouse regularly, you will recognize this person as someone who has taken a second career. I guess he wasn't ready to go fishing, and he's still involved in law enforcement. This as a marshal in the Clark County 8th Judicial District Court. And his name is Dino Kelly, and you saw him a little earlier in our video of today's witnesses getting some little vials which contained some of the bullets.
Some of the bullet casings.
From there. So he spoke at length today, and a little bit about cold cases, a little bit about the bullets, and a little bit about what they knew from that night. Let's listen in.
We heard over the radio an officer rather excited, certainly under a stressful situation, reporting shots being fired and requesting a code red on the radio. We weren't very far away, so we cut the guys loose that we were with, got in our vehicles, and with lights and siren, we went over to respond to the area of the Maxim Hotel.
When an officer calls out code red, what does that mean? What is he trying to do?
The code red is so that no other radio traffic is coming across except for what those officers are going through. So it's trying to keep the radio traffic to a minimum. So we didn't even announce that we were en route. It's not important for dispatch or really anybody else to know that we were on our way, because we're waiting for updates from that officer or from the officers involved. So we stay off the radio. It's a sacred thing. You don't break the code red unless you really have to get on the radio.
You heard him there discussing the code red when that call came across the radio of shots fired, saying that everyone went to the scene. He also talked about those bullet casings, as we mentioned, how they did not have fingerprints on them.
Right, and I believe the bullet casings are under those cones, and then here he is being approached by the prosecutor with, I think, 7 vials, each one including a bullet from that day, and there was an 8th bullet of which he found a fragment, and a juror asked a good question. You said there were 8 bullets, why do you only have 7 vials? And he said that one of them was a fragment. So this was lengthy testimony. If you're interested in crime procedure, police procedure, this was good. You heard him talking about not breaking the code red on the radio. Yeah. That's some police maybe unwritten rule. But we also learned about how cold cases are handed down from generation to generation, what it actually means. I guess when you pointed it out, when there isn't anybody left.
Yeah, I believe from what he was saying is when all the people that were originally working the case are no longer with the department, whether they've retired, whether they've, just moved on in another way, then it constitutes a cold case. But he didn't quite specify if that means just I believe it's if all of them are no longer with the department.
It was a little confusing because I couldn't tell if everybody had to go or if, one partner, if there was a chain of partners who never broke, if that didn't make it a cold case. But look, cold or whatever, it was never solved.
Exactly.
And then, back in 2023, when Keffe D was arrested, both Sheriff Kevin McMahill and District Attorney Steve Wilson essentially said, this murder is solved. We have our guy. Tupac Shakur was a musical legend, and Keffe D, Duane Davis orchestrated the whole thing, and he's charged with just that.
Yes.
With not with doing the shooting, but with providing the means with which to get it done
and planning it.
Yes, and so that's why he's sitting right there at that table, and we're sitting here talking about it. It's a lot, but so once we got through what was an hour or so of cold case discussion, we got to the nitty-gritty of the Tupac murder trial and how that conversation led perhaps to Keffe D or to different suspects. And when the prosecutor was done painting that picture, the defense attorney, Michael Sanft, had to ask, but it was so cold. And why didn't you, when did you realize you had this over the course of all these many years that you had Keffe D? And what exactly was the turning point in which you could say, here's our guy? And that's how this exchange happened.
I thought his defense lawyer laid out pretty much that exact proposition. And I would also tell you, even though I never make the decision whether to call my client until the end of the prosecution case, you can pretty much bet he's not taking the stand, because you can imagine what the cross-examination would be in this case. They told you, don't believe anything he says. Now you're supposed to believe him when he's on trial for his life and he's not getting a paycheck, so no.
That was actually a different soundbite than we intended.
We will get back to defense attorney Mark Garagos on News Nation talking about his opinions on the trial. But with regard to Dino Kelly, who was using all of his cold case experience to try and solve the Keffe D murder, the murder of Tupac Shakur, for which Keffe D is charged with orchestrating, We're talking about all these bullets and all of this evidence that either led one way or didn't lead another. And after the prosecution got into all of that, and as I said, painted a picture, the defense attorney, Michael Sanft, tried his best to say, at what point, when do I get to figure out when you figured out it was my guy who did this?
It sure seems like the prosecution narrative, given the opening, is that this guy admitted to it, so therefore convict him. The problem was they then put on a series of witnesses, and it doesn't jibe with basically anything he said. So in the book, so it's who are you going to believe? Me in a book that I'm trying to sell, or the witnesses that I'm calling here? And then the argument is, well, of course it was 30 years because this guy is just one of these wannabes, and he's not. He might be a lot of things, but he's certainly not guilty of this crime.
I think we should pivot here.
Yes.
Talk about Mark Garagos for a moment, because he was on News Nation. The world is talking about this.
Of course.
And so you heard Mark Garagos is famous for some very high-profile murders in the United States. Scott Peterson being one of them, who killed his pregnant wife. He's a pundit, and he was on News Nation, and he was very frank about what he had to say. In that first one, it was about whether you can believe Keffe D.
He was saying, the question, hey, you don't believe him when he said this, why should we believe him now? Which I think that's the question a lot of people ask.
Right. And so, he's got a good take on things. News Nation has been doing a lot of coverage. And if we have one more Mark Garagos soundbite, I will listen to it.
Yes, I believe that's the one we're trying to get here.
There are 8 cones, but only 7 glass bottles in evidence. Was there another bullet not accounted for in the envelopes, or were there only 7 cases located on the scene?
Good question. So the cone that was closest in the picture, if you remember, I said that was a bullet fragment. So underneath that cone was just a piece of a bullet, mostly just the lead. And so the bullet fragment plus the 7 cases.
Any follow-up questions based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Yeah. Detective, you opened the 7 casings, correct?
Yes.
Showing you with the marked the state's proposed exhibit number 130. These appear to be all the bullets and fragments that were collected by Dan Ford.
That's correct. They were also listed on the evidence inventory that I've seen a copy of. I recognize the handwriting and initial and P number for Dan Ford.
As once again, there's also a blue stripe on here. I'm not going to open this one. There's also a blue stripe on here indicating that they were forensically tested as well.
Yes.
So this was prior to lunch break. Detective Dino Kelly, cold case detective, talking about the bullets that killed Tupac Shakur in a question that he acknowledged was a very good one from the jury. You said there were 8 bullets. You only have 7 vials. There was a fragment of a bullet. And we saw that video testimony of the orange cones in the evening of the shooting, which indicated those were the bullets that had, I guess, struck either the car or missed the car and that were on the streets. There were also bullets inside of Tupac Shakur.
Yeah, in the casings and everything. So
Right.
you can see those cones around them there. And we were talking earlier, quite an inquisitive jury. I mean, there's been a question for almost every witness, I believe, that was submitted to the judge. And you were saying that's a common practice for the majority of trials, right? That jurors can ask, because that's not something that you see in, the TV shows, the movies, things like that, is the jurors asking questions.
Yes, and it's not allowed in every state. So Nevada is one state that allows questions. So in the most simple way to explain it, the prosecutor puts on a witness. The state or the defense attorney cross-examines that witness. And if there's no more redirect or recross, the judge says, in this case, Judge Carly Kearney looks at the jury and says, do you have any questions? If they do, then the attorneys, the defense attorney, the prosecutors approach Judge Kearney at her bench and say, let's discuss this question from a constitutional level. Is it a question that we are able to ask? Does it break the rules of evidence? Is it overly prejudicial? Does it put my client, in a way like, for instance, a question can't be, do you think he did it?
Yeah.
Or did, what's your gut say? Because, that's not evidence.
Yeah, it has to be.
So it's got to be within the rules of evidence that the question can be asked. And all of these questions, to the best of my knowledge, that the jury has given to the judge have been asked. There have been some pretty good questions.
Yeah.
And I think, if I remember correctly, Vanessa said one juror was asking the majority of the questions yesterday. So
Okay.
it sounds like an inquisitive jury, and perhaps one juror in particular who is inquisitive, which is fine. Just in pointing that out. There have been times in Nevada in trials where I've seen judges say, we can't answer that question for you. We're not allowed to ask that question. We don't get to learn what the question was, although it becomes evidence, I believe, an exhibit. We don't get to learn what that question was. They don't say, we're not giving you the answer to question and read it. In fact, sometimes a judge will say, don't think anything of the fact that we're not answering your question. It's not because of something you did. It's not because it was a bad question. It was because the lawyers and I have decided that it doesn't fall within the rules of evidence.
That's a really great point to make, because that is something that I was not aware of ahead of this trial.
I was not familiar with it until I got to Nevada. So it's very interesting. The process is fascinating because after they ask the questions, after the jury asks the questions, the prosecutor and the defense attorney can then follow up on from that witness if it opened the door to any additional questions. And in fact, after a question, defense attorney Michael Sanfts told the judge, I would like to ask another question. And she said, well, is it related to this question that the juror just asked? And I think the answer was no, not necessarily. It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
But this has been very cordial between the two sides, the defense attorney and the prosecutors. And the prosecutor said he had no objection to Michael Sanft asking an additional question that wasn't necessarily related to the small point that the juror made in his question. So to circle all the way back to the testimony of the cold case detective, Dean O'Kelly, speaking of Michael Sanft asking questions, this, I believe, is when he asked the question to the detective of when do we finally figure out that Keffe D is your guy? Letters in the mail.
You thought you had a suspect. What did you do? Send him a letter and say you need to confess to this crime? I mean, how did that work out with the thing that happened in Toledo?
Oh, in Toledo?
Yeah.
We had put together enough of the case to know, with every bit of confidence that it was him, even to the point where we were able to author an arrest warrant for him. And then we were in contact with the correctional facility that he was in custody and let them know that we wanted to come out. They actually approached him to let him know that detectives from Las Vegas want to come out and speak with you. And he agreed, right? I mean, he's sitting in custody for, serving life without for actually killing two people, a child and the child's father. And so, I think probably just for entertainment value alone, he agreed to talk to us. And we were able to come out there, sit down with him. They pulled him out of his cell, obviously, and away from the rest of the inmates. And we talked to him for a couple hours before lunch, and then we broke for lunch, and then after lunch, he told us he did it.
So you put together information here in Las Vegas that was all corroborated, right? I mean, you had information, you had evidence that you were putting together, right?
Correct.
And all that evidence pointed towards this particular person.
It did.
And then at some point you said, we just don't have enough. We would want to hear from this guy himself. And that's when you went out to Toledo to confront him on it?
I think that we would have been able to get a conviction without him telling us that he did it, but why not? I mean, if we went there and he said, "Pound Sam, I'm not going to tell you," like, you flew all the way out here and now I'm not going to tell you that I did it. I mean, we still would have gone forward, but it certainly, bolsters the case to have him say, yes, I did it, and this is what I did before and after, which is what he was able to do.
So this particular exchange was not specifically about Keffe D. Important to point that out. It was about the importance of a confession in a case, not necessarily a similar case to this, but another particular murder case that they had covered before. So talking about, because of course they do have a confession from Duane Davis. So they're kind of comparing this to another case.
Yes, and for those of you who watched the trial at home, you may have noticed that before Detective O'Kelly went on the stand, the judge said we have room for one more witness. Says about 11:40, and maybe people thought lunch was in the offing.
Yeah.
Well, the testimony lasted a solid hour and 5 minutes before he was off the stand. So they are now almost at the end of their lunch break. They went out at 12:45 Nevada time. It is 1:42 now here on the second day of the Tupac Shakur murder trial. We've discussed quite a bit of testimony, and as you say, a lot of moving parts, and I think you can expect the same treatment in the afternoon. There's one thing I wanted to get to from yesterday, from day one. At the end of the day, we saw a member of the media approach the bench. This is the person who's in charge of the feed that we watch and that everybody is getting, and that's him on the left with the beard, and that's the prosecutor in the middle. And we were curious because the judge is very inquisitive about what's going on. And we could have assumed, and we did, that it had something to do with what the feed was showing. And the major concern is always, are we showing the jury? We are not allowed to show the jury. The jury, their identities are protected until after the trial. They are to hear the evidence and be able to deliberate freely without people knowing who they are, and the TV is not entitled to show them. In fact, our Vanessa Murphy reported today that someone in the trial was trying to sketch the jury.
Yeah.
And they were told that they can't do that.
Yeah, they cannot be shown at all.
Sometimes you see those sketches in federal court because cameras aren't allowed in federal court, but I don't think this lady was sanctioned, let's say, to be doing this, and she was told to stop, and she did. So what they're doing now, we found out, is they're discussing the camera angles, which I believe yesterday on day one included the monitors that are on the laptop screens and so forth that are on the prosecution and the defense tables. So they are very clearly, with all that pointing, doing logistics. And so last night at the end of court, I asked the court what happened, what is this about, because the audio was off, and I was dying to know. And they provided this response. Sasha, I think we have it coming up.
Yeah, I believe we have a statement. Yeah, the conversation at the bench with Court TV related to camera positioning to help ensure that the attorney laptop screens were not viewable, as Kyle said, in order to prevent the risk of inadvertent disclosure of attorney work. So that makes complete sense.
Total sense. And not only might they have their theory of the case or some evidence that, they don't necessarily want all the viewers across the world on all the different streaming sites and television networks that are covering this. We have worldwide attention on this case. I remember sitting during jury selection, which wasn't covered, and one of the attorneys had his iPad out and his IMs or whatever, his phone stuff, the iMessage conversation. And I mean, even if I wanted to, I'm too old to now have read it from the second row of the courtroom. But I suppose he could be saying something that if the camera were to capture it could provide some uncomfort, some embarrassment. I see you looking at
it looks like we might. Are we coming back, Carlos? It appears.
Is the jury back from lunch? And what did they have? Okay, so the door is open. That is the door from which we have seen the defendant, Duane Davis, Keffe D, walk out of. Those are Metro police officers. Yeah. He is, of course, in the custody of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. They have him while he's on in court. He's the marshal's problem when he's sitting there, but they bring him back there behind that door into a cell where he's
Looks
being
like he might
held.
be coming out now here.
I imagine he was fed. He will come out in his suit and tie, which is, of course, not what he gets to wear while he's a ward of the Clark County Detention Center.
And you were saying the idea is for the jury not to see him in that.
So the constitutional rights that are afforded our defendants in America are plenty. You're presumed innocent. And often it's just, what's become of the legal system is that for a jury to see someone in handcuffs is to say they're guilty. So even if this person is innocent, if they come in shackled and a jury sees that, there's no way to unring that bell. That's so prejudicial. So
Makes sense.
they come in their Sunday best. Most people will be in a shirt and tie. Keffe D seems to have an array of nice suits. In fact, he discusses his penchant for wardrobe in his book Compton Street Legend. And now you're looking not only at Metro, but at the marshal in charge of Judge Carly Kearney's courtroom. Keffe D will be in any minute, as you know, and you see in the foreground Michael Sanft with the long hair there. He is trying to save his client's life because if Keffe D, Duane Davis, is convicted, he faces what would essentially be a life sentence, even if he was given 20 years, as he's in his 60s and not in great health. He has told our Vanessa Murphy that he is not interested in a plea deal. In fact, she asked him that question in one of her many excellent questions.
Well, that was the question, right, that we all had, is we were wondering, will this trial actually move forward? And that was, the answer that we got.
'Cause it took a while.
It did. So that was the question, will he actually take a deal? And when she interviewed him 2 weeks ago, he said absolutely not, and here we are.
Right. And he specifically said, I'm 64. If I took a 10-year deal, so, I mean, I guess maybe if they said to him, well, would you plead guilty and get out of prison now for time served? Well, that's not going to happen. I mean, now it's too much. But yeah, so what Robert Draskovich, the criminal attorney who gave us some excellent analysis yesterday, told us was that it's either life or a set term, 20 to 50. And on top of that, enhancement for gang-related activity or for a deadly weapon vis-a-vis the gun that shot those bullets that killed the rap legend Tupac Shakur. It's very interesting. It is not almost over. Not only do we have quite a bit of and we have quite a bit of testimony left to go here on murder trial day 2, but also it's only day 2 of what they suspect is going to be a month-long trial. So we're just in the infancy here.
We're just and we will be here for the entire thing for you.
Yes, and you pointed out we're on 8 News Plus. There's a rumor we're on YouTube, and if we are, we want to remind those YouTube viewers to download our 8 News Plus app, because then you'll be able to see this trial. And our 8 News Plus staff is doing such an excellent job of maintaining the stream and keeping us aware so that we can tell you what's going on.
I'm looking back at the monitor, by the way, to see what the update is.
They'll be out in a second. Believe me, this time to stretch your legs and take a deep breath and watch us do the hard work, you'll be happy, because at some point you're going to be involved in watching and listening to some what could be grueling or gruesome testimony, because we heard quite a bit of that today.
Yes, specifically today, more so than yesterday. So do we want to go to break here? Do we want to see?
Sure.
It looks like... No, that's just another Metro officer. I thought that maybe he was coming out.
No, let's stay here.
No, let's go ahead and stay here just in case. It looks like they're getting ready to bring him back out.
So if you're not already familiar with the process, when he finally comes out, and who knows what could be keeping him, the answer is not that he's conferring with his attorneys, because you can see his attorney there.
Here he is.
Oh, and so now he's going to come in, and he's going to take his seat at the table, and when he does, the judge will come in. The jury will come in. They will call their next witness, assuming they don't have anything to discuss, anything that came up during the lunch hour that either side wanted to make the judge aware of or argue, or anything that they may need to logistically discuss as far as, this is where we are with the witnesses today. This is how long this is going to take. This is what time we think we're going to...
housekeeping items.
And of course, are we on schedule? That is... those are 4 words that every judge will ask so many times. Are we on schedule?
Especially in a trial like this.
Yes, because you've got a jury of 16 people whose lives are put on hold to determine the fate of this man, Duane Keffe D. Davis, on trial for orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur. The jury is now... the gallery is now filling. The gallery behind Keffe D, not as full today as it was yesterday.
Yes,
Vanessa Murphy.
Yeah, she was talking about how yesterday it was a bit of a, quote, media circus with, people from over the world. And fewer of them are there today, according to Vanessa. She said there were tents outside. There were, people from
the
Germany.
national media, yes.
Yeah, international media as well. So it sounds like I'm sure that's still happening today, but not quite as intensely. So we were talking about how it'll probably taper off a bit in the coming weeks and then ramp back up again as we get closer to a verdict.
Family members will stay. Media will stay. Oh, here's Judge Carly Kearney presiding over the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Let's listen in on what she has to say as the jury enters the building.
funny thing is, if you stand up with one of these screens on, you can't read.
Joining us. You're looking now here at everyone returning from that lunch break, day 2 of the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Looks like everyone is sitting down. Michael Sampt there, Keffe D's attorney, speaking to someone. You see Duane Davis, Keffe D, sitting right there as well. We are waiting for what I believe would be the next witness here. We've had 10 so far. Let's go ahead and see what's happening now.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
James McDonald, James McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Paul, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McDonald, it's fair to say that you're here because of a court order, is that right?
Right.
That you didn't volunteer to come or anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay. But you were instructed by a court that you had to attend?
Yes.
I want to ask you about September 7th, 1996. Were you at Club 662?
Yes.
What was Club 662?
It was a club that Shug bought, and we operated it. When he opened, I was head of security through the neighborhood. Just a place to go and hang out.
Did the number 662 mean anything?
Well, to the new guys, that was part of our neighborhood, 662, okay. MOB.
Okay, MOB. And when you say MOB, there used to be, before Apple iPhones and those types of things, when you had to have landlines and you pressed numbers, 662, there would be letters under those numbers, and M and O would be under 6. Is that right?
Right.
And B would be under 2?
Yes.
So 662 would be MOB.
Yes.
When you talk about Suge, are you talking about Suge Knight?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Suge?
He lived in my neighborhood.
And is that in Compton?
Yes.
When you were at Club 662, you said you were head of security.
Yes.
Was somebody by the name of Reggie Wright Jr. there with you?
Not at that time.
No?
No.
When was he with you?
I got out of prison in 1988. Suge came and got me in 1988, like 4 days from coming home. Started another company, Burn Hill Records, then Death Row Records came. Soon as Death Row was launched, Reggie came a few months after that.
Okay, so we're talking about the start of Death Row Records. Reggie wasn't part of Death Row Records initially, but you were.
Yes.
And then Suge Knight, was he the boss of Death Row Records?
Yes.
Okay. Was Suge from the same neighborhood?
From the mob?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say Suge was, he was guilty by association.
Okay.
He wasn't from the neighborhood. He lived in the neighborhood. We looked at him as somebody from the neighborhood. When he started Death Row and started to recruit us, then yes, he's from the hood.
So I guess there's a difference between living on a certain street versus being from the hood.
Yeah.
And how would you describe that difference?
I look at it, you have three different type of friends in the neighborhood. You got gang members, you got gang bangers, and you got men that just guilty by association from living in that area.
Okay. And can you tell me what the difference between a gang member and a gang banger is?
A gang member hangs out. A gang banger handles his business, put in work, do what the gang do.
And what was your role with Death Row?
I was the guy that if something happened, Suge would have you take care of that. Like Snoop Dogg trial, there was issues up there. I was sent up there to make sure those problems didn't happen again.
And are those problems, and I'm not asking you to get into specifics, but are those problems meaning issues with other people who might be gangbanging or might be trying to threaten folks, that type of thing?
Correct, yes.
And you were somebody that Suge relied on to be able to protect his roster of music artists and other things like that.
Correct.
And after you were asked to help out with Snoop, did Snoop have any other problems?
No, we didn't have one issue at court.
Now, I'm going to ask you, fast forward a little bit, to, were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
Would you say they were somebody you were in alliance with or a rivalry with?
Rival.
Okay. And would sometimes that rivalry get violent?
Anytime you're dealing with the gang life, it's going to be violent at any given time.
Are you familiar with somebody that went by the name of Tupac Shakur?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Tupac?
He was assigned to Death Row.
And when he was signed with Death Row, would he also hang out with you guys?
He hung with my brother now. Yeah. Not me.
Who is your brother?
Alton McDonald, Buntry Ave.
He went by Buntry?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, during this time, is it fair to say that Mr. Shakur had an issue with rappers from the East Coast?
I think Tupac inherited the beef between Suge Knight and Puck.
Okay, that was your perspective of it.
That's all it was. And we all fell. Some of us fell victim to it because we allowed ourselves to be a part of the BS, should I say. And that was a situation between record companies, not gangs. So technically, it wasn't our business. But when you had 20 men just fresh out of prison and didn't have a way of getting the things they wanted, getting a paycheck from Suge, we did almost anything and everything to get that paycheck.
Now, was there another gang that was associated with Bad Boy Records, the East Coast record company that Puffy had?
The only one I know of is Southside.
And did that escalate the tension between Mob Piru and Southside?
At the time, there was no at war, it was peace. And when the two record companies got into it, Bad Boy went to Keffe D now, and Suge came to us. So that intertwined everything, and we had issues.
Do you recall any instances that you were at where there were those issues manifested itself in terms of violence?
Are you serious? Don't ask me that right here. I can't say that on both sides. When each neighborhood met each other, there was a lot of tension. I'd say that.
Okay. Now I want to talk a little bit about September 7th, 1996.
Mm-hmm.
Were you in Las Vegas on September 7th of 1996?
Yes.
Why were you in Las Vegas?
To run the security at 662, we were having issues with individuals that said that they were coming for whatever reason they was coming for, and to come to 662. My job was to not let that happen.
Similar to the kind of security you were asked to apply in the whole Snoop Dogg situation.
It didn't have nothing to do with Snoop Dogg. It was, everybody came, well, Suge and Buntry and them, his entourage, everybody went for the fight. My job and all of my people were there to make sure nothing funny happened at 662. So we were the fall guys. So if something happened, we was the one that's going to go to jail for it, prepared to do that. So nobody else was going to come up there and disrupt it in that manner. But if anybody remember that night, it was so many Metro and everybody there. Neither side could have did anything. So it was calm, it was peaceful.
So when you say there's so much Metro there, you're talking about so much Metro at Club 662?
It was police all over the place.
Now you said you were there to be on the lookout for something. What were you?
You said I was on the lookout for nothing.
I apologize. You were there. You were there in order to ensure there weren't any problems. Is that fair?
To make sure everything was good.
And because you had heard there might be some issues.
Correct.
And what were the issues that you were concerned about?
Individuals coming up there creating an issue we was having with different sides of from with Crips, period.
Yeah. So you were worried about Crips. Not worried, I'm sorry. You were there providing security to ensure that Crips did not initiate any violence at Club 662.
Not just Crips, that nothing would happen.
Okay.
Period.
Okay. And then when you were there, was Reggie Wright Jr. with you that night at September 7th, 1996 at Club 662?
Yes.
What was Reggie doing there?
Reggie's job was to watch me and make sure I don't get in trouble. Everybody knew how I was. So Reggie, everybody else went to the fights. Reggie was there to watch me with the people that was there.
And I'm guessing that you were not the only person there making sure there wasn't any problems at Club 662.
I'm positive it was 30, 40 Pirus there.
And again, that was to make sure that there wasn't any violence that occurred at Club 662.
Right.
When at some point that night, do you learn that Tupac or Suge had been shot?
That night, yes.
Can you tell me how you learned about that?
Well, people was coming back and was explaining that Tupac and Suge just got shot. Everybody was in a uproar. A lot of people started leaving, trying to get over there on Cobalt. We couldn't leave because we didn't pay to do this here. It wasn't too long after people started coming back, like Haron came back and went to the hospital. The majority of the people was leaving and then coming back because that night they said Tupac was going to be all right. And even Suge came back with a little bandage on his head. And we thought everything was good. People kept partying.
So, and when Suge came back, you said he had a bandage on his head, but
Yeah, the dude said he got shot, but he was grazed, a little scar, but nothing penetrated.
some people would describe being shot in the head even
Well,
slightly.
you described it as that, I mean,
Yeah.
you're wrong.
All right. So when you find out, well, let me ask you this: was Reggie with you when you found out that Tupac and Suge were shot?
Yes.
And did it appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Impossible.
I mean, and I say this because you're aware that there have been some conspiracy theories that Reggie Wright Jr. is responsible for the murder of Tupac.
And it's so not true. His father was implicated, and his father had something to do with it. Reggie Wright used to be a police officer. And here again, I've been knowing Reggie Wright over 50 years. His daddy, as a police officer, patrolling my neighborhood. He done took me to jail many times when I messed up. If Reggie killed Tupac, then death row is over with. Tupac was the money source. Tupac was that guy at death row. So Reggie would have had a problem if he would have did that. And Suge, I truly believe Suge would have opened his mouth if Reggie betrayed him like that. So people say what they want to say.
After that night, do you stick around in Las Vegas or do you go back to Compton?
Well, I stayed in Vegas and we left that morning because we knew we was going to have neighborhood issues, and everybody left and went back to Compton.
Why were you thinking you might have neighborhood issues?
Well, you asking me some. The issues that we was having was heated, and Compton was on fire at the time, and things were happening. And me personally, staying in Vegas wasn't worth it. That man in the hospital, it's time to go and protect your home front and be prepared for whatever happened there. You know what I'm saying? Like the other side was being prepared and was prepared to do things because Orlando got beat up in there. And that's something you don't tolerate. So you was going to get some repercussion from that and everything else that was going on. So living this life, you got to be ready. If you not, you might as well just lay down.
Now, you weren't there for the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM, were you?
No, I was.
Yeah, like we talked earlier, you were at 662.
Yeah.
But are you aware of why Orlando was targeted?
I'm aware of a lot of things. Things that was going on. People ain't talked about it in 30 years. Today ain't one of them. I don't mean to be funny, but here's the thing. A lot of things happened that night. A lot of things happened weeks and weeks after that night. me or anybody else bringing up the dead is wrong. A lot of people got hurt behind this situation in itself. Living the life and how we lived in Compton is one thing. You bring back all of the guys that made it, like me, I'm 61 years old now, to rehash and relive this situation again. I told every attorney in here that tried to get me to come here, you better treat me as a hostile witness. And I think that's where I'm about to go now, because you're asking me questions, I can't answer those questions.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, then. I'm not going to speak on Orlando. Let me ask you something about yourself. There was a rumor that Tupac had knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed him. That
would have been your response if that happened.
Yeah, I'm being honest with you and everybody else. I said it on my podcast show. Him, Suge, and my brother. I'd have shot all three of them if he touched me. That's how I was living.
Why is that?
That's what I was back then.
And so, is it fair to say that your reputation and your standing in the neighborhood would require you to do something if you're going to get punked by somebody like Tupac?
You don't have a choice, or you can't be there.
Overruled. I'm sorry. We're doing some side talking. No, that's my fault. I asked, that being in the life that you were, if somebody like Tupac is punking you, like by punching you in the face or something like that, you would have to retaliate, or you would lose your place in the neighborhood.
You would have to go back home and fight everybody that called you a punk. You would have to go. There's some rules that you roll with, and some rules you just got to handle. Certain things need to be dealt with, adjusted, living that life. And when I was living that life, it wasn't no ifs, ands, or buts. It wasn't no, oh, you get a pass. No, I'd have shot him, to be honest.
So then you had mentioned, I'm not going to ask you to go into any specifics, but you had mentioned that after what happened here in Las Vegas, there were issues between the neighborhoods. How long did that last for? Was it like, all right, one day we're good, everything's done, or did it last for longer than that?
No, it was tension in the air for quite a long time, until I guess both sides, and he might agree, just said, let that shit go. Because it really wasn't our beef. This was between Suge Knight and Keffe D. And people put themselves in situations, like myself. I'm guilty as everybody else. Like myself, I put myself in the situation to protect something and somebody that didn't have nothing to do with me. I did it for a paycheck. I did it on some just because. I'm older now. I get it. But we did things for all the wrong reasons at that time, in them days.
Court's indulgent. Your Honor, State will pass a witness.
Okay. Cross-examination, Mr. Sims.
Sir, have you ever met me?
Excuse me?
Have you ever met me before?
No.
Have you ever spoken to the district attorneys prior to your testimony here today?
Once.
And is that what you're referring to is the time that you told them, like, hey, any attorney here is better treat me as hostile because...
Yeah, I told him I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Now, a couple questions for you, sir. This is more for clarification. So on the night of the murder, you were working as the head of security for 662.
Yes.
Explain for us a little bit about the club. Was that Suge's club or was it somebody else's club?
Suge, to my understanding.
Okay. And when you were there as head of security, were you there, had you worked there as head of security prior to this particular night?
We did an event there once before. Yeah, same thing.
Okay. And on this particular night, was this an event like some type of fundraiser or something for police officers or anything like that? Do you recall what the event was for?
We wouldn't have been there.
Okay.
No.
What was the reason for the event?
It was Mike Tyson fight. Tyson was coming back. Tupac was supposed to perform like other people, and we was there for that.
Okay. Can you describe for us how big the club is so that we can?
30 years ago, a little bit bigger than this room.
So it's relatively, it's not like a two-story, it's
No,
not,
it's
you know.
small.
All right. And in terms of the club itself, you were there and you were sharing with us that there were other people that were there.
Yes.
Law enforcement as well as, I don't know, people from your side of town.
Oh, law enforcement was outside. The Metro would say, why y'all putting words in my mouth?
Sure.
They were outside.
Okay.
We were on the inside. Wasn't no law enforcement mingling with us.
So as far as you know, law enforcement wasn't hired by Reggie Wright to provide additional security?
No,
at
this was
Club
Metro
662?
posted up all over the place.
And so they were there specifically just to, like what, harass or just send a warning or what?
No, they were there. Like when you have events in Las Vegas, everybody knows. You're going to see Metro here, every block.
Yeah.
They was posted up, which they do all the time.
But you're telling me that as head of security, you do not know or you don't believe that Reggie Wright hired the Metro officers to come
I
in?
know for a fact he didn't hire the Metro Police.
Okay. Do you know how many people were on the payroll that night from your security team?
Well, y'all do paperwork different than we did. Our paperwork was getting cash money. Our paperwork was what they call under the table. We had at least 30, 40 of my homeboys there. Reggie Wright Jr. and his security, his company, the people work for him, didn't have nothing to do with what Suge paid us for working. So that was two different entities, Reggie and Suge. The homies was there for Suge Knight. Reggie Wright hired his company to watch over Suge Knight people.
Right.
So his security did like the right thing. My security did what they ain't gonna do. You get what I'm saying?
I get it.
The police gonna walk you out of there.
Mm-hmm.
We gonna drag you out of there. So it was a difference, but not on the same paper.
Sure. And once again, the intent was to protect 662, right? To protect the club, protect the patrons that were going to go there, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in terms of your knowledge of what happened on that night, fair to say you weren't present when the shots had rung out.
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. And your testimony is that you had heard from other people initially that, hey, Tupac had been shot.
Yes.
And you had thought maybe other people were maybe relieved, thinking like, okay, it's not that big of a deal, he's gonna be okay.
That's what came back to 662. People that went to the scene, and everybody said Tupac was talking. So everybody came back to the club saying he gonna be all right. So people just went back to, mingling.
Right. Now, in terms of the that night, you go back to Compton. You live in Compton.
Yes.
You still live in Compton?
No.
At the time you live in Compton, you go back to Compton, and you tell us that there was a lot of tension. Can you describe that for us when you went back in terms of what kind of tension we're talking about?
You sure you want me to answer that?
I don't know. Is it going to be graphic?
No, I ain't gonna. I got to raise the word in it, but you asking me a question. I don't. And what I explained to them, I don't want to send him to prison.
Sure.
Even though we don't like each other.
Sure.
I don't want to send you to prison. So that's why I'm here where I'm at and the way I am, because I changed my life. I'm raising my grandkids, teaching them never to be like their papa. And here I am explaining to people what I used to be. And I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that at all. And you asking me questions that can hurt him. And like I told them, I'm trying to avoid to answer the questions that they might look at me and say, something is wrong.
Well, let me put it this way, let me help you out with this. Okay? So, these people right here, what they wanna know from you is, did you see who shot Tupac?
I told you no.
Correct. So outside of that question, right, the next question I'm asking you is, when you went back to Compton, was it like a Southside Crip shoots a Piru Blood, and then a Piru Blood shoots a Southside Crip? Is that the tension that we're talking about?
Do I answer this?
That's a straightforward question. It's a yes or no answer.
Okay.
Did you see that?
When I was a part of that life, I was a part of that. And I was, no, because you asking something that's gonna hurt this dude. And okay, let me stop.
And once again, I want to emphasize.
When we got back to Compton,
okay,
it was a gang war. People were getting hurt.
Okay.
People was being sought. People were looking for certain individuals from his neighborhood.
Okay.
As well they did mine.
Okay.
But Orlando, him, and certain other people were being assaulted because people wanted to kill them.
Sure. Were they the only ones that they wanted to kill?
Am I the only one up in here? No, they weren't the only one. Okay. It's his neighborhood in particular.
That's right.
But they were the main subjects of a gang war. They was in the middle, such as me.
So you're telling us that people back home somehow had some type of information that said that that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
Okay, but my question to you.
Stop.
Can you focus on me for a second, sir?
Yeah, I will.
And I apologize. I just want to make sure that we're clear, okay, for these people. In terms of that information, none of those people were there, right?
And what people you be speaking on? The people that was already in the neighborhood, or the people that left Las Vegas that same night Tupac was shot to go home, bear their arms, and go to somebody else's neighborhood to look for somebody? They had to pay it back.
So once again, my question to you is that the information that I'm asking about is the people that back home, you're saying were eyewitnesses to this?
How could people back home be eyewitnesses to something that happened in Vegas? No, that's not what I'm saying.
The people that were here in listen to my question, sir. The people that were here in Las Vegas, you're telling me, were eyewitnesses to what happened and went back home. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, the people that was at 662.
Just answer my question, sir. Yes or no?
I can't
Is
answer
it a yes
that
or no?
without a what you call them. You trying to tell me to say something that you're not going to understand. If you let me explain to you.
No, answer my question.
I'm not answering nothing. I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, focus for a second.
I am focused, very.
Focus on this. My question to you is this. You didn't know what happened that night because you weren't there.
Right? I was at 662.
Right. Do you know who that was there?
I know everybody that was there.
Okay. Like who?
Talk to your lawyer, man. This dude is tripping. I'm not going to explain that. I can't answer that.
Okay, let me ask you this next question then. You are telling us that people back in Compton, for some reason, knew what happened here in Las Vegas.
A phone conversation? People found out when people left Las Vegas the same night Tupac was shot, went straight back to Compton. It only takes 3.5 hours to get home.
Sure.
Yes, it wasn't a problem for people to find out what happened. No problem at all.
They got on their phones, they texted people, they let them know what happened here on the night of the shooting?
Yeah. They had walkie-talkies, they had all kinds of phones. They had ways to call people to say whatever. But when people left Las Vegas that same night, after they found out and got in their cars and went home because it was a situation, Pac was shot. Okay. Retaliation is a mug. Come on, man. It was for real, for real. All of this was for real.
Now, the night of the shooting, did you have a walkie-talkie, a Nextel thing or something like that?
No.
Did Reggie Wright?
I don't know what he had. I don't know how much money he had in his pocket. I don't know what he had on his hip.
But you were the head of securities, but you're telling us you did not have any type of
Reggie Right-way security has nothing to do with the gangbanging security, Pirus, whatever you want to call us. They had nothing to do with us.
Okay.
The phones that Suge had for certain individuals, they had the phones. Like the guy that was was bodyguard for Tupac that night. Like some of the guys that was at the Tyson fight, like Suge Knight. Certain individuals had phones. Yes, they did.
Okay, so, all right, I get what you're saying. You're not there, but you're saying other people were.
Yes, I'm saying there was a lot of people there.
A lot of people were there at the shooting that took place.
That was in the entourage, yes.
Let's see. Okay, just one final question. You're here today, and I think the state had asked this question under a subpoena. You're ordered to be here today, right?
Yes.
In terms of that subpoena, for instance, is that's the only reason why you're here is because of that subpoena?
I don't have no other reason to be here.
Yeah. In order for you to get that subpoena, you were served that subpoena back in California?
Yes.
By a police officer?
I don't know, he wasn't in uniform.
Okay. And that order required you to go to a court in California?
I had to go to court and pick the bill.
And then that court in California said you have to show up here.
And in that court, I cussed them out and told them, you can't make me do nothing.
Right.
And in that court, they told me that I would be in attempted court. Me raising my grandkids, I'm not going to put my grandkids in the car and move somewhere so y'all can't find me. So all that running and living a different life, I ain't doing it. So I agreed to come. And like I explained to everybody in here, you ask me something, I'm going to be honest about. You ask me something I don't want to talk about, you're going to have a problem. Treat me as a hostile witness. You're not going to talk to me and tell me as a grown man what I have to do up here. I'm not finna send him to prison. You are.
So the accusation now is because of the fact that we're trying to ask you questions, you're blaming it on me.
You asking me questions. If I just like answer your questions, we gonna have a problem in here, a misunderstanding. And you're asking me something that wouldn't be good for him.
Right. And once again, I just want to, look, we're just trying to figure out who shot Tupac. You're telling us that you weren't there at the scene. That's all I want to know. At the end of the day, that's it. Right?
Was I in the entourage when Tupac got shot? No.
Okay. Nothing else, right?
I was at 662. I mean, that ain't hard. That's easy math.
No further questions, John.
Anything further, State?
Jesus.
All right, we've got one more phase and then we'll let you out of here.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, oh, we do have one. Okay, hang on one second. All right, I have a question for you from one of our jurors, if you can answer it. Did Reggie Wright Jr. instruct security to not have firearms the night of the fight?
To be honest, I don't know if Reggie Wright told his people, or the police officers, not to have guns, and I don't know why. He sure didn't tell us because we had ours. And that's the honest truth.
All right. Any follow-up based on that, State?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
I just want to clarify what the witnesses said. You're telling us that you had guns that night?
Yeah.
I just want to know. But you had guns that night, right?
Yes, we did.
All right, thank you.
All right, State, I know you didn't want to be here, but thank you for coming back.
Okay, can I say something? I want to apologize to everybody, but I find this kind of funny. And truthfully, what you're going through, brother, is what you're going through. I didn't want to be a part of that, and I'm not a part of that. So I appreciate everything, and I apologize to all of you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Have a
You are
pleasure.
free to go. State's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State's calling Reggie Wright Jr.
You think?
All right, Jordan's investigating the burning smell. Anyone like smelling that? Is that burning smell? Maybe. Okay.
Right here.
If anybody's smelling something burning, it's a burnt bagel from back there, so don't worry, we're all fine. Okay. Are we able to, is this good?
I think he was leaving like that to swear, and then we'll turn him
Okay, perfect, got it. All right, we'll have you sworn then, Mr. Wright.
Please raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Reginald Lilburn Wright Jr. Reginald. Lilburn is Lil. B as in boy. URN. Wright is WRIGHT. And I'm a junior.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Palal, you may proceed.
So you're kind of facing more, so the jury can see.
Okay, great.
So I gotta be.
You're good, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you mind if I call you Reggie?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Sir, where did you grow up?
I grew up in the city of Compton, California. I was born and raised there until about the age of 19.
And who is your father? Who's your father?
My father is Reginald Wright Sr.
And where did your father work?
He worked for the city of Compton Police Department.
And at some point, had he risen up the ranks of the Compton Police Department to become a lieutenant, is it, of gangs?
Eventually captain, but during most of his career was a lieutenant.
Where did you ultimately become a police officer yourself?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I was a civilian jailer from 1985 until 1989, and then I became a police officer from 1989 until I retired in 1996.
And why did you retire?
I received a medical retirement for I have vascular necrosis in my right ankle, but that's not why I'm like this. This is a result of COVID.
After you left the Compton PD or took your medical retirement, where did you next work?
Well, to be honest, my last year or two of being a police officer, I was employed as death row security, head of security, and also had a private security company.
Now, was that something that was called like moonlighting, that officers would moonlight when they were off duty?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to us what moonlighting means when you're off duty?
Well, moonlighting is pretty much just working off duty on your off duty hours, working for different companies. I worked for several companies. It wasn't just death row. I worked for trucking companies, doing security. Worked at nightclub, the Raiders Club, that was inside of the Compton Hotel. Worked several video shoots. Just extra money on the side for off duty.
Compton PD wasn't paying good?
I guess I was really young and greedy.
Yeah. And then at some point you said one of the jobs that you had was moonlighting for Death Row, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what Death Row is?
Death Row Records is a record company that was based out of Beverly Hills, California. And, yeah.
And who ran Death Row Records at that time?
A gentleman that I actually grew up with at elementary school, junior high, and high school by the name of Marion Suge Knight.
And when you say Suge, is that what he would go by?
I call him Suge.
So after you retired, did you, well actually let me take a step back. As part of your role as a police officer in Compton, Were you familiar with the different neighborhoods and the members of different neighborhoods?
Yes, sir.
Was that part of your job to know what areas were associated with what gangs?
Pretty much a job, and like I said, I started in like 1985, so kind of got familiar while I was working the jail, and it was something that was curious to me, being that my father was active with the gangs, and it was something that was intriguing to me as well.
So when you said you grew up with Suge, did you grow up in the same neighborhood that Suge grew up in?
Yes, about 2 blocks away.
Was that considered Mob Piru territory?
That's correct, sir.
So when you were growing up, were you familiar with the Mob Piru?
They came on eventually later. It was really a Looters Park, Piru area. But then, I guess when I was about in the 7th grade, which would have been like 1978, maybe a little later, 80, they started calling themselves the Mob Piru.
So they were Looters Park, Piru before, and then they transitioned to being called Mob Piru.
Yeah, we pretty much divided it, everything south of Rosecrans was mob, and everything north was, or the other way around. North was mob, and south were Looters area of Rosecrans Avenue.
Were you familiar with a gang called the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, sir.
How were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Well, growing up in the city of Compton, we all played sports together, and heard of them when I was playing at Kelly Park, baseball, Little League baseball, at Compton Northern. And then my time in '85 as a jailer, and then working in the streets of Compton as a police officer from 1989.
Were you familiar with somebody by the name that went by the moniker Keffe D?
Well, heard of him. Had no personal interactions with him at that point, especially as in law enforcement. Heard of him, knew of him, but I had no personal contact with Keffe at that time.
So he was somebody that was on your radar, even though you had never met him or any had personal interaction with him.
Heard of him. He was mainly known as at one point he was known as a crackhead, but then later on he was known as a drug dealer, and I mainly was a gang guy, and didn't really enforce on the level of narcotics he was working.
All right, so then you had mentioned that after you had left the Compton PD, you formed a company. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. So, in '94, initially I was using a private security company because I was kind of in charge for security for death row called Code 4. But once I saw I was about to get retired, I opened up my own private company called Right Way Protective Services. And that didn't really get started until about 1995. But in '94, I was using another private company.
And who were your clients? Was your client just death row, or did you do anything else?
I had a couple of clients, like Honda of Pasadena, which was a automotive dealership, a dealership in Compton that they were repoing people's cars and they needed a car. But my biggest, 95% of my clientele was Death Row Records.
Now, tell me about that. What were you doing when you're saying you're security, or you're a security company that's working for Death Row Records or getting contracted by Death Row Records? What does that mean, actually?
It grew over a time period. In '94, it was just mainly just special events. And then I have a couple of off-duty or retired police officers hanging with the artists in '94. '95, '96, it got a little bigger. I had security at the office, at the recording studios, driving Mr. Knight around, two with Mr. Shakur, two with Snoop Dogg, Mr. Rodis, and other artists when they went to promotional events like that. So I could pretty much have about 10 officers working a day.
And when you say 10 officers, were the people that you would contract with or work for you in this world, were they largely off-duty police officers?
Off-duty or reserves or retired.
And why is that?
because they were able to carry guns concealed, where it's not exposed. We had exposed officers at the studio, but mainly the bodyguards carried their weapons concealed.
And we heard...
And for the training as well.
We heard from James McDonald just before you hit the stand. Was it fair to say that there were Mob Piru gang members also around Death Row Records?
That's correct. Mob, looters, West Side, generally Pirus from the city of Compton.
And are these gangs that are generally associated with the Bloods? Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And the Crips are, let me ask you, Crips and Bloods, are they an alliance or are they typically in conflict?
Typically in conflict. However, Death Row was a unique situation because one of their main artists, prior to Mr. Shakur coming to the label, was Snoop Dogg, who was a known Crip from Long Beach. And they all seemed to have a great working relationship prior to my arrival and even during my arrival.
All right. I want to ask you about Bad Boy Records. Are you familiar with a company called Bad Boy Records?
Yes, I am.
And who, to your knowledge, was running Bad Boy Records in the mid-90s?
P. Diddy, Sean Combs, Puffy. I don't know what name he's going by today.
All right. So we'll go with Mr. Combs for now.
Okay.
So Mr. Combs was running Bad Boy Record. And then who would you say his most prominent artist at that time was?
Christopher Wallace, Biggie Small.
Okay. And then was there tension between Death Row Records and Bad Boy, the Bad Boy Entertainment label?
At what time period?
Well, you tell me. At any point, did tension develop between Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records?
Initially, when I was around in '94, there wasn't. However, some things happened in '95 that started tension between Death Row and Bad Boys.
There's a famous speech that Mr. Knight gives at the Source Awards in New York in 1995. Does that contribute to it?
Yes, sir. That was August the 6th, 1995. But yes, sir. That was when he let the world know.
And then there's another incident where one of Suge's associates was killed in Atlanta. Is that right?
That was in September 25th, I believe. Yes, sir.
And then is it fair to say that your perception of as security for Death Row Records was that somebody associated with Bad Boy Entertainment may have had something to do with the murder of one of Suge's friends in Atlanta?
That was always the story that was told to us. Yes, sir.
And so is it fair to say by 1995, the end of 1995, that there was significant tension between Bad Boy and Death Row?
Yes, sir.
And to the extent that it even involved violence with regards to Suge Knight's friend being killed.
Correct. That was the first time something escalated to that point. Yes, sir.
As security for Death Row, how did you handle this?
Well, we was always on some type of tension when it came to Bad Boys or going to the East Coast, which Suge and I continuously went to the East Coast because he had a lot of business. His distributor, the main distributor, was located out there. The big trade, like the magazines and stuff, was out there. So I can honestly say he and I, and maybe a few of his homeboys, went out there at least once a week, once a month, I'm sorry, during that time. When Mr. Shakur came home, we went down a little bit, but we were still going out there, but we didn't go as much.
And when you say when Mr. Shakur came home, at some point did Death Row sign Mr. Shakur to its record label?
It's debated how that happened, but
I'm not asking about the how. I'm just saying, did it happen?
Yes, sir. I believe he came home October the 12th of 1995.
Now, as security for Death Row, were you aware that Mr. Shakur was actually out on a bond, an appeals bond from prison from New York?
Yes, sir.
And I believe the allegation has something to do with sexual misconduct. Is that right? You know, if you don't know,
I mean, something like that. I wouldn't call it that, but yes.
Okay, whatever it was, there was some kind of issue. Mr. Shakur is in prison in New York, and then Death Row Records posts an appellate bond for Mr. Shakur.
They are with some other companies, but yes, sir.
Okay. And then Mr. Shakur does he move to where Death Row is, or does he stay in the New York area, or where does he go?
No, I remember, I picked him up from the airport, me and one of my security guys named Kevin Hackey. And we took him immediately, we went to Monty's restaurant and ate. Then we went to the studio, the recording studio that night. And from that point on, we got him into a room, took him to the Peninsula Hotel, where he stayed for, I believe, a month or two. Then he got a spot on Wilshire, and later on a house in Calabasas.
As the head of Right Way Security, which was contracted by Death Row Records, were you responsible for Tupac Shakur's security?
Yes, sir.
How did you handle Tupac Shakur's security?
Well, I had two guys that were primarily always assigned to him. One guy was a guy by the name of Kevin Hackey, who was with him a lot at the beginning. Later on, towards the end, a gentleman by the name of Frank Alexander was the one that worked with him as well. And then I will always have additional guys, like Al Giddings, as one of them fill in for him when those guys wasn't available. But generally always had one security guard with him. After this particular song came out, in about May or June, we upped it to 2 security officers.
Now, you mentioned a particular song came out that changed how you handled Tupac Shakur's security. What song are you talking about?
It was a song called Hit 'Em Up.
And is it fair to say that in that song, Tupac is aggressively expressing his dislike for the members of Bad Boy Entertainment as well as other artists?
That's fair to say.
And as a result of that, you decided to change the security for Tupac or increase it?
Well, I was a part of the discussion and ultimately had to approve it, but I'm sure Mr. Knight, possibly Mr. Shakur, and maybe the security officer that was primarily with them, we all agreed that he probably needed another guy with him.
Were you aware during this time of a gang from Compton being used by Bad Boy Entertainment when they came to the West Coast?
We had heard those rumors and we were familiar.
And what gang was that?
Compton Southside Crips.
Now, the Southside Crips, that was the same gang that you had told us earlier that Mr. Davis belonged to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And by Mr. Davis, I mean Keffe D.
That's what I believe he is, yes.
Yeah. And then, was there ever a time where Death Row and you and whatever other unofficial security Death Row had a clash with Bad Boy and the Southside Compton Crips at all?
Yes. We had it at a Soul Train's Music Awards. I previously stated that Mr. Davis was with him, and I even think I may have even said that he was one of the ones close to the guy with the gun. Never said he was the one with the gun, but there's been out there, social media, where a gentleman has came out and admitted that he was the one that actually had the gun that particular incident by the name of C. Gutter.
So do you remember, well, I'm going to ask you what your independent recollection is. Tell us about that incident. So we're at the Soul Train, what is it, the Soul Train Music Awards?
Soul Train Music Awards, yes.
And approximately what timeline are we looking at?
April, May of 95.
Of 95?
I'm sorry, 96.
Okay, of 96.
I'm sorry.
And you had mentioned before the song Hit 'Em Up. Was this before or after the song Hit 'Em Up?
That was before Hit 'Em Up.
Okay, that was before Hit 'Em Up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us what happened at the Soul Train Music Awards.
We pulled in. Originally, we had an entourage of about 50 people with us, but they only allowed two cars of us to get back in the back parking lot because that's where they had all the setup and the motorhomes and stuff like that. So we drove in the back, Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur, and a few of the outlaws was inside of a Hummer, and myself as Frank, which was Tupac's security that night, Mr. Shakur's security that night. We drove in behind them. As we was getting out of the vehicle, or getting ready to park, Mr. Shakur saw Christopher Wallace and Puffy and a group of people, a few guys that I recognized from the south side, in that entourage. As they were, Mr. Shakur immediately became enraged and started yelling, and confrontation between Mr. Small, Biggie, and Mr. Shakur took place, to the point where one of their guys brandished a weapon. And then that's when I pulled my firearm and towards him and begged with him, pleaded with him not to raise the gun. There was some security from the Nation of Islam there. They got in the middle of it, broke us up. The gentlemen took off and ran towards the street in the parking lot.
I'm sorry, who ran towards the street?
The gentleman with the gun and a couple of the people that was with him took off and ran.
Now, you said that South Side was providing that type of backup?
They were with them in entourage, yes, sir.
Do you recall whether Duane Davis was one of those people?
Believe he was. I know he was with them, but like I said, I don't believe he was the one with the gun.
All right, let's fast forward to September 7th, 1996, or that weekend. When do you come to Las Vegas for that weekend?
I came out that Friday. I believe that was the 6th. The Friday was the 6th. I think the 7th is the day.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I came out that Friday. So we had a nightclub that was in the process of being open. And out here, I guess, there's some type of cars that everyone that work around people that's having alcohol, I think they were called town cars or something like that at the time. I had to get all my security guards to have those particular cars for that night, because the attorney that was assisting us in getting the club open said, hey, y'all got to be really on y'all P's. We got to have everything on point, because if everything goes smoothly tonight, there's a good chance we're going to be able to get the permits transferred from the previous owners to Mr. Knight's name.
Okay, so I want to stop you there.
Okay.
First, you're talking about you got advice from an attorney. Do you remember who that attorney was?
Yes, sir.
Who was that attorney?
George Calise.
Okay. And then when you got the advice from the attorney was generally telling you got to be on your P's and Q's, so to speak?
Yes.
When you're talking about being on your P's and Q's so that the club can be transferred to Suge Knight, was Club 662 at that time in Mr. Knight's name?
No, it was perceived that it was. People believed it, even because of the name change. Excuse me. But it hasn't officially been, the paperwork hasn't officially, or never was completed. It was never done.
Now, you talk about the name change. Explain to us a little bit about the name change.
Well, we had a sign and all of that called Club 662.
Explain to us what 662 means.
662 on the keyboard of your phone, it will spell out the word MOB, which means Members of the Bloods.
Well, nobody has keyboards on their phones anymore.
I forgot about that.
And so the club itself, the name of the club itself rang out that it was a blood-affiliated club.
That's correct.
Now, what advice did Mr. Kalisis give you regarding being on your P's and Q's for that night in order for Suge Knight to be able to obtain approval for running that club?
So he advised, and the main thing that came out of that meeting was he advised all of my security guards, even though that they were authorized to carry guns, being off-duty police officers and stuff, that we shouldn't have guns on our possession inside of the club on that night.
So your understanding was, or at least the advice that you got was, inside Club 662, if you're working it for right-way security,
correct,
you're not carrying a gun.
Yes, sir.
Did you communicate that to the people working for you?
So we had a meeting in Mr. Khalif's office. He said it. Mr. Khalif said it. My guys probably wouldn't have did anything if I didn't echo it. Today I can't say I echoed it and agreed to it, but I'm sure I did.
What you're saying is you don't have an independent recollection, but you think you probably did echo Mr. Khalif's advice.
Yes, sir.
And when was this meeting?
That Friday after they had all came from the town cars meeting, because I took them all to Fridays, and we went and ate at Fridays after that meeting. So it was that Friday.
Okay. And then so the process was with your folks, people working with you, was that they had to get their TAM cards or whatever temporary work cards required to do the work that you needed them to do at 662, then have a meeting with the attorney. The attorney tells them, hey, we're trying to get this club transferred to Suge's name. Let's keep it clean and don't carry a firearm.
That's correct.
Did you do anything else that Friday at all relevant to the events that occurred on September 7th, 1996?
The club actually opened on Fridays and Saturdays, but for some reason we didn't get a big attendance on Friday nights. But Saturday night, it was a different night.
So you knew that that night, September 7th, 1996, was the night that Mike Tyson was fighting Bruce Suttles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that part of the reason why you guys were going to have the club open because of that fight?
Those were the only times the club, under Mr. Knight, the Club 662 banner, we only did that about 3 times. And that would have been the 4th time. And so we only opened those 4 times, the Friday and the Saturday. And then we did it one more time where Mr. Shakur and Snoop Dogg did a St. Ives commercial, which was just a promotional private video shoot for a commercial.
Now, who was in charge of the security for Club 662 that night?
Well, ultimately I am, but I had a on-site supervisor by the name of Al Giddens. He was actually who I consider in charge of the club, but ultimately as the owner I was.
And then we heard from James McDonald. He's suggested that he had a role in security as well, maybe different than your role in security. Were you aware of James McDonald being there at the club?
Yeah, James was a headache for my security. They hated him. But he and I, we've been knowing each other over 52 years, So, I mean, that was like my brother. So he, James used to do it as a hustle. What James would do is go outside, get guys that looked like they had a bunch of money, and bring them to the front of the line. And that drove my security crazy, but James was just out there working the door. Suge would have a bunch of his homeboys to come and be on the lookout, still, blood related, Paru related, to be around. But James was mainly doing a little side hustle.
Now, in terms of as the person in charge, or the person contracted to be in charge of death row security, were you aware that Tupac Shakur was going to come to the fight on September 7th, 1996?
Definitely the plan. That was definitely the plan, and there was a reason that I knew he had to come, but that was definitely the plan.
Okay, well, tell us the reason why he had to come.
So we, Mr. Khalif, who he had something worked out, because that's why we had off-duty police officers. I don't know if they were off-duty. They were in uniform, so I don't know if they was working off-duty or they were on duty. But we had, my guys were responsible from the door inside, where the police officers were responsible for the door and the street traffic control and the parking lot. And so I guess how he got that approved was
well, if you're guessing,
okay.
I don't want you to guess. Were you the person responsible for whatever event control or traffic control that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department did?
No, sir.
Were you the point of contact?
I was the point of contact for the club,
Yeah,
yes.
but you're the point of contact for the club, and then the person, is it fair to say that the person dealing with whatever traffic control or event control or population control, whatever it was that the attorney, George Glacis?
He was the one that got them there.
Okay.
Made the call to get them there.
Okay, so you weren't the one that called Metro?
No, sir.
So anything that you would have said regarding that is just kind of you trying to put the dots together, assuming what that conversation might have been?
And the only reason I say that because I knew we promoted it as a benefit for a retired boxer, for a police, he was a retired police officer that was promoting or had something to do with boxing for youth or something like that.
So that kind of is adding to the P's and Q's that would make Mr. Knight look better when the transfer of, when they're trying to transfer this club, hey, we're also holding a benefit.
That and also Mr. Shakur was trying to work off some community service hours that he needed. I don't know how they made it happen in LA County.
And so Mr. Shakur was scheduled to perform that night at Club 662, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're telling us that it was your understanding that Mr. Shakur performing at Club 662 at this benefit would help him accumulate hours for community service?
Yes, sir.
So when was Tupac Shakur supposed to come to Las Vegas?
Well, they always came up on that Saturday. I know that they arrived about 4 p.m. on that Saturday, but if they were scheduled to come out earlier or not, I'm not sure.
And then at some point, who's the security for Tupac that Saturday?
Mr. Alexander, but he was out there with me, getting the town cars and everything. Mr. Shakur actually rode up with, I guess, his fiance and a few members of the Outlaws.
And who are the Outlaws?
The Outlaws is a bunch of people actually, but it's a group of rappers that works with Mr. Shakur that he was trying to help get their careers going.
And was Malcolm Greenidge one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And I think he goes by the name Edie Amin.
That's correct, sir.
And Katari Cox, was he one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And then Afula, and I always get the name wrong, but Mr. Afula, was he also one of the members of the Outlaws?
He was as well.
Okay. And you said Mr. Alexander was the person that's supposed to be working security, or the person assigned for security for Mr. Shakur, but that he was with you. So on Saturday, was anybody with Mr. Shakur?
No, sir.
And you had mentioned earlier that after the song Hit 'Em Up had come out, and that was probably, 3-4 months before this, you had assigned 2 security officers to Mr. Shakur.
That's correct.
So where's the other one?
Well, that was Mr. Hackey, Kevin Hackey. He was scheduled to also be attending and writing, and that's who I actually thought was going to be with him, coming up with him, because he normally was with him. You know, him and Mr. Alexander, they kind of worked out who would be with Mr. Shakur. And for some reason, he didn't show up. He now telling me he had a late arrest, and he was stuck at the hospital all day dealing with an arrest.
So the fight night arrives. Where are you? Do you go to the fight?
I went to the parking lot of the fight, so it was kind of hectic to get inside, but also got a call from Mr. Giddings, Al Giddings, who was my supervisor at the club, and they was having some logistic problems, some problems there, and I elected to go and get things in order at the club.
So you get to the parking lot of MGM, see it's a little crazy, and decide to head over to Club 662.
That's correct.
And was Club 662, it was on Flamingo, is that right?
1700 block of Flamingo, yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, can I see Exhibit 2? I'm going to publish Exhibit 2, which has already been admitted. All right, actually, Mr. Wright, you're not in a position great for any of this, but there we have, can you see 662 up there?
I don't have my glasses.
No worries.
I'm sorry.
I got you. permission to approach, Your Honor? Your Honor, permission to approach?
Oh, yeah. Let me move about the courtroom freely.
Thank you. You see clubs, there's a red 662 club on this map. You see it?
Yes, sir.
Is that accurately representing where Club 662 was?
Yes, sir.
So you leave the Las Vegas Strip and head over to Club 662?
That's correct, sir.
Did you handle the logistical issues at Club 662?
I guess. I'm sure we got it worked out. Yes, sir.
And then, was Club 662, did you stay at Club 662 or did you head back to the Strip that night?
No, I stayed there the whole time until I was contacted by some other individuals.
Okay, so we'll start, before we get there, how was 662 super busy that night or was it kind of less crowded?
The clubs generally didn't start getting crowded until about 11 p.m. I think we were there like 8:30. So it eventually got there, but I wouldn't call it super crowded at that point.
And then you said you were there and then you, something changed. Well, we all know that on September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur was shot and Mr. Knight was at least grazed in the head by a bullet. Did you find out about that?
Yes, sir.
How did you find out about that?
Two gentlemen, Bunchery, true name was Alton McDonald, and a gentleman by the name of Neckbone. Well, his true name is Roger Williams, and his moniker is Neckbone. They came inside the club and came straight to me. It was like, Reggie, Suge and Pac just got shot down the street. I thought they were messing with me because they like, where Reggie at, because I wasn't there with him. But then Mr. Khalees, who was standing near me, I guess he talked to some of the officers that was working out front, and he kind of verified to me that something happened. And then by that time, I see about 4 or 5 other units that were working at the club. They started taking out, heading that way.
Now you mentioned two people, Bunchery, Alton McDonald. Does Bunchery have any relation to James McDonald, the person that testified before you?
That's his little brother. Yes, sir.
And then you had mentioned Neckbone, Roger Williams. Were these people employed by Right Way Security?
No, sir.
Were they part of Mob Pyro?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say, as we talked about earlier, that Suge would have members of Mob Pyro around?
Correct.
And while they weren't official security, would you say they provided a different form of security?
That would be a fair, yes, that's correct.
So upon hearing the fact that, well, at that time when Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were headed to Club 662, were you aware of their movements? Were you aware that they were headed over to the club at that point?
Not at that point. I hadn't heard anything. Frank hadn't communicated anything with me, and I just knew they would eventually get there. But no, I didn't know any movement where they were at or when they were coming towards our way.
Oh, you had said Frank hadn't told you anything. At this point, had Frank met up with Tupac?
Oh, I'm sorry. Frank was with Mr. Shakur since about 4 p.m. on that day, 4 to 5 p.m. on Saturday. He was with him all that day.
So he didn't drive out with Mr. Shakur, but he eventually met up with Mr. Shakur.
That's correct. Him and another gentleman who initially was with him by the name of Michael Moore.
And was Mr. Moore also a member of security?
He worked for Right Way as well.
Okay. And so then you have Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight headed to Club 662. To your knowledge, were there other people headed over? I guess we already heard about Neckbone and Bunchery. Were there other people headed over to Club 662 with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur? On driving over, was it more than one car, or were there a number of cars driving over to Club 662?
And I can only speak on what I know now.
Yeah. Okay, well, no, back then, did you know?
I just know who normally with them.
So after Bunchery and Neckbone tell you that Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight had been shot, and you seem to get some confirmation from the attorney, what do you do?
me and Mr. Calise and Michael Moore, who was with Mr. Shakur earlier, who got, you know, his primary job was to work at the club. He and I jumped in the car with Mr. Calise and headed towards the scene where we were told Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight was. However, en route, Mr. Calise was on the phone and we were notified that they were headed to UMC.
So did you go to UMC then?
That's correct, sir.
Now, taking a step back, did you see the car that Buntree and Neckbone arrived to Club 662 in?
Eventually, yes, sir.
And did you notice anything notable about that car?
Yes, Mr. Buntree, he had a Toyota Supra that was black, and he had one bullet hole to the driver's side fender.
Now, let's go back to, you're on your way back to, or you're on your way over to UMC. What happens at UMC?
Get there. Of course, you know, Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur was in the emergency room. I didn't get to see Mr. Knight until about 3 hours later. I saw him, but there was a lot of people gathering. Yes, people heard what happened from the club. They started gathering there, and people were just starting to gather, and in the parking lot outside of the hospital.
Was Mr. Knight held at UMC for a long time, or like for weeks, or what happened with Mr. Knight?
No, Mr. Knight was released. I left prior. I don't know why I left. I left prior to him getting released, about 4 or 5 that morning. But I know I was back at his house. So I went and got his home secured, and I know I was back at his house about 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. that morning. I was with him all that day.
After all this, or sometime during this, do you make contact with your father?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
By phone. I called him a couple of times throughout that night. Told him what had just happened to Shug and Mr. Shakur. You know, it's kind of stressful for me. Called him a few times that night.
How are you calling him?
By cell phone.
Oh, you had a cell phone at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there anything that you felt you had to relate to him in order to let him know what might be happening the next day in Compton?
Well, during that night, or that early morning, I was getting information from people in the parking lot and around that, hey, you know, they got into it at the MGM with some guys from Southside Compton Clubs. And so I relayed that to him. Didn't know who the people were, just that they got into it from some guys from Southside. And I told them, hey, it's going to be trouble back in Compton.
When did you go back to Compton? Or when did you go back to California?
Yeah. About 2 weeks later.
So you were in town while Mr. Shakur was at the hospital?
The whole time he was at the hospital, and that following week as well.
What was your role while Mr. Shakur was in the hospital?
I had 2 guys assigned outside his door the whole time he was fighting for his life. And they were there just we had problems with, I remember a candy striper tried to sneak up and take a picture of him while he was lying, fighting for his life. And we were just trying to keep people out. Of course, Ms. Shakur, his mother, was in charge, but just mainly trying to keep people out that she didn't want in or got her permission to come in to see Mr. Shakur while he was fighting for his life.
And then you had said after Mr. Shakur had passed, you stayed in Vegas for another week?
That's correct.
Why is that?
Well, I'm the one that actually received his ashes, and had one of my security guys by the name of James Green fly back with the ashes, and eventually delivered them to someone in the family. I believe it was the mother, but if it wasn't her, it was somebody that she authorized to receive the ashes.
Okay, but you weren't the person that delivered the ashes.
James Green was.
You received the ashes and
Yes.
then gave it
To James.
Ray.
Yeah.
You know, I want to ask you this just straight. Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Absolutely not.
as a result of the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM Grand, were there any legal proceedings that involved Mr. Knight?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Knight was on probation at the time of the beating at the MGM Grand?
He was.
Actually, can we show 115? Actually, I don't even know that Mr. Wright can see.
We can take the computer up to him. I just have to open it. It'll go off the screen though if I take it off here. You want to do it on your computer so he can see it up close? And I'll play it for the jury. I assume you want. You want the fight one, right?
See, that's pretty close. I'm going to show it to you up close, Mr. Wright, while Mr. DiGiacomo shows it to the members of the jury. And Mr. DiGiacomo,
Before you said you want to start it?
yeah, for the record, this is State's Exhibit 115B at 7 minutes and 4 seconds.
Okay.
So here, just actually, before we start playing, Mr. Wright, have you seen the MGM video before?
Yes, sir.
It's fair to say you've seen it more than once.
Yes, sir.
And that partly because it was part of a revocation proceeding that involved Suge Knight.
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you 115B, starting at 7:04. I'm clicking. 1 second, not just yet. I'm clicking right now. Is this the video that you've seen before?
That's correct, sir.
I'm going to pause. Starting at 7:20. 7:20. Did you recognize the folks that were hitting Mr. Anderson there?
Hitting or kicking?
Hitting or kicking, yeah.
Yes, I do.
Who were they?
The gentleman in the white with the black hat on was
We'll try and coordinate this again. Oh, can you see it?
I can see it, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, then can you tell us the people who are involved in this?
That gentleman right there in the white is Buntry, Alton McDonald.
There appears to be somebody in a gold shirt. Who was that?
That appeared to be Mr. Shakur.
There's a person in gray on gray, looks like outfit. Do you know who that is?
The one that I saw that's right in front of Mr. McDonald right now is Roger Williams.
Okay.
I thought it was blue. I saw
Okay,
it blue.
maybe I'm talking about the wrong thing. You're talking about this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna approach her. Okay. Show again.
Well, that's Mr. Knight, and then that's Mr. Williams. Yeah.
And then, so you see Mr. Williams, Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur. Those are the people that are evident to you in this portion of the video. Is that
That's
right?
correct, sir.
And then we have another video of everybody leaving. Can you see that?
I see it, but
That's fair. That's a different question. Okay, I'm going to show Mr. Wright 115C.
and Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, Buntry, Mr. Williams. I don't see Frank yet. Okay, there you go. Mr. Alexander is the one with no sleeves on his shirt. And he's leading the pack now.
Did you see Trayvon Lane?
Uh, I don't see Mr. Lane yet. I know he had a hat on. I've seen him before. I don't see him right now, though. Let me look again. It's Frank. Mr. Shakur. I'm sorry, I don't see Mr. Lane.
It's all right.
I'm sorry.
just ask you to focus on the people leaving now at this point.
Okay. Right there, upper right. Yeah.
So you see him
Yeah,
leaving.
he has the hat on. Upper right corner is Mr. Lane.
So you see him leaving the scene, but you don't actually see him during the.
Altercation.
You don't see him actually hitting
I didn't see him, no.
Mr. Anderson.
I didn't see him do that.
But he's with the group that's fleeing the beating of Mr. Anderson.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Proposed Exhibit 16. Do you recognize who that person is?
That's Mr. Lane.
Do you recognize the person in State's Exhibit 7? Actually, no, I gave you the wrong one. State's Exhibit 2.
Yes, I recognize him. That's Mr. Davis.
Okay. I'm going to show you the person depicted in State's Exhibit number 3.
Mr. Anderson.
And lastly, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72. Do you recognize what's in that?
It's a Defro J, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move these exhibits into evidence. No objection,
So admitted.
Can you show number 6? Sorry, this is mark 6, but I think it's 60. 060. There you go. Is that the person you identified as Trayvon Lane?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Paul, is this a, could you take it, this is a natural stopping point?
Yes, we can take a break.
Okay, I think we need, one of our jurors needs to come for a break.
Okay.
All right, so at this time, we're gonna take a recess. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected to the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have everyone back here at 3:40. Please rise for the jury.
We just heard from Reggie Wright Jr. there. Quite a lot of intense testimony here this afternoon, Kyle, in this portion of day 2.
Trial of Duane Davis is not disappointing in the murder of Tupac Shakur. Duane Davis standing there after what was, for him, probably one of the more insulting afternoons of his life. People coming in, disparaging him, witnesses that seemed to have known him for quite some time, and there was so much to get to, so many colorful moments and witnesses, and we have a little bit of time to do that because they're on a recess. And after this, we will go into what happened this afternoon in the murder trial of Tupac Shakur, day 2. Stay with us.
He was mainly known as at one point he was known as a crackhead.
Reggie Wright Jr. speaking on Duane Keffe D. Davis.
Incredible.
What an afternoon in court, Kyle.
Yes, Reggie Wright Jr. They have history, it seems, those two.
It would appear,
Yes, and Reggie Wright Jr. was the director of security of Death Row Records. Vanessa Murphy interviewed him not too long ago. In fact, interviewed Keffe D as well not too long ago about Reggie Wright Jr. So you know what I think, if we are able, is I'd like to see Vanessa Murphy ask Keffe D who did it, and that will set the stage for what we saw with Reggie Wright.
If you did not have anything to do with Tupac Shakur's murder, who do you think did?
To me, I think they witnessed Reggie Wright Jr. All he do is lie, is tell stories. He even be on interviews threatening my son, you know what I'm saying? Threatening my family. It's wrong. Even Katie be on them interviews threatening my family. You know, it's wrong, man. It's period, it's wrong.
So Keffe D, Duane Davis on trial for the murder of Tupac Shakur for orchestrating the hit. The shooting, which we learned earlier today from the medical examiner, was gruesome.
Yes, his cause of death ended up being, of course, manner of death, homicide, cause of death, gunshot wounds to the chest and to the abdomen, which the medical examiner went in very graphic detail about.
But this trial took a turn this afternoon from elementary, my dear Watson, basic police and civil servant testimony, like the medical examiner, to a primer on the gang world. We saw a gentleman who was in charge of a certain faction of gang members, security of the gang. And then we heard from Reggie Wright Jr., who you heard at the beginning of this segment call Duane Davis, Keffe D, a crackhead, which I was not expecting. And he elaborated on that in a slightly longer testimony between, and in this exchange between himself and his attorney. I mean, the prosecutor.
Are you familiar with somebody by the name that went by the moniker Keffe D?
Well, heard of him. Had no personal interactions with him at that point, especially in law enforcement. Heard of him, knew of him, but I had no personal contact with Keffe at that time.
So he was somebody that was on your radar, even though you had never met him and already had personal interaction with him.
Heard of him. He was mainly known as at one point he was known as a crackhead, but then later on he was known as a drug dealer, and I mainly was a gang guy, and didn't really enforce on the level of narcotics he was working.
So again, Reggie Wright Jr. speaking on Keffe D, who had quite a few outward expressions.
Yes, and not
during
to
the
be
duration of that testimony.
Unbelievable, really, and not to be cavalier in that Tupac Shakur was murdered, and there's a dead person here, and that's the reason we're here. But I think you can find in that testimony, if you read between the lines, there is a history there. And if you read Keffe D's book, in which he says he was the last living witness to the murder of Tupac Shakur, Keffe D says he was a gangster. You made the point yesterday. Make it again, that gangsters...
Gangbangers have... when you're a gangster, you pull up your pants. So essentially saying, those were his words exactly, saying essentially once you become a gangster, it's a much higher level than, quote, a gangbanger in comparison. So that's kind of what he explained in his book.
And so he sort of says how he ran this Crips part.
Talks about the amount of money they had, talks about the expensive clothes they had, the expensive cars, saying that, he kind of talked about the different juxtapositions of that life.
Yes, and that he had millions of dollars hiding in his wall, that they were drinking the best things, that they were smoking the best cigars, whatever the case. And for Reggie Wright Jr., there seems to be a feud. And for Reggie Wright Jr. to come on and say he wasn't that high level a gangster. And, what we see in the movies and in the way entertainment portrays it, crackheads are generally not given the keys to the kingdom as running the show. So the expression throughout so much of the afternoon on Keffe D's face went from like shaking his head to looking like he couldn't believe it to I think fury
To
would
anger.
be a good word.
Fury is an excellent way to describe it.
Yes. And so to back things up, after lunch at about 1:45, we came back to court, and a man named James McDonald testified. James McDonald, if we could play this for the rest of the...
We do have, I believe everyone's coming back in just before we play anything else. Sorry to interrupt you, Kyle.
The little tease here for our coverage as we
Yes.
continue the evening, and of course on our 7 p.m. streaming show, which we're going to recap everything, is that the testimony of James McDonald, who was head of security for Club 662 and involved in the gang lifestyle, and then Reggie Wright. I can't wait to share that with you in retrospect and go over some of those
the highlight of the
tremendously good
afternoon, or
moments.
has been so far. It's
Yes.
not over yet.
And so Duane Davis, Keffe D, on trial for the orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur, is standing in the courtroom. He's the only one standing, but he knows that the jury's coming back in, and we'll be resuming the testimony of Reggie Wright. Judge Carly Kearney saying before we went that it was a natural stopping point, but I believe that the prosecution was not done. If they
and then
were,
after that, we have the cross-examination.
we will hear from the defense attorney. The defense attorneys. Oh, let's listen into what she's saying if we can hear it. Oh,
No
there's no
sound?
sound.
Okay.
Okay. So they're just doing bookkeeping, waiting for the jury. Our Vanessa Murphy is in the courtroom. I can't say it enough. There's no one better. She is doing a fine job tweeting for us, and she went out, I know, to chase down one of the witnesses to try and speak with him in person because there's so much intrigue. This is, as far as real life goes, the most palace intrigue that could possibly be in a ho-hum courtroom. We're learning all about how gang life works, and we're seeing what seems to be a natural rivalry between two people who were involved not only in the gang lifestyle, but also at a very high level in one of the most famous record labels ever, for better or worse.
Yes.
And so Judge Carly Kearney, she hasn't had to... she's had her hands full, but it's going very orderly. That's the prosecutor in the foreground, Keffe D in the background, his attorney, Michael Sanft, next to him.
Speaking to him right now, as you can see.
Yes, and behind them is a gallery of people who is a little bit smaller than it was yesterday.
Yes, and we were saying how it seems like things will kind of taper off in the coming days, I would think, and then ramp back up again as we get closer and closer to a verdict in a couple weeks.
Yes, I think we're back. Okay, let's listen
Anything
into
we need to
Carly
address outside
Kearney,
the presence?
Judge in Clark County.
Mr. Santh, anything we need to talk about before we bring in the jury? No, you're not. Awesome. All right, let's bring him in.
Staff for the jury.
We're on the record and stand for the jury, please.
The parties stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, would it be easier to look at the monitor on the witness stand, or are you able to see that better?
Pictures this size, I can see both ways.
Okay, all right. So you're now looking at State's Exhibit number 60. Who is that?
That's Trayvon Lane.
Right. And can Mr. DiGiacomo, do you mind putting up 62? Showing you State's Exhibit number 62. Who is that?
That's Mr. Davis.
You mind putting up 63? Showing you State's Exhibit 63. Who is that?
That's Mr. Anderson.
And then we had talked briefly about it, so I want to just show it. Showing you State's Exhibit 72. What is that?
That's a defo chain medallion.
And we'll touch on that in a minute. But we were talking about the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM. Mr. Knight was on probation at the time you had mentioned. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And then after you guys got back from Las Vegas back to the Southern California area. Did Mr. Knight have a legal problem as a result of his alleged participation in that beating?
That's correct, sir.
And can you explain that to us?
They brought him in. Initially, they brought him in. They said for a 30 test for that he did with his probation officer. But while he was still in custody, they then added the charge of he violated his probation for assaulting Mr. Anderson.
So he's on probation. He's on video. At least what appears to be participating in the beating of Mr. Anderson, and so he is charged with violating his probation.
That's correct, sir.
And do you participate in any of the preparation for Mr. Knight's hearing on his probation violation?
With his attorney, Mr. Kenner, I attended several meetings, yes.
And then, are you aware of a meeting with Mr. Anderson?
That's correct.
Can you tell us about that?
So we met him at his attorney office, Mr. E.D. Fall. It was in Seal Beach, I believe, where his office was. And we met with him. The attorneys had an agreement where I guess they were going to make a settlement or something for and Mr. Anderson to come and testify on Mr. Knight's behalf, where I believe the settlement was for about $60,000 because some of the death row people had assaulted him, and some would say for him coming up and testifying on the behalf of Mr. Knight.
Okay, so just to be clear, prior to Mr. Knight's revocation hearing, there was a meeting with Orlando Anderson, the person who was beaten in that video. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then there was an agreement that $60,000 would change hands between Suge Knight or Death Row or some aspect of that side to Mr. Anderson. Is that correct?
That's correct, but that was made between the attorneys, Mr. Kenner, who was also present, and Mr. Fall.
Okay. I'm not saying that you're the person that did that. I'm just saying you were that.
I was at the meeting, myself and Norris Anderson, who was the general manager of the company at the time.
And then at that probation hearing, is it fair to say that Mr. Anderson said that Mr. Knight was just trying to stop the fight and not participate in the fight at all?
That was his testimony, yes.
Okay. And that was after he received the $60,000?
That part I don't know.
That was after the agreement for the $60,000?
It was an agreement in place, so.
Okay. And then, is it fair to say that the judge disregarded Mr. Anderson's testimony and revoked Mr. Knight's parole?
Objection is leading.
Sustained.
Well, did the judge believe Mr. Anderson's testimony?
Well, Mr. Knight was subsequently violated for his probation and received 9 years sentence.
And as a result, when Mr. Knight was imprisoned for those 9 years, who was running death row?
After about 4 or 5 minutes of his incarceration, I became the general manager of the company.
We show the death row. What do you call that?
Pendant.
Pendant. We show the death row pendant. Can you tell us about the distribution of death row pendants to various people that were associated with death row?
Mainly the artists received them, and then people, close associates of Mr. Knight, they were given out to different people for Christmas presents of 1995. Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not Trayvon Lane had received a death row pendant?
He was one, yes, sir.
And is it typically wore on a chain around one's neck?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, Mr. Stamp, cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Wright, have you and I ever met?
No, sir.
You have a podcast, I believe, right?
YouTube channel that I talk on.
I'm sure you're probably anticipating the next question. In your YouTube channel, you have spoken a little bit about me, for instance, right?
That's correct. And you have spoke about me as well.
Yeah, so in terms of your podcast or YouTube channel, and once again, I don't think it was anything derogatory. It's more like he's never tried a criminal case, or I think Hollywood-ass attorney. I think you had said something like that, right?
Well, you did about 10 interviews in the last 2 months, so I may have said something like that.
Now, in terms of your podcast stuff, it's fair at this particular point. At some point, you had actually instructed Keith that, hey, he can actually make money doing the YouTube stuff. Remember that?
It didn't go quite like that, but I did pass his number to a few YouTube channels after he and I had this discussion about doing something on my channel, but I refused to pay him because I'm not giving someone I believe is Tupac Killer money.
Sure. You had a interview with a Mr. Mogg. Do you remember that?
Detective Mogg, yes, sir.
Was he a detective at the time?
He was.
Okay, so he's a detective at the time, and he sat down with you, and you had a conversation with him, and you basically told him that you had advised Keffe D about the, I don't know, how much you can get paid doing YouTube stuff. You remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Now, you don't remember that, or you don't believe that?
I remember Kevin Coffey, but to say you could make $5,000 or $10,000, I didn't have any conversation like that with Detective Mogg.
Okay, so you don't know or you don't remember. I just want to make sure we're different here.
I remember meeting with Detective Mogg. I know I am the one that started passing Mr. Davis' number around to do more interviews to get him to talk, yes.
Okay, so when you volunteered to Detective Mogg, Keffe D's number, you said, I set him up with a couple of interviews.
Correct.
And because I promised you, if y'all ever listen, I promised him I would, we talk bad about each other, but I'll hook you up. I'm kind of know all these YouTubers out here, and so I kind of hook people up with them. Quote, you want to make some money, N-word, unquote. And then question was asked by Detective Mogg, so what do you get paid for your interviews? And you respond, I get about $2,500, $3,000 a show. You remember that?
That's accurate, so okay. I might have said that.
Now you also said $5,000. I got my F. He was crying about his taxes. You were referring to Keffe in that, right? He was crying about his taxes, Keffe?
I'm not sure.
I got him about to go blast him next week. He's getting $3,500. So they pay you because they get views. They get paid, man. YouTube, every million views you get about 6,000 to 10,000. And then
that's the channel.
Okay.
Not the person.
And then once again, I'm talking about the YouTuber. And so if you do a bunch of them and you get 100,000, and they break them up into like 5 or 10 minute segments, and you can get a 15-second segments from me, and you get 200,000 people to view it, you can make $8,000 to $10,000 off of me. And you just gave me $2,500, $3,000. You remember saying that to Detective Mogg?
I'm sure. Those sound like accurate statements, so I'm
sure
I did.
And once again, it's clear to show that there's a business with YouTube, right?
That's correct, sir.
And so when you post something online, you're posting it online with the hopes that you're going to get paid for that.
Yeah, and that didn't start until about 2021.
Sure.
Or 2020, after COVID. Yes.
Now, with regards to your role here, you were the head of security for Suge Knight.
Correct.
And I want to make sure I'm clear. Where did you grow up in Compton?
I mean, my address was 1628 East Pine Street, Compton, California.
Where's that at in terms of, because we're assuming, and you could tell this jury otherwise, that wherever you grew up or whatever your street was, you by default was part of a certain gang or color.
I never gangbanged. I always wanted to be a police officer growing up. However, guys that I grew up with, was in the sandbox with, played sports with, yeah, they were Mob Pyro's affiliate.
Okay.
Some police officers, some football players,
Right.
several type of people grew up in our community.
And at some point, you get yourself out of it, you become a police officer.
I never was in it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for correcting me. You become a police officer for about 5 years?
90 to 96, 6 years, yeah.
6 years, and you have to retire medically.
Correct.
And you had shared with us earlier that you created the security company. You were moonlighting, sort of doing your job during the day and then doing this other side hustle at night.
That's accurate.
And that side hustle became your full-time gig when you were no longer a police officer.
That's correct, sir.
And so in terms of who you were, the main service you provided services for would have been death row records.
95%. That's correct, sir.
And in essence, I mean, this was your number one client, right?
I agree with you.
Okay. And you spent a lot of time with Suge.
Eventually that grew, but yes. 94, not as much. 95, 96, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're providing services for Suge in terms of security, right?
For Suge or his company?
For the death row label.
That's correct, sir.
And you actually had created a company specifically for the security aspect of it, right?
That's fair.
And that's the Right Way
Protective Services.
Protective Services, okay. Now, as you're going about doing that, you had shared with us a little bit about some of the things you had done, and you shared with us that, hey, there was something that happened at one of the award ceremony. You talked about that, right?
At the Soul Train, that's correct.
And you said that at that Soul Train incident that my client was present when some other guy flashed the gun or something like that.
That's correct.
But it wasn't
your client, no, sir.
And once again, your security, you're a former police officer. Did you ever report that incident to police?
They ran, actually, police detained the subjects outside the gate or towards the gate. What happened to them, I don't know, because I was more interested in getting my clients inside the war show.
And your father, just to correct my memory, is a lieutenant at the time with Compton? Or was he captain?
At that time, a lieutenant, sir. Yes, sir.
And his role and what he was responsible for was the gangs in Compton.
That's correct, sir.
So it would have been information he would have maybe picked up, or you would have told him?
That's what people get confused about law enforcement. Compton is a city about 8 to 10 miles away from, well, that's by USC is where this incident happened. That's about 20 miles away from Compton. And so Compton PD and LAPD don't share information with each other like people think in law enforcement.
Right, but you're talking about someone who's from Compton. You're saying that guy right up there who's from Compton was present at that particular event.
Wasn't a big thing. It was just a guy that was some guys that Branders were up with.
Right, so in your mind, it's not about this idea that this is a gang sort of thing. It's just some idiot with a gun flashing a gun, right?
I agree with you.
Okay.
But they were also protecting Bad Boys Records.
Okay, well, we can talk about that in a second. In terms of your role, though, in your company, you, at some point, you obviously are now working with Suge, and there's this idea with Death Row Records that there may be sort of, tension in the air. Was there anything going on during that time period prior to, September of 1996 that was happening that was telling you, hey, I need to make sure that Death Row Records is protected?
You always had an element because of incidents when you go out to nightclubs, the party scene. There's always some issue.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And because you're dealing with someone like Suge Knight, and at that particular point, any of his other people that was working for him, like say the entertainers, right? You're talking Snoop, you're talking Tupac, that you would have adequate security to protect them, like say from fans and that kind of stuff.
I called it, my cell was to be good witnesses. Mr. Knight had just went through a situation with one of his artists, Snoop Dogg, that was on trial for murder. And they ended up beating the case. But they had got a large judgment, mainly because of the qualifications or the lack of qualifications of the security officer that was acting as security officer that shot him and killed the person. And so when you have a big company like Mr. Knight had, I thought it was best, and he thought it was best, or maybe his attorneys, I don't know, his label, that let's get some professional people around you.
And so, for the most part, your practice was to hire people that were either off-duty police officers or retired police officers?
That's correct, sir.
And you did that because they were properly trained and you could trust them in terms of their judgment?
That and my cell was to be a good witness.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
But with regards to their roles obviously, at the end of the day, were to protect the people that were your clients. That would have been death row records and whoever you assigned them to do.
As best you can.
Yeah. So in terms of what happens here in Las Vegas, right, your testimony is you arrive here to Las Vegas and you're here on Friday.
Correct.
And you're here to get ready for what's happening on Saturday.
Friday night, the Coke Club did open. Like I said, it wasn't majorly attended, but definitely for Saturday night, yes, sir.
Yeah. And in fact, Tupac and Shug didn't arrive until Saturday anyways.
They didn't come up until Saturday, that's correct, sir.
And they drove up.
They drove up, yes, sir.
So they drove up, you're there, you're working, and you're at 662, right?
I'm at 662, yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to show you here an image. And I'm going to ask the clerk to mark as proposed defense exhibit next in order.
C, I think? Yes.
C?
Yep,
May I have what, John?
you may.
You recognize this?
That's Club 662, yes, sir.
Okay. And with regards to, I'm sorry, and with regards to that photograph, would that been an accurate depiction of 662 around the time period that we talked about here?
I agree with you, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, Your Honor, at this point, I move for the admission of proposed defense exhibit C.
Any objections, State?
Nope.
So admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll show this to the jury here real quick. So this is a picture of 662. Now, you had shared with us a little bit about what was happening on Saturday night. Attorney basically says, hey, we really want to get this club, I guess, passed in terms of its licensing. Maybe we do something that helps the community, or at least does an outreach. Is that what we're doing?
I think that was mainly to get the police officers there.
Okay. And with regards to that particular night and so forth, you said it's something to do with boxing. This is a Barry's boxing benefit. Is that what that was?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So this picture would have been taken pretty much at the time of when this event had gone down in September of 1996.
I believe that night or
Yeah.
or that week, yes, sir.
And with regards to Barry's boxing, do you know anything about what Barry's boxing is about?
Just that he was a retired police officer that was helping young kids in the area with boxing. That was about it. Or you know, association or a foundation to raise money for youth coming up is what I remember.
So, Mob James just testified a little while ago.
Okay.
If his representation was there was no event like that was happening in September of 1996, would he be wrong?
Let me just say this, they don't be in the know like that, you know. We're not as transparent as maybe we should be with you know, the homeboys.
I mean, but obviously this is sitting on the front sign of the entrance going into the facility, right?
I went in that club that night and I ain't never noticed that.
Well, let me ask you this though, in terms of what was happening, was Mob James the head of security that night?
So James' responsibility is he had a lot of juice with the homeboys, and they have something they call Code Red, where everybody come out and support each other, and James was that person that you know Suge looked to even during the Snoop trial, when Snoop was having problems with his homeboys coming up there, you know, messing with him and stuff. They were hired to be outside the courthouse to keep them away. And that was James' role. So, and James was with Suge at the beginning. And quite frankly, he might be a little upset that my guys kind of took a lot of their roles or their responsibilities.
Right. So on this particular night, there's actually Metropolitan police officers that were they hired by you to be on the outside?
Well, I would say Club 662 or under Mr. Khalees and the person that was running the club, under their direction. I knew they were going to be there, but I didn't speak to anyone from the police department to say, this is how much y'all going to be getting paid. I need you to do this. I just knew they were going to be working from the door out.
Okay. And really the concern at this particular point that you had, as well as I'm assuming Mr. Khalees as the attorney, is you wanted to make sure everything was going to go well for the club.
That's
662.
That's fair.
In essence, and to help Shook with passing of this particular club, right?
That's correct, sir.
So one of the things that had happened that you had shared with us is that Friday you meet with Khalees and you learn and you're instructed that your people are not to be carrying firearms.
Inside the nightclub.
Right, inside of the nightclub.
That's correct, sir.
All the way up until the time that they get to that door, they're not supposed to be carrying firearms.
Inside the club.
Are you aware that the Red Alert people from Mob James were all carrying firearms that night?
Well, I had problems with that. My guys were strict, law enforcement. They didn't care about, they didn't have a relationship with James and them, as I did. And so they would search them. And if they got one in, who knows? But there was always issues with them about being searched. But my guys would still, they were like, hey, if you want us here, we searching everybody coming to this club.
Right, so that was important for you, but Mob James says otherwise. He says everyone was
Okay. If they snuck them in,
and
it happens.
And yeah, and with regards to your meeting with Mr. Khalees, once again, you're there, and do you have at that particular point any ownership interest at all in Death Row Records?
None.
So you are a separate entity. You are just the security company hired to provide security for Death Row Records.
My company, right where it was making money, but I also received a salary from Death Row.
Okay. So, and you're in this meeting, and once again, the meeting is to help Suge get this club approved so he can make it happen.
That's correct, sir.
And your job is, really honestly, is just somebody who's providing the security to the club.
On that particular night, but I'm more, some would say at one point, Suge right-hand guy. But my main focus was Suge Knight entities. It wasn't just the recording artist, wasn't just the record club, it was everything that Mr. Knight was trying to invest in at the time.
So you're telling us that not only were you providing security, but you're also like an employee for Death Row Records?
I was both.
Okay, were you drawing like a paycheck every 2 weeks as an employee?
I was, sir.
There wasn't no under the table stuff like Mob James would have been telling us?
We didn't do that, right, we didn't do that.
And with regards to Mob James being paid, you're telling me that he would have been paid the same way with employee checks and so forth from Death Row Records?
Bob James wasn't one of those employees. Like I said, he was just called on special events. I don't think James made his money by guys in the line that were ballers or shot callers or whatever that he would bring to the front of the line.
So, just drawing your attention back to let's say around 4 o'clock of Saturday, that Saturday.
Okay.
Where were you?
At the Luxor Hotel.
Okay, and did you ever, what happens after 4 o'clock for you?
I didn't head over to the club until, about 7:30, got a call from Mr. Alexander and Mr. Shakur. Mr. Shakur was very upset that night because Mr. Knight, always late. And he actually took a taxi cab, I don't know if most people know, over to the fight because he was like, tired of always coming to the fight late, waiting on Suge, calling me because most people call me because they know I usually can get hold of Suge. And they used to have phones in the hotel lobbies back then. And I remember him and Mr. Alexander calling me, and he told me, and he got on the phone because he was so upset. We taking the cab over there. We going over there right now. We'll meet him over there. You know, he had the song was the interest for for Mike Tyson to enter the ring on, and he wanted to be there. And he got impatient with Mr. Light being late.
Now, up until this point, you had developed into the person that if you wanted to get a hold of Suge, they would call you, right?
In the streets, meaning when we out and about. He had an office staff, assistants, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Tesfaye, Roy, that were in the office, but generally, if I call Suge, he'll pick up.
But with regards to you, usually you would have been with Suge in order for the call to be made, right? They're calling you and they're like, hey, where's Suge now? He's right here.
That's correct.
So on this particular night, Tupac is upset because Suge is obviously late and calls you.
His bodyguard Frank called, but he got on the phone.
Yeah.
You know anything about Mr. Shakur, he's a hands-on guy.
Yeah.
And he eventually just said, hey, you can't get a hold to him, we gone. And they took a taxi over to the fight.
And so you have Frank Alexander, you have Tupac, and no other bodyguards protecting Tupac that night.
Yeah, Kevin Heckey was supposed to attend, but he didn't. He wasn't there, and I didn't know that he hadn't shown up yet.
But you are aware at that particular point, Tupac was the most famous rapper almost in the entire world, if not the entire world, and you only assign one person and another person calls him sick?
He didn't call in sick, he just didn't show up. But, yeah, I mean, it wasn't unusual for Mr. Shakur to roll around with one guy and his outlaw guys.
But once again, you're telling us it's only Frank Alexander that's coming from your outfit, right?
That is correct.
And you also share with us that there's other people inside of 662 who are patting down the Mob James crew, but you can't send any more people over to be there for Tupac?
If I knew there was going to be an issue that eventually happened, of course I would have. I would have asked them to stay in the hotel.
Now,
if I knew what was going to happen.
You are aware that this was fight night, this was Mike Tyson, and that everyone in the world would show up to Las Vegas to be there for the fight, right?
Yeah.
There are so many people.
Yeah.
And in your opinion, only if you believe that Tupac was somehow going to get into a fight or something along those lines, would you have provided more than just the one person? I'm just asking for your clarification.
I would have had an army around him if I knew something like that was going to happen, or suspect something like that was going to happen. But the gentlemen that were with them, and the ones that you seen kicking on Mr. Anderson, those were security as well.
That was whose security?
Death Row's style.
But once again, let me make sure I'm clear. You, at this particular point, only have one security guard with all these other people from, I don't know, from Death Row Records who are not security guards. They're all gangsters, mob high root people.
Yeah, I trust more than I trust my security, yes.
So more than you would trust cops and off-duty cops and retired cops, you trust those mob high root guys?
I do personally.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, after they go in for the fight, right? I'm assuming that Frank Alexander probably didn't have a ticket.
You know, that was always an issue with Mr. Knight.
Yeah.
He promised everybody that they can go to the fight. And when we get to the door, it's always an issue.
Right.
But one thing about him, he will get his, at least Mr. Shakur, one security in, if not both, and myself. He will make sure we got in.
Okay, so they all get in for the fight, and then for some reason, Bruce Seldon takes a phantom punch, falls to the ground in the first round within a minute and 45 seconds, right?
You call it phantom, if you say so.
I'm just looking at the tape, right? All we got is a syringe. So he falls to the ground, the fight is over, they leave the fight, right?
Hyped up. You see him?
Yeah, and Tupac was very hyped up.
Hyped up.
So, did you get a call from Frank Alexander saying, hey, the fight ended early, we're on our way?
Not one. And that's normal.
Okay, and I want to make sure we're clear about the type of communication you had. So, cell phones, I'm not sure were available to everybody. You had one.
Pretty much everybody had cell phones, but they were expensive. He called me after 7 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Back then.
Yeah.
But
He doesn't get it, but everyone else does.
But I did have Nextel phones. We had about 8 to 10 of them. They did dual jobs. My guys knew it better be emergency to pick up that cell phone.
Yeah.
But the two-way walkie-talkies on the Nextels, you could use them to call. That's how we communicated. On that picture with Buntry, you'll see one hanging out of his pocket. That's what the type of
Okay.
next cell phones we had.
And so going back again to what Frank has, Frank does have one of those radios.
He had one, but later learned, after we do Monday back quarterbacking and stuff, that it was dead.
So he is there, he doesn't call when you leave the flight. Now, does he call you after the situation happens with Orlando Anderson?
No, sir.
They all rush out, right? They all go back to, I think, to Luxor.
That's correct.
But you don't know that because no one calls you.
Haven't heard anything, didn't know it was an issue.
So you're still sitting over at 662, you're worried about making sure the club passes inspections, and you're there and you're waiting. In the meantime, people get picked up at the Luxor, and then they're transported all the way to Suge Knight's house.
I mean,
Once again, if you don't know, you can just tell me.
yeah. I just assume
You're not just.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Now, at some point, they're traveling down Flamingo, and the shots occur at that particular point, right? But you don't know.
Correct.
And so you're sitting at the club, and you don't know.
I wasn't sitting, but yeah.
Oh, well, whatever. I mean, I'm sure you're working, right? So you're working, and your concern is making sure the club passes, and that the club passes for Suge Knight. Even though his attorney's present, all these cops are on the outside, and you have the security proficiency of Mob James on the inside, right?
And about 25 to 30 of my guys.
And so, once again, yes, 20 to 30 of your guys.
Correct, yeah.
Retired police officers or off-duty police officers.
Correct.
And they're all there.
Correct.
And at some point, you get notice that Tupac had been shot, right?
I got notified. Correct.
Was it through the Nextel walkie-talkie stuff?
No, sir.
How did that happen?
Mr. Williams and Mr. McDonald ran up to me and told me.
Okay, none of your people, but two of the people that were associated with the death row people?
With the entourage.
Okay. And they're the ones who told you that, hey, something went down with Tupac.
Correct.
And so at that particular point, what did you do?
Like I said, I didn't believe him at first initially, but we're talking seconds now. Mr. Khalees somehow, verified that, yeah, something's going on. And then me observing a few of the police cars that was assigned at the working the parking lot or the taking off license sirens going towards that way made me believe that something's going on.
Now, did Suge Knight ever appear at the club and continue partying that night?
I don't know, but I have heard James say that before, but.
What about just from your Monday night sitting down with your people and going over what should have been done better? Was there any conversation or any way that you learned that Suge Knight actually showed up to party the night of the shooting?
The party was over. The party was over. They probably were still there at the club, but it wasn't like no partying going on, especially after people heard what happened. I can see that.
Now, we talked a little bit about the death row chain. Do you recall telling Detective Mogg when he visited with you that you sold your death row chain because of hard times?
I had a platinum one. Yeah. That's correct.
Now, later on, when you're testifying in the grand jury, you remember doing that?
I still have my gold one, if that's what you're asking.
So, when the question is asked in the beginning about your death row chain, you never tell Detective Mogg, for instance, that it's a platinum one, right?
I don't know.
Well, let me just
tell me.
The camera's on. You want to turn the camera off?
Oh, sorry. So this would be page 21, counsel, of the surreptitious report or recording. So you say, the question that was asked by Detective Mogg, you were describing the chains as cheap. He said, he had asked you, got a $300 chain? He said, yeah, one of those cheap little chains because they were messing around with the same women and they got one and he got mad about it. My presumption.
No, we're talking about Keffe.
Yes.
Yes.
So what? What did expensive ones look like? Do you have a picture of those? And you said, yes, sir, I can show you the one that Tupac would have. And then the question's asked of you by Detective Mogg, did you ever get one of those chains? And you respond, yeah, I had one. And then the question was, what happened to it? And you said, shit, hard times hit. And Detective Mogg commiserates and says, yeah, I hear you. You said, I've got to get rid of it somehow. And then Detective Mogg asked, what did you get for it? And you said, I got about $5,000, right?
Yeah, that was the platinum one, or the white gold one. You can watch, and I'm sure you have, several interviews, pictures with me with my gold chain on. I wear them on several YouTube videos.
But fair to say, of course, that, when you said you had one, it's not one gold, it's not one platinum in this book, right?
Like I said, the one I sold was the platinum one.
Now, in addition to that, later on, when you're testifying before the grand jury, the question that was asked by one of the jurors was, and I want to make sure I'm clear because I don't want to mess up I want to be accurate with you.
Your Honor, I think this is improper impeachment or refreshing recollection. I'm not quite sure what I'm here in the transcript to Mr. Russ before asking the predicate question.
Let me just do this as a refreshing of his recollection, Your Honor. I just didn't want to.
So it's sustained. So I don't know that he said he doesn't remember.
Okay. So let me ask you this. You were asked by a juror.
Again, I think you have to ask the substantive question first. Determine whether or not.
Mr. Blood, you're going to have to talk louder because your mic's not.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think you have to.
You approach.
I can stand. I apologize, Your Honor.
Everyone approach.
Sorry. So were you asked this question by a grand juror?
Again, Your Honor, I think, again, you have to ask the predicate. He's trying to impeach and or refresh recollection about something of substance. You have to ask, procedurally, you have to ask the substantive question first, not what you were asked this.
Are you talking about the chain question?
Yes.
We've gone up and down about the chain.
And so I believe what he's already answered the chain things. I don't understand. Are we impeaching or?
No, he's impeaching, saying that he's given an inconsistent statement in the past. So, overruled. He can proceed.
Do you recall being asked a question by a grand juror, do you still have your death row pendant?
Correct.
And you had said, yes, you do.
I do.
You didn't say there was gold, you didn't say it was platinum, you just said, I had my death row pendant.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, one of the other issues that we've talked a little bit about is and once again, I apologize. Maybe the state can refresh my recollection because maybe I was thinking about something else. You have been convicted of a crime.
I am.
And with regards to that crime, it was a felony.
It was sales of marijuana.
No, back up here real quick. It was sales of marijuana and it was also embezzlement. Is that what it was?
No, it
money
was,
laundering?
Money laundering.
Ah.
With money going in.
And with regard to those two things, that happened in California.
No, actually, well, the reason why I got in trouble because it went across state lines to Memphis. It's actually Memphis, Tennessee.
And because it was across the state lines, it was a federal case.
Correct.
And that happened way after you were a police officer.
Yeah, that's 2019, well, 2017, I believe.
Okay. And at some point, you become the general manager of Death Row Records.
That's in 1997, sir.
1997.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
So Suge Knight is in Las Vegas, and you were with them every single day. And in September of 1996, he just happened to get into this fray, and next thing you know, he's going to prison, right?
I'm sorry?
Let me ask you this. Why did Shook go to prison?
He violated his probation.
Right. So you knew, of course, that he was on probation, right? Before he came to
The
Las
whole
Vegas?
time I was with him.
You did?
From 1994, yes.
Yeah. And so you knew that the number one person from Death Row Records, the primary principal for you, potentially could go to prison if he got into a fight, for instance, right?
Correct.
And on this particular night, you weren't around for him when he was in this quote-unquote fight, right?
I was around with Mr. Knight about 70 to 80% of his life. So I guess a lot of 20%, I wasn't with him.
Okay.
Public, and when I say that, I mean public. Because a lot of times he laid up, sleep with somebody, and I wasn't with him.
So in the most important time of Suge Knight's life, of having your protection, you weren't there for him.
Unfortunately not, that's correct.
And then you became the general manager of Death Row Records.
By his calling, not anyone else.
All right. No further questions.
All right, State, any further questions?
Sort of clarify that last point. In terms of who determined who was going to run Death Row Records while Mr. Knight was in prison? Sorry. I'm sorry. Who determined, who made you in charge of Death Row Records while Mr. Knight was in prison?
He did, and I visited him 4 days a week during that time while he was incarcerated.
Nothing further.
Anything further on that, Mr. Stamps?
Just one clarification. So
Okay.
Suge Knight made you general manager when he was in custody.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything else? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Of course. All right.
You're looking at the trial of Keffe D, Tupac Shakur murder trial. Judge Carly Kearney hearing questions from the jurors, the attorneys at the bench going over those questions, trying to determine if this is admissible. Sasha Loftus and Kyle Payne narrating over the video from the feed in court. Sasha, some afternoon.
It has been a long afternoon for Reggie Wright Jr. there. He has been testifying now for at least 2 hours, I believe, an hour and a half.
It's been
just the
at least that long.
cross-examination alone has been very long and very tedious for everybody. It has been a long and I'd say important day in court, Kyle.
It is. It has been, and we got as I said earlier, a primer in how some of the gang activity works as far as Death Row Records and their chain of command. with Reggie Wright as the director for security, and the other guy, the man who testified earlier in the day, Mob James, who was the most colorful witness maybe of any trial ever, who we're going to talk about earlier, explaining how he handled some of the Death Row Records business before Reggie Wright Jr. seems to have taken over. So the jury must have a million questions, but they wrote down, I'm guessing, a few that Judge Carly Kearney is going to read to the witness, and let's listen in.
Why did you find out later in person?
Not sure. I don't know why they didn't call me. That was Mr. Alexander's responsibility, and I didn't hear from him.
Okay. Was there anything in writing regarding the transfer of management power to you over Death Row Records?
I wouldn't call it power. Just, dealing with the day-to-day operation. The one that signed people, artists for him. I did everything for him. I dealt with his women. I dealt with his parents. I dealt with pretty much everything while he was incarcerated. And generally, because I was going back and forth, seeing him, the 4 days, I spent hours on the phone with him. And I was just his point of contact person.
So was there anything in writing regarding that?
Not to my knowledge other than...
Okay, were there any witnesses to it?
Well, there's a young lady sitting in here right now that I signed, while he was incarcerated to the record label.
There was a writing?
I'm sorry.
You signed some, what did you
You
sign?
don't sign her as an artist.
Okay. State any questions based on those answers?
Nothing state.
Defense?
I do.
Okay.
All right, so I want to make sure I'm clear. You become the general manager of Death Row Records, and what was your job responsibilities?
I did everything, to be honest. I brought Miss Shakur up to the prison to meet with him. I was helped talk to several, putting the albums together. When I met with Jimmy Iovine, who was our distributor at the time, negotiated deals with them. Everything I did was approved by Mr. Knight, but I was his point of contact.
Did you ever have a power of attorney signed by Mr. Knight to sign on his behalf?
No, what I would do is have everything generated, and I would send it. His attorney would come visit him on Tuesdays. If it was something real important, he would sign it on Tuesdays. And if I needed before then, he was married to a young lady by the name of Michelle, or at least she thought they were married. And she was signed. She had the power of attorney to sign, but she didn't deal with anyone. And then we also had a rubber stamp that two of his female friends had to sign checks or to sign some contracts if they would take them.
So if there was anything wrong with the bank account, for instance, did you have to get someone else to handle that, not you?
I dealt with the bookkeeper, generated the checks, but his two female friends were the ones that stamped them.
And with regards to his two female friends here, were they employees of Death Row Records?
One was an artist, Michelle, and then the other one, Miss Hawkins. She was just a girlfriend.
Now, you are aware that at the time that Mr. Knight was involved in this thing that happened in Las Vegas and finally gets revoked on probation, that his record label was valued somewhere around, what, $500 million?
I heard 3, but
okay.
It was up there.
All right, so it's a pretty significant asset, right?
Correct.
Now, out of all of this, you are the general manager, you have access to all of it.
I guess I was the one he trusted at the time.
No further questions, John.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You are excused and you're free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's it for the presentation of witnesses today. We'll be in recess. We're going to come back at 1 p.m. tomorrow because I have a calendar in the morning. So I'm going to read the admonishment and then you're excused for the day. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial. or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
Rise and adjourn.
Coverage of the murder trial of Tupac Shakur. Keffe D, Duane Davis, who you're looking at in the center of your screen, on trial for, prosecutors say, orchestrating the shooting in Las Vegas in 1996, and now downtown Las Vegas, the epicenter of the legal world. Kyle Payne with Sasha Loftus reporting here in our 8 News Plus studio. What a day. The
What a
jury
day, Kyle.
just sent home for the day, back tomorrow for day 3 at 1 p.m.
Shorter day tomorrow, shorter days for the rest of the week. These 2 first days were, I think, the big meat of a lot of the testimony this week. It seems, but who knows? It could,
Well,
be another big day
how
tomorrow.
can they continue this pace? That was
Yeah.
some afternoon, and we now you're looking at the Great Seal of the State of Nevada and Sasha. Oh, there she is, Sasha Loftus. When we come back, we will talk about the day in court and go through all of it.
Oh my gosh.
Stay with us.
He was mainly known as at one point he was known as a crackhead.
What
Wow.
a day in court. That was just kind of a preview of what we experienced this afternoon.
Yes, and I don't think anywhere in the book Compton Street Legend does Keffe D, Duane Davis, on trial for orchestrating the murder of the rap legend Tupac Shakur, anywhere does he say he was a crackhead.
Reggie Wright seems to
Yes.
call him out to be that, though. That was Reggie Wright Jr. testifying, one of several witnesses today that were had a lot of information, long testimony. I think Reggie Wright's was the longest of the day.
Sure.
He was somebody that Duane Davis pointed the finger at in his sit-down interview with Vanessa Murphy.
Yes,
Then Reggie
that's a good
Wright
point.
responding with Vanessa Murphy saying, no way. The prosecutor asked him point blank today, were you involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur? And he said, absolutely not.
Right. And we learned all about the hierarchy of security in death row records, which is becoming a huge part of this. So, you know, there's so much being made of that fight leading up to the Tupac Shakur shooting and who was involved. And Baby Lane, Orlando Anderson, Keffe D's nephew, the subject of that first beating that everybody is making a big deal about and that we're seeing all the video of. And people are identifying who's that guy, who's that guy, who's that guy. Not only to say, you know, because we're going to hear these names over and over again as the trial goes on. And we're going to hear about how this led to the shooting by way of the prosecutors trying to prove motive, which we told you earlier is not a requirement. You don't have to prove motive. You just have to prove that the evidence shows that he did it, not why.
Yes.
But they're really hung up on why in this one, because I don't think there's a ton of evidence so far showing that they have any hard evidence that
if
he
you
did
listen to, I mean, so far the evidence that they have is eyewitness testimony, and a lot of it isn't even witnesses. It's those who heard it and heard the shots. Not one of them, we were saying today, Kyle, not one of them said they believe Keffe D did it. They believe he actually orchestrated that murder. So again, it's very early in this trial. They could bring more evidence here in the coming days. I mean, the question is whether Suge Knight will actually be brought to testify against his wishes, because he has made it clear he does not want that. He is in custody in California currently.
So, yes, for a long time. And he is serving, I think, a 28-year prison sentence. And he has said to the national media, if they come for me to bring me here to testify, whoever does that, prosecutor's defense, is going to regret it. And I'm not here to help Keffe D. I'm not here to hurt Keffe D, but I'm most certainly not here to solve homicides, which is a great line. And, you know, there's nothing they can really do. Our legal analyst, Robert Draskovich, who was here yesterday, criminal attorney here in Las Vegas, told us that if you're facing that long of a prison sentence, if the judge says, well, Mr. Suge Knight, I'm going to hold you in contempt, great.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do. And, you know, a lot of times what happens when you have someone who's got criminal exposure, a criminal record, is that they can plead the fifth. They're not going to come on to the stand and say, yeah, I was involved in this crime, I was involved in that crime, for fear that they might find some liability, face some charges. Well, what happens in that case is the prosecution will say, we'll give you immunity. So you can discuss this and feel free to air your dirty laundry and say what you did. In this case, that also doesn't help Suge Knight because he's in prison for a long time. So they would have to say, if they wanted him to testify, they would probably have to say to him, we will let you out of prison. And
which I don't believe is going
well,
to
I
happen.
don't think that's ever going to happen either. But also, if there's a code that is against testifying that Suge Knight believes in, then he might say, pound sand, which we've heard a few times, people talking about pounding sand on this in this trial.
Yes.
And Reggie Wright had so much to say. We learned also about, and the reason you are onto something, I think, is because Suge Knight would be the next level here.
So
We went
it's
from,
almost as if they're building up to it.
Right. We went from one lieutenant who preceded Reggie Wright as one of Suge Knight's henchmen, let's say, someone who was responsible for making sure people were kept in line, that when Snoop Dogg, for instance, had trouble at a trial, they sent this man who identified himself as Mob James, who was a fascinating character.
He was the most colorful
that
witness
we're going
of the
to
day,
hear from.
for sure.
Mob James, he was the guy. And then it seems that after that, Reggie Wright Jr. was the guy. And when Suge Knight was not able to run death row records on a daily basis, There was a transfer of power that people were talking about in the trial, both the prosecution and defense, that said that Suge Knight, was relying on Reggie Wright to, quote, handle his women, to have things signed and executed in order to move forward, to do some of the bidding for the head of Death Row Records. And if we listen to Soundbite P, we know that Reggie Wright says, this was our security, and we believed in that more than we believed in law enforcement.
I would have had an army around him if I knew something like that was going to happen, or suspect something like that was going to happen. But the gentlemen that were with them, and the ones that you seen kicking on Mr. Anderson, those were security as well.
That was whose security?
Death Row's staff.
But once again, let me make sure I'm clear. You, at this particular point, only have one security guard with all these other people from Death Row Records who are not security guards. They're all gangsters, mob Pyru.
Yeah, I trust more than I trust my security. Yes.
So more than you would trust cops and off-duty cops and retired cops, you trust those mob Pyru guys?
I do personally.
I do personally. That was
Well.
a big piece of the testimony. He also went into the night that the shooting happened, how he found out. He said he was at Club 662. Someone came to him and said, Tupac called him Pac and Suge have just been shot. And he kind of went through the emotions of that moment too.
Suge Knight looming large here on the center stage inside the trial of the murder trial of Tupac Shakur. Reggie Wright had a lot to say as well about Keffe D, and then thought, we hear what he really thinks of him.
Even his own attorney said he's a pathological liar, right? But it's unfortunate that he want to bring me into this after all of the years, because now I guess he said that his defense is heading kind of downhill.
That was in the interview with Vanessa Murphy, where Reggie Wright, responding to Keffe D's interview also with Vanessa Murphy, where he says that Reggie Wright is the one responsible. So there's so much going on with that, let's back up to when James McDonald went on the stand. Mob James.
Mob James, as he was called, yes.
The mob, let's talk about it. Club 662 also looms large as somewhere where there was going to be an aftermath to the Mike Tyson fight, or Mike Tyson was at the MGM that night.
That's where Keffe D in his book said that they were going to wait for Tupac. Tupac didn't originally come. That's, kind of what we've talked about that as well.
So James McDonald identified himself essentially as one of Suge Knight's security people. I would say like a lieutenant of operations in the security hierarchy of Death Row Records. And he was the most colorful character. I don't even think that this needs any introduction.
No, definitely not.
Soundbite L.
I changed my life. I'm raising my grandkids, teaching them never to be like their papa. And here I am explaining to people what I used to be. And I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that at all. And you asking me questions that can hurt him. And like I told them, I'm trying to avoid to answer the questions that they might look at me and say, something is wrong.
Did you see who shot Tupac?
I told you no.
Correct. So outside of that question, right, the next question I'm asking you is, when you went back to Compton, was it like a Southside Crip shoots a Pyru Blood, and then a Pyru Blood shoots a Southside Crip? Is that the tension that we're talking about?
Do I answer this?
That's a straightforward question. It's a yes or no answer.
Did
you see that?
When I was a part of that life, I was a part of that. And I was, no, because you asking something that's gonna hurt this dude. And okay, let me stop.
And once again, I want to emphasize.
When we got back to Compton,
okay,
it was a gang war. People were getting hurt.
Okay.
People was being sought. People were looking for certain individuals from his neighborhood.
Okay.
as well they did mine. But Orlando, him, and certain other people were being salted because people wanted to kill them.
Sure.
They weren't the only one. It's his neighborhood in particular. But they were the main subjects of a gang war. They was in the middle, such as me.
So you're telling us that people back home somehow had some type of information that said that that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
The information that I'm asking about is the people that back home, you're saying were eyewitnesses to this?
How could people back home be eyewitness to something that happened in Vegas? No, that's not what I'm saying.
The people that were here in listen to my question, sir. The people that were here in Las Vegas, you're telling me were eyewitnesses to what happened and went back home. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, the people that was at 662.
Just answer my question, sir. Yes or no?
I can't answer that without a what you call it. You trying to tell me to say something that you're not going to understand. If you let me explain to you.
No, answer my question.
I'm not answering nothing. Talk to your lawyer, man. This dude is tripping.
Fire exchange there between the man known as Mob James and defense attorney Michael Sanft. I mean, he was visibly irritated. So was Sanft as well.
I think everybody at that point was exasperated. Mob James, as we have come to know him, was a lieutenant of Suge Knight's Death Row Records security, and our Vanessa Murphy is inside the courtroom for this entire trial. She will be live on our air, on our broadcast side at 8 News Now,
on 8 News Plus
on the
well.
channel that we have, with Denise Valdez and Brian Loftus, at 5 p.m. live with Mob James, who, I mean, he's prone to say anything.
Definitely,
So,
definitely. So far, I mean, he has given the most interesting testimony, I think, of anybody.
Yes, and there was so much that he said that explained. Well, when he was talking to Keffe D, he was talking to Keffe D at the end there when he said, "I'm not. Get your attorney in line."
Get your lawyer, yeah.
Because it's Michael Samf, the defense attorney. Any attorney questioning someone says, "No, I'm asking the questions here." And so he says, "I'm not answering it. I want to answer this. I want to tell you about that. Let me explain." No. Answer my question. Although, I mean, we could have let him explain. It would have just been good television, and you got a chance to watch it. So good. Let's watch that next clip of him.
When Suge came back, you said he had a bandage on his head, but
the dude said he got shot, but he was grazed, a little scar, but nothing penetrated.
Some people would describe being shot in the head, even slightly.
He described it as that. I mean, you're wrong.
All right. So when you find out, well, let me ask you this: was Reggie with you when you found out that Tupac and Suge were shot?
Yes.
And did it appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Impossible.
I mean, and I say this because you're aware that there have been some conspiracy theories that Reggie Wright Jr. is responsible for the murder of Tupac.
And it's so not true. His father was implicated, and his father had something to do with it. Reggie Wright used to be a police officer. And here again, I've been knowing Reggie Wright over 50 years. His daddy, as a police officer, patrolling my neighborhood. He done took me to jail many times when I messed up. If Reggie killed Tupac, then Death Row is over with. Tupac was the money source. Tupac was that guy at Death Row. So Reggie would have had a problem if he would have did that. And Suge, I truly believe Suge would have opened his mouth if Reggie betrayed him like that. So people say what they want to say.
Now you have two people who are accused of the murder in the same courtroom. Nobody seems to know one way or the everybody says they didn't do it. Well, that makes sense.
Yes, of course.
But that is Mob James saying that he doesn't think that Reggie Wright, the head of security for Death Row Records, had anything to do with it. And, of course, Keffe D said he didn't have anything to do with it. That was a very colorful exchange. It's witness testimony you don't see every day It capped off a very long day in court, but a fascinating day in which Keffe D, Duane Davis, seemed utterly perturbed.
Yes, the whole time.
Yes.
Well, and Mob James, as he referred to himself, made it clear he did not want to be there. He was subpoenaed. The attorneys on both sides kind of made that clear as well, that, he was brought there, I don't know, but you could say against his will, but yeah.
Oh, no, he was
Yeah.
there under subpoena. It was not a voluntary testimony. He even told Keffe D, Duane Davis, as we look at previous testimony from the day from police, that he doesn't want, I'm sorry, I don't want to send you to jail. I don't want to send you to jail. Fascinating. I am so looking forward to going to my TV as opposed to my stream here and looking at Vanessa Murphy's report at 5 p.m.,
that's going to be
which is going
excellent.
to
Per
have
usual, of
more
course, but-
live with Mob James, who really stole the show in what had become, pretty routine murder trial. You heard from the usual suspects, an eyewitness, many police.
Very theatrical.
Yes, and a medical examiner today who discussed how horrible the injuries to Tupac Shakur were, and now we're in the meat of it. There's still weeks left in this trial, and our Vanessa Murphy will be covering that at 5 p.m., and we will be back here at 7 p.m. on 8 News Plus for what? For a wrap-up show. How you are going to wrap up today?
Oh, my goodness.
I
We're
hope
gonna have
there's someone to help us.
To put that in 30 minutes, it's going to be quite the feat, Kyle, but I think you and I can handle
And
it.
I'm going to say, I'm not going to promise it, but I'm going to say that we'll have something from Vanessa Murphy for 7 p.m.
Yes,
So
and
this is
court
going to be
tomorrow
great.
does start later, and I believe it's later today and tomorrow, and then ends earlier on Friday. So it starts at 1 tomorrow.
People have things. Judges have other things on their calendar. Not everybody is expected to be in court from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week. But we are here for the entire coverage of this trial, which is now done with day 2. Day 3 at 1 p.m. on Wednesday, and it's been a pleasure covering it, and we look forward to seeing you all back here 1 p.m. on Wednesday for day 3 of the murder trial of Tupac Shakur.
Before that, at 7 o'clock.
Thank you for watching.